that's exactly what he went through. Probably had some family pressures put upon him as well. Didn't handle it. Kind of, they were trying to maybe direct him into a different vocation altogether. But, you know, he's now doing something that he loves, and he's getting a joy from it.
Playing on this big stage for the first time, 0-1 lifetime in Slam main draws, got a wild card to the Australian Open back in 2021. Let's talk a little bit about his opponent tonight. Carlos Alcaraz, mentioned, of course, winning the title a couple years ago. Listen, it's not happened very often where he's lost consecutive matches, but that's what we've got right now for Carlos. Obviously, losing the Olympic final, and then that tough loss to Monfils in Cincinnati. So much talk about the racket smash in that one. I think we probably need to let him have a little bit of leeway there, because considering he's been so emotionally mature over the years, I'm going to let that slide. But first, let's actually hear from Lee Tu and Nick Kyrgios right now, pre-match interview.
Well, feeling pretty good 5 minutes ago. About 10 seconds as she counted down, the nerves started kicking in a bit. So yeah, I'm looking forward to getting out there and just one opportunity and just giving it my all.
So I'm not too sure many people know, but you've blasted through qualifying, 3 good matches under your belt. Do you think you've got what it takes tonight with the momentum to take down Carlos Alcaraz?
It's a big question. It's a big question. You know, I'm not delusional. You know I'm not the favorite, but you know what? I'm just going to go out there, try and give him 3, 4, 5 sets of hell, and give it my best shot.
Good luck out there.
Thanks.
Carlos, you had a bit of an injury scare earlier in the week, but you've had so many good memories here. Are you excited to walk on to that beautiful court once again?
Well, yes, obviously I'm so excited to get out there once again. You know, in the Alcaraz night sessions, the best one in our sports. So yeah, I've been practicing a while. I think I'm ready to play a good tennis. But yeah, I'm excited to feel the energy from the crowd in us once again.
So it's not always easy versing someone you don't know much about. He came through qualifying. So what are you going to focus on out there today to get the best out of your game?
Well, yeah, it's not easy, to start the tournament playing against someone that probably I've never watched it before. But I mean, he qualified from the quali, winning great matches. I think he's playing a great tennis. But I will try to be focused on my own game. Obviously, the first set, I'll see how it's gonna be. His game, his weapons, his weakness, and try to be focused on every shot. And but the main thing for me is try to be focused on myself.
Good luck, champ.
Thank you.
Walk-on begins to the tunes of the Beastie Boys. Their seminal 1995 album, Ill Communication, Sabotage. Claire Henley handling the introductions tonight on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
From Spain, the 2022 US Open champion, Carlos Alcaraz.
So Carlos Alcaraz heads out onto court. I made a hip-hop reference, so I think it brings in Mark Lucero into the discussion, a guy who loves the hip-hop nearly as much as I do. And Mark, of course, the Beastie Boys, a New York classic, and Carlos Alcaraz, already a New York classic, already in his 4th U.S. Open appearance. What does he bring to the table today? And we heard Nick Kyrgios mention a little bit of an ankle tweak earlier in the week.
Everywhere I look right now, Mike, there are people with their cell phone cameras out snapping pictures of Carlos Alcaraz. The fans come out for stars. This is a star-driven city, and the energy down here courtside is electric.
And Mark, listen, when you have just that little tweak of an ankle, as Carlos Alcaraz had I think it was Thursday, Friday in practice, actually left a practice session early. What have the last couple of days been like? And if you're in the coach's shoes, what are you kind of looking for the first couple of moments when he gets out on court tonight?
Yeah, you want to see if he's hesitant at all. I think the last couple of days, they're probably trying to manage it, and then maybe the day before test it just a little bit. But you're going to take a look at how he gets in and out of the corners, and if he's moving with no hesitation, you're going to feel pretty good as a head coach.
Mark, it's Mark.
Hey, Mark.
You've been in this situation when you've had players go out onto this stage and they're coming up against a marquee name. What were the words? What words would you be using to try and guide Lee 2 through such a match?
At the end of the day, you want to make it about the tennis, but you can't really gloss over the reality of what the situation is going to be for Lee 2. You talk about it, you pick his brain, see how he's feeling. And I think one of the big things that coaches can do is making sure they get a few reps, warm up on the court or maybe practice on ash before the match, the day before, just so that when you walk out there, you're not feeling that feeling of paralysis.
Do you think that as a coach, and he's here with Ben Milner, who is his longtime coach from Adelaide as well, do you think that they've discussed the idea of winning? Because we as tennis players, when you walk out there, the goal is to win the match. But do you think, to try to put it in perspective, that maybe, it is to just go out and use this as an experience for Lee 2? Or do you think that maybe you would have spoken about actually how we go about beating Carlos Alcaraz?
Yeah, I think you have to talk about winning the match. You have to talk about being the best version of Lee 2 that you can be. And if you execute certain tactics, certain plays that might, put Alcaraz in bad situations, then you're in a position to win the match. But if you just talk about winning in the general sense, then you probably put the cart before the horse.
Mark, we're going to let you get settled in here because I know you just came off of calling Diminar and Giron as well. But I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, while we have an extra second here, Shelby Rogers later tonight. You obviously spent a lot of time with her over the years, potentially her last match tonight. Just talk about Shelby and what she's meant to you and American tennis over the last couple of years.
She's meant a lot to me. We shared a lot of experiences, a lot of ups and downs together. We went through a lot of things. I am excited to see her get the opportunity to play out here in her last US Open. I'm going to stay for that match. And she's been a professional in the way she's gone about her career, and so I'm super happy for her. I'm thrilled that she was able to make it back after her surgery in 2017. I mean, this city of New York is, it's where she had surgery, it's where she did a lot of her rehab. So it's a special place for both of us, and it's neat to be here.
All right, Mark is going to be giving us that courtside feel throughout the night for Alcaraz and 2, which is coming up in just a couple of minutes. You are listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Get ready for the next unbelievable moments. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Mike Cation, Mark Woodford. Mark Lucero is courtside for us. Gil Gross is roaming the grounds as well, as he is wont to do. He does a good job of the roaming.
He does.
He can kind of sneak in.
And I see Prim was doing some a little earlier for us as well.
Yes,
yeah,
indeed. Yeah, got a couple of rovers for us this year on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Listen, we mentioned Thanasi Kokkinakis. What a win for him over Tsitsipas. His best Grand Slam win. Another young man. Again, I talk about the four of them. Lee Tu, Kubler, Kokkinakis, Kyrgios, all coming out at the same time. And I think we all kind of had that expectation they would all potentially be top 50 players. Kokkinakis is another one who's just been beset by injuries over the years. Good to see him have a big win here today.
It was awesome. I just saw him in the hallway as I was making my way over for tonight's match, and he was ecstatic. Actually, I didn't really talk to him about his match. I was actually talking footy with him because he barracks cheers for a different team than what I do. And so the finals are happening back in the AFL in Melbourne. So we were really discussing that. And then I threw in, oh, by the way, great job today.
Was he okay with that?
Yeah, of course he was.
Yeah, he's a competitive guy. He does like his footy. He's always got his eyes on other sports as well.
He does. Actually, it was a quartet. There was a quintet. There was a fifth player in that group as well. And his name was Jay Andrich. And he never he stopped playing quite earlier. Lee Tu stepped out of the game.
Yep.
Jay Andrich was hit with injuries, unfortunately, and he had a tremendous game. That fivesome, that group of five, boy, they hit the ball really well in their teenage years.
And we always talk about it, just that idea of, and listen, we talk about with the Italians as well, right? How much they have all pushed each other, the Americans of Tommy and Riley and Taylor and Francis, how much they've all pushed together. It's important, I think, to have that kind of group to work together.
That team mentality, and even though there can be a little rivalry, but it's friendly nudging of each other. Thank goodness for me, and that when I started traveling over in Europe, that I was in a team. If I had to do it on my own or with one other person, I don't think I would have survived, Mike. It's just, I think it's really important if you have that opportunity in this sport to travel with a buddy, a friend, a doubles partner, whatever, that I would encourage that, definitely.
Carlos Alcaraz has spent a lot of time with his brothers, traveling with him over the last couple of years, obviously, as well as a massive team. Juan Carlos Ferrero, trainers, fitness. They've got the whole
it is now,
group.
Yes.
I mean, you can fill an entire private jet with his team.
I believe
and
they
his
do.
Family. Yes, they do. They're not flying on Delta anytime soon, I don't think.
Certainly not in premium economy.
Meanwhile, I'm on the other end. Premium economy? Are you kidding me? Lead 2. He's going to be serving first here out on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Has never played a top 50 player in his life. Big step up in class here tonight. Serving from the near side. Both guys, sleeveless numbers tonight. Ready for play here on Arthur Ashe Stadium. 2 to serve. Serve is just long, going T. Crowd just continuing to file in. It is a madhouse out there on the grounds of the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Second serve good. Alcaraz backhand to a 2. One-handed backhand comes up short. Now 2 goes back into a volley. Alcaraz into the corner. 2 running forehand slips and it's into the net. It's love 15.
And already the professionalism of Alcaraz. I'm not sure if he won the toss and elected to receive, but if that was the case, smart move to have the Australians serve first. Well aware, no doubts. He may not have knowledge of how he plays, but he knows that it's the first experience on this court.
Yeah, definitely wants to apply pressure in the first couple of minutes and just see if the veteran here, of the two of them, can handle it. Second serve for 2 to an Alcaraz backhand. 2 backhand. Alcaraz runs around, big forehand. 2 forehand to an Alcaraz forehand cross. 2 goes forehand cross with depth. Rolled back by Alcaraz. 2 forehand inside out to an Alcaraz backhand cross. 2 1-y goes to an Alcaraz backhand slice. Running forehand from 2. Alcaraz goes forehand up the line. Backhand slice from 2 into the bottom of the net. And it's love 30 very quickly.
And a heavy ball striking rally that we just saw. And that's the difference for Lee Tu tonight, is not having played against a top 50 player. His record against top 100 is 2 wins, 6 losses. The ball is going to come back and back, over and over.
Serve is good to an Alcaraz forehand cross. It was a serve and volley, and that's a clean return winner for Carlos Alcaraz, who has 3 break chances.
And interesting that on his left quad or hamstring adductor is still some tape for Alcaraz, even though it was his ankle that he had an issue with in practice.
Correct. So break chances, 2 with the serve. Toss goes up, serve out wide is a good one. In behind it, short forehand misses wide from Li Tu. First 4 points of the match go to Carlos Alcaraz, a 3 seed with a 1-love break lead. And if we can, we'll bring in Mark Lucero there. And Mark, that seems to be kind of the worst case scenario for the Aussie, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the challenge is, can he keep up playing at this tempo all night? Both guys were standing pretty close to the baseline. The tempo was fairly quick. Can Li Tu keep that up? And in that game, it looked like he had to do something really special just to win points from the back of the court.
Li Tu does have Ben Milner, a guy he's worked with for a long time. His wife is here as well. Kim got married in 2022, and you know, it's great for them to enjoy this experience together collectively after everything that they've gone through over the last couple of years, and certainly aware of the challenges here tonight. But yeah, to be able to share this with families is so important.
Well, all of it for Ben. He has limited experience of being in amongst this Grand Slam tournament as well. So new territory, and hopefully it doesn't, well, they don't get blown away by this particular occasion.
The experience, yeah, no doubt. Alcaraz from the near side, serving 1-love. Serve is just long, trying to go body. Paolini and Andrescu have just taken to the court over on Armstrong. We're definitely going to be calling some of that one. Second serve, Alcaraz good to a 2 backhand. Alcaraz forehand cross, 2 goes big forehand cross. Alcaraz forehand up the line to a 2 backhand, back up the line. Alcaraz goes forehand to the ad corner, chip back by 2. Alcaraz in behind it, drop shot, 2 on the run. Redropper is good, and it's love 15. Li Tu is on the board. So important to get that just 1 point, 1 game, and just kind of get yourself into this match even down a break now.
Building blocks.
Yes.
You start with, you hope that you can win your first service game. If it's not, then you just start with individual points, trying to build your confidence.
So love 15 for the 3 seed.
A little fist pump there as well
fist
for
pump.
Li Tu.
Serve good, 2 forehand off of the racket and somehow backwards for 15 all. Alcaraz this year 38-8, titles in Indian Wells, Roland Garros, Wimbledon. Bidding to become the 3rd man in Open era to win Roland Garros, Wimbledon, and the US Open. You want to take your shot at the 2 other men to do that? Serve is just long, trying to go into the body. 2 men in the Open era.
One of them is Djokovic. No? Are you sure? You haven't got your glasses on.
Second serve is good. 2 is in behind it, chip and charge, and Alcaraz makes him pay the big forehand pass to hit the ground on a full dive stretch for that volley.
It was a bit of a kamikaze approach, wasn't it, off the return of serve? He was at least halfway in to the service line.
Going to leave a little bit of skin out there on the court, quite literally there, Li Tu. So 30-15 here. As Alcaraz looks up into the stands, a little bit of crowd noise up there. Serve for Carlos is good. 2 rolls, a short forehand. Alcaraz crushes that into the deuce corner for game points. It's a black number for Carlos here tonight. Again, a sleeveless tank with a pink and purple Nike swoosh, black shorts.
Now, this is his evening attire. I believe he is one of the athletes that has a daytime attire.
I think you're right. I actually... You know, this goes back to something we were talking about with Arina Sabalenka last night.
Yes.
As Alcaraz misses a first serve into the net. Arina actually on TikTok did show both a daytime and a nighttime outfit, pink and a black. Second serve upcoming here for Alcaraz. Serve is good, 2 with a backhand into the net. Carlos Alcaraz wins 8 of the first 9 points. It is 2-love. Still haven't given me an answer.
I was trying to... what's the score? 2-love. Now see if he can hold service.
Two men have won Roland Garros, Wimbledon, and the US Open since the Open era.
In the Open era.
In the Open era. I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna
give me another.
Well, I'm gonna get Mark Lucero in there because I think he's gonna give us a tip here. Serve from 2, just misses wide. We'll get him after this point. See if he can come up with an answer. I know Mark has got at least one of them.
Good.
I'm sure of that. Second serve for 2. Good. Alcaraz forehand to a 2 forehand rolled middle. Alcaraz backhand to a 2 forehand again rolled middle, but that misses long. And Mark Lucero, let's see what you got for us on this trivia question.
Mike, is it the same year?
No. Oh, yeah, in the same year. Yeah, all 3. Winning the back 3 of the year. Yes.
Male player?
Male player.
Men's singles?
Men's singles. Winning Roland Garros, Wimbledon, and the U.S. Open. Serve is into the net from 2.
Is it Wielander?
No, guys, who's won the French Open for however many years?
Bjorn Borg?
Rafael Nadal.
Rafa won them same year?
Yes. 2010.
It's pretty good.
That's pretty good. And then an Aussie has done it.
The Rocket?
The Rocket. That's exactly right. 1969 for that one.
Mark Woodford should know that.
He really should have.
I was going to say John Newcomb, but he was pretty average on clay. Nuke, sorry.
Yeah. Guys, it's love 40.
Yeah, it's love 40. That's why we're talking trivia right now, Mark. Lee 2 struggling here. Love 40 serve from 2 off the net and long.
And hopefully Mark might be able to give us just some comments on Lee's face as they change ends, because I know that Mark is sitting right there. Thankfully, Lee wins that point. Doesn't want to go and lose 2 serves to Love.
Yeah, again, how quickly this is moving too. 8 minutes in, and it's about to be 3 Love. As 2 looks over, black top, light blue shorts, powder blue. Serve for 2 is good. Chip return from Alcaraz misses just long. Little fist pump there from 2. Yeah, definitely, absolutely sweating right now. It is quite muggy here today in New York. 30-40 now for Lee 2. Serve is good. Alcaraz rolls a forehand to a 2 forehand inside out that is netted. Carlos Alcaraz has 2 breaks to the good. And yeah, Mark, walk us through this here, because obviously Lee 2, listen, you want to get one of those holds there just to be able to settle the nerves, but I imagine those nerves are very high right now for Lee 2.
There's definitely a look in the face of trying to sort of take a deep breath, trying to slow down, and you got to get back to basics coming out of this game. Obviously, it's a kind of an uphill battle, trying to break the Alcaraz serve. To stick with the Beastie Boys, a serve's kind of a sure shot.
Wow.
But you got to get back to business when it's your turn to serve again. Try to put some first serves in play, find some forehands, and put some pressure on Carlos.
Didn't think we were going to get a second Beastie Boys reference, but I'm absolutely here for it. Thank you so much, Mark Lucero.
And I thought they were playing Beastie Boys for Nick Kyrgios, given that he was asking questions, but
something tells me he's never heard the Beastie Boys.
You don't think?
No, I really don't.
He's dressed like one of them. He's dressed like a beast. You think they could have had some decorum with, the interviewers.
He was wearing a hoodie with Kobe Bryant on it. That's pretty much his style, a Nike Bulls cap.
But he played for the Lakers. He didn't play for New York.
That's true. That's true. But I don't think he's going Patrick Ewing or Jalen Brunson nowadays.
No, right.
I don't think. Hey, we've got a great women's matchup coming here, just about to get started on Armstrong. And for a preview of Andreescu and Paolini, let's bring in Gil Gross. Gil, just walk us through the particulars of this one. These 2 women playing for a 3rd straight slam.
They are. They played at Roland Garros. They played at Wimbledon. Jasmine Paolini won both because she is in the midst of an absolutely stratospheric rise. The number 5 seed, medaled at the Olympics in doubles, semifinals final at Wimbledon and Roland Garros. And she's 1-4 in her career at the U.S. Open. This is just getting underway with Paolini serving. Andreescu, a wild card outside the top 100 right now, and of course, former champion in 2019.
Yeah, very interested to see that one, and we'll have Gil over there and also having him roam around as we've got some great action around the ground. Sebastian Korda just came through in straight sets on grandstand over Mutet. 6 love in the 3rd for that one. Bellucci and Wawrinka in action right now, and kind of one of my dark horses to make maybe a little bit of a maybe 3rd, 4th round type of a match. Zizou Bergs over on court 15.
You're going with the Belgian?
Big Zizou fan.
Really?
Yes. I think he has been right at that 100 level
He
for
has.
the last couple
Yep.
of years and starting to have that
bubbling.
run. Yes, health has been a major issue for him as Carlos Alcaraz makes it 30 love here. And this is kind of the worst case scenario here. And what we talked about was we were preparing for this one, Woody, is you just want to see a good representation of for Lee 2, and we're just not getting it yet.
No, and unfortunately for Lee, and he's still evolving, and his game is just not, he doesn't have that big weapon to come out and win cheap points behind the serve, or he doesn't have a big forehand that he can just stand around and hit to the corners. He has a very balanced game, and obviously this is a very nervy start for him. I think it's where the second set is where once he perhaps, and hopefully he can, start to settle in and maybe make some inroads.
Ace for Carlos Alcaraz is his second already of the night as he gets it to 40-15. Again, 12 minutes in, potentially for love. Alcaraz waits, patient, not showing nearly as much sweat as Lee 2 so far. Gain points for him. Serve from the far side into the net. Not serving at a great rate, 50% right now, actually for both players, 5 of 10 for both. Second serve for Alcaraz. Toss serve is good. 2 backhand is short. Alcaraz punishes it. Easy forehand power into the deuce corner, and indeed it's for love.
Yeah, we saw the return of serve. Lee is trying to take the ball on. He comes over the top of the backhand. I mentioned that he's got a delightful looking backhand, but that's an issue when he's playing against someone as grand as Alcaraz. If you don't hit it sweetly, if you mistime it, it's going to sit there to be crunched by an opponent. And for Lee, probably that's where he's just going to have to understand, I need to chip it back. I just need to maybe come under the ball, get the point started, rather than trying to play a beautiful looking backhand topspin.
Just comes up with a little improvised backhand winner at the net, does Lee 2 for 15 love. Watched him win a doubles title at a challenger in Chicago this summer with Luke Saville.
Another fella from Adelaide.
Yeah, he's a great guy. One of my favorites out on tour.
We are trying to spread around the globe.
I think he's a good one to represent you guys.
He is a year younger, I think, or maybe he's a year older. I think he might be a year older.
I think he's a little bit older.
Tanasi and Lee. We had a great group of youngsters coming up.
Short forehand for 2, puts it into the deuce corner. Running forehand from Alcaraz is sprayed for 30-15.
Luke Saville, also a Colton fan. That's why I really like him even better, which is my football team. They just made the 8, just an FYI, Mike Cation.
They made the what?
The final 8.
Of what?
The finals. AFL footy.
Again, this is all, you could be speaking another language right now.
Thank goodness this is a global audience.
Is this the Super Bowl? Are they in the Super Bowl?
It is like the Super Bowl, but they have the playoffs. They've made the playoffs.
Just say the playoffs.
No, it's called the finals.
8. Come on. Backhand to backhand we go for these 2 right now. 2 runs around, hits a big forehand inside out, and draws a backhand error and a big fist pump from Lee 2 towards his team as he has gained points.
This will be, I imagine, a bit of a celebration if he can hold serve here. We've seen that each time that he's won the sprinkling of points so far, it has been celebrated with a fist pump. Imagine what it's going to be like when he wins the game.
Second serve upcoming here for Lee 2. That is good to an Alcaraz backhand. 2 goes 1-8 to an Alcaraz inside out forehand. Chipped back from 2. Alcaraz steps into a big forehand inside out. In behind it, going to have an easy volley into the deuce corner. Puts that away for 40-30. And Mark Lucero, what are you noticing about that changing of pace and speeds out on court there?
Yeah, at the 30-15 point, we saw the first pretty good slice from Lee 2, following up what Mark said. He's got to use that slice. He got the slice back from Alcaraz, and that set up the big inside-out forehand. He's got to find ways to get ahead in the point a little more consistently.
Yeah, That was, in fact, when I talked to Rohan Williams, a guy who's obviously a well-known coach down in Australia, has been working with Alex Bolt. He said, listen, that backhand slice is going to be incredibly important here today in this particular matchup. Serve up the tee, short ball for 2, up the line with the forehand lob. Alcaraz just misses long. Not by much. One of those close calls. Lee, too, asking for this crowd to get involved. Big smile on his face. He's on the scoreboard, but a lot of damage done so far. It is 4-1, and you are listening to US Open Radio presented by American Express. With an early 4-1 lead over Lee 2 inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's Mike Cage and Mark Woodford in the booth. Mark Lucero is courtside for us. Gil Gross keeping an eye right now on early stages of Paolini and Andreescu. I believe they've actually traded breaks over there on Armstrong. So take a look. Yeah, they did have opportunities over there, but it is 1-1. Andreescu with a couple of break chances. Definitely had some looks, but great to be with you here on night number 2 on US Open Radio. Don't forget, you can also watch us this year, which is tragic on my side, but Woody deserves to be viewed. Waving to everyone right now, as he is wont to do. Carlos Alcaraz serving here. 4-1 serve is just long, trying to go into the body. Second serve upcoming for Carlos. Toss serve good to backhand. Alcaraz goes forehand to a 2. Forehand rolled well long, trying to keep up with the pace.
So I think he'll come away from this match, regardless of the result, for the young Australian, understanding a bit more. If he's to make inroads, if he's to get inside the top 100, probably gets a first-hand look at areas in his game that he needs to bolster.
These types of matches are really kind of those points where you're able to kind of see what has to happen to get to that next level. That's entirely true. Alcaraz goes forehand to a 2, chip backhand. Alcaraz big forehand into the deuce corner. That was an injection of pace off of a backhand slice. And looking very calm and comfortable right now.
Well, there are certain shots that probably Lee, having spent most of the last 12 months at challenger level, he won't see those types of shots. Someone stand around, or move around, I should say, and crunch that forehand into the open court.
Serve from Alcaraz, trying to go tee, misses wide. It can 30 love here. David Ferrer is here courtside as well in the Carlos Alcaraz box. Second serve for Alcaraz, that's good, to a 2 backhand off the net and back onto his side. Really good second serve into the body there from Alcaraz.
It was well directed, but once again, we saw the Australian trying to come over the top of the ball. It's tough to be offensive when it's into your body, you're being jammed. That's where you just need to take some pace off of it, get the ball back into play and reset.
So game points here, 4-1, 40 love in first set. Serve from Alcaraz, good. Forehand 2. Alcaraz goes forehand inside out to a 2 backhand cross. Alcaraz backhand cross 2. Backhand up the line, misses well long. It is 5-1. Again, unfortunately, kind of what we expected in this matchup. 186 versus number 3 in the world. And 2 trying to stick around here, serving to stay in this first set. Bianca Andreescu did get an early break 2-1 lead over Jasmine Paolini. We will likely head over to that one here after the conclusion of this first set. You can sense how quiet it is inside of Arthur Ashe Stadium as well. It's not a lot of drama yet.
Similar to last night, they were a little distracted with the, it was a kind of a one-sided result as well. Djokovic.
Second serve, good. Chip lob return lands good from Alcaraz. Overhead from the baseline lands good from two, who now has a backhand slice. Alcaraz run around, forehand to a two, forehand cross. Alcaraz forehand rolled up the line, two, goes backhand through the middle and misses well long. It's love 15. Right now we're at total points 23-8. Not ideal.
Lopsided.
Yeah. And so, yeah, as a result, this crowd, just, a little bit more about the atmosphere than what's happening on court for them at the moment. To serve into the net. Second serve upcoming at love 15. Toss, serve, good. Alcaraz backhand up the line. Lob from two. Alcaraz to the net. Easy finish. Just barely clearing the net, but puts that into the stands. And it's love 30.
And he has obviously hit with players that are inside the top 100, top 50. He potentially, when the summer of tennis in Australia begins in January, he's hit with some marquee players. But practice is very different from actual match play, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Especially in front of a crowd like this in the biggest stadium in the world. Love 30 second serve, good forehand to Alcaraz, who now has a backhand slice. Two, backhand slice cross court, run around forehand from Alcaraz, just misses long. Trying to go big forehand into the deuce corner, misses by a couple of inches. It's 15-30.
And Mark is still watching there. That was an incredible backhand slice by Lee too. So that the shot is there. I'd love to see him play it a few more times.
Serve, 15-30 is good. Alcaraz back into a two, run around forehand. Alcaraz goes backhand up the line. Two, running forehand cross. Alcaraz forehand up the line. Two has to chip that back off the backhand side. Alcaraz backhand meets it. We reset the point. Forehand to forehand we go. Two steps in. Drop shot off the forehand side lands good. Alcaraz redropper. Two there with the volley lands good for 30 all.
And that was a well-played point by two. Matter of survival right now. Had to defend, absorb a bit of pace, and then just finishing with a volley into the open court.
Yeah, he's got pretty decent hands, and you've seen him try to manufacture a couple of opportunities moving forward into the box to get up there and apply some pressure himself, but just really, and understandably, against a guy like Carlos Alcaraz, struggling to do so. 1-5, 30 all, serve two, good. Chip return, lands short, two, puts that away into the deuce corner off the forehand side. And a game point for Lee, two.
It's a lovely serve there, just tucked into the corner, went up the tee, the middle, so it just didn't create any angles for Alcaraz. Backed it up with the +1, the forehand.
So looking to put together a couple of holds in a row. Serve for two netted. 40-30. Right at that 50% mark for serve percentage. Second serve for two. Good. Alcaraz shanks a forehand into the crowd. That ball is not necessary. We've got a ball change as well. Hopefully the fan keeps that one. She looks very excited about that possibility. But two gets it to 5-2 in the first set. Let's get an update from Armstrong, this highly anticipated first round matchup between Bianca Andreescu and Jasmine Paolini. For the update there, it's Gil Gross. Gil?
Mike, I think we're going to see a lot of breaks of serve in this match. Both of these women are impeccable baseliners. Their serves are gettable. And that's exactly what Andreescu did on Paolini's second service game. She's swinging really, really big on the return of serve. And she landed a couple in that service game to get Paolini. So she's up the break 3-2 right now at a change of ends, kicking off this Armstrong night session.
Yeah, and Gil, I noticed, we have it on in one of our monitors as well, Jasmine looked a little bit annoyed at a couple of moments early in this one. We're so used to that incredible infectious smile, but seems to be a little bit of a struggle here early.
I agree, and I'm watching that carefully because I think the question for Paolini, watching her over the summer, where everything almost felt gravy. Now, she's north of age 25. She hadn't ever finished a season inside the top 50. She won the Dubai 1000. It was a complete surprise. And it almost felt like there was zero pressure on her because she never expected any of this to happen.
Yep.
And you could see that in her mental approach. Can she sustain that, or is it going to start to change now that she's the number 5 seed coming into a slam?
Yeah, that expectation level is a completely different beast, no doubt about it. Thanks so much, Gil. And we'll likely be calling some of that here over the next couple of minutes. Right now, Carlos Alcaraz trying to close out this first set. And Mark Lucero, we just got a little bit of a look. There's some strapping. There's some tape around either the quad or hamstring for Carlos Alcaraz on the left side. Have you noticed that as well? It doesn't seem like there's been any movement issues, has there? We'll check in with Mark in just a couple of minutes. Alcaraz here serving for it, 5-2. Go ahead, Mark.
He was wearing it at Roland Garros at the back end of the tournament and for a number of matches at Wimbledon as well. So an ongoing issue.
Forehand to forehand right now. The first point of this 5-2 game, and 2 dumps the forehand into the net. That is that weaker side where you can see him kind of lose the plot from time to time. This warm and muggy night in New York City. Going to be even more warm and muggy tomorrow. Temperature is going to be nearing 100 degrees. Serve for Alcaraz, 15 love, serve good, return short. Alcaraz dropper is perfect for 30 love.
A big first serve. Going into the body forehand, and the return is just up the middle of the court, quite neutral, and then Alcaraz, just plenty of time. Had options.
Set points here for Carlos Alcaraz, getting a missed return from Lee 2 for 40 love. Yeah, 3 set points, 27-12. Total points in this first set at the moment. Set point for Alcaraz into the net with his serve. 11 winners to 2 unforced errors for Carlos so far. Second serve good, 2 backhand cross. Alcaraz chips a backhand to a 2 backhand slice up the line. Alcaraz rolls a forehand to a 2 backhand slice back up the line. Alcaraz forehand, 2 goes backhand across. Alcaraz big forehand with pace and now steps in forehand through the middle. 2 inside out forehand to an Alcaraz backhand cross. 2 run around forehand inside out. Alcaraz has to chip that. Swinging volley from 2 misses well long, and Carlos Alcaraz takes set number 1. 6-2. Mark Lucero, this is one of those, listen, the atmosphere in there from where I'm at seems very flat and understandable with this type of a match. Do you see anything that gives you kind of hope for Lee 2 to really get into this match at all?
It's so hard because a player like Alcaraz doesn't let 2 get away with anything. Any ball that's left short, Alcaraz is so quick up to short balls, and he's punishing anything that's not, really a world-class shot. There's just enough variance, like in the 2 shot quality, that he just, like I said before, he has a hard time getting ahead in points or staying ahead. I'm curious actually what Mark thinks. Have you seen many players that get up to short balls as quickly as Alcaraz?
No, it's a good point, isn't it? He swiftly moves onto that short ball, and there's no breathing space generally against some players. There's that little out, isn't there, Mark? But not so against Alcaraz. And for Lee 2, he's probably feeling like he's just played 3 sets already.
Yeah, and it's he's got a couple more to go. We'll see if he can turn things around. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll go inside Armstrong for Andreescu and Paolini here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Woodford. Moving over to Armstrong for Andreescu and Paolini. Mark Lucero courtside for us, and will keep us updated on Alcaraz and 2 as we come inside Armstrong in the midst of a deuce game on the serve of Bianca Andreescu, who leads 3-2 and has the advantage over the 5 seed Jasmine Paolini. Amazing to think about the fact that Bianca Andreescu only 24 years of age. Feels like she's, you know, just how long she's been around over the last couple of years, the impact she had, again, 2019, that range, feels like she should be 30 at this stage.
Exactly. That is surprising to me, 24.
Forehand from Andreescu to a runaround forehand Paolini. Andreescu goes backhand, rolls it to Paolini. Big forehand into the deuce corner. You hear the roar from Jasmine Paolini as she gets things back to deuce.
Just on our screens, cameras have moved on to her coach, Renzo Furlan. Fine player in his own right, and he is the one that's been guiding Paolini.
Gold medalist, of course, at the Olympics on the doubles side. Paolini, Andreescu serve up, and he is clean. It's an ace. Second of the night for Andreescu.
And Mike, you mentioned earlier when we came over and had an early look at this match, and you're talking about Paolini and how she has to, you know, the expectations now, and it's moved from hunting to being hunted. The same has actually gone through experience for Andreescu.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
So that they could have a healthy conversation.
I bet they could. Yeah, that 2019 run where she won Indian Wells seemingly out of nowhere. Then later in the year winning Toronto and the US Open. And then all of a sudden she's at the top of our consciousness. And again, yeah, very similar run.
And that year started for her in Auckland. She actually came through qualifying and made it all the way through to the final. I'm not sure if she won the tournament. I was there commentating, but it was a surprise packet. But that was the turning moment for her. Obviously, you know, the success that she enjoyed later in the season.
And you know, we're going to be left to wonder, as we haven't been able to see her really go through a full season since then with all the various injuries that she's had. And she's talking in pre-tournament press about the fact that she wants to give everything she can to tennis because she realizes the impact she can make off of the court, specifically in some of her mental health initiatives. Her serve is good. Paolini rolls the forehand to an Andreescu forehand rolled. Paolini steps back, big inside-out forehand. Andreescu goes forehand into the deuce corner. Running forehand from Paolini. Volley from Andreescu will miss wide into the ad corner. We go back to deuce. We are 25 minutes into this one with Andreescu leading 3-2 here. Andreescu already with 11 unforced errors to 7 winners. 3 winners, 5 unforced errors on the Paolini side. But certainly anticipate that Andreescu is going to be the one taking a few more chances. We mentioned they've already played twice this year. Paolini winning at Wimbledon 6-1 and winning at Roland Garros earlier in the year 6-love in the third. Deuce once again, serve good from Andreescu. Paolini back into an Andreescu forehand into the net. Paolini's going to have a break chance. This is the second of the day for her. Obviously 0 for 1 so far, the diminutive one. Opportunity in front of her. I don't even know what color to call that outfit. Maybe a little bit of pinkish, salmon-ish, somewhere along that line. Woody, big fashion guy, Mark Woodford. Serve is just long from Andreescu. Second serve upcoming. Talking to herself as she waits this return. Serve from Andreescu into the net. Breaks have been traded, and we are at 3-all after that double, which was the 4th of the night for Bianca Andreescu. And Woody, when you have a player who just hasn't been able to keep up a very healthy full year, it's hard to play in spurts and starts and stops and just really can't get a lot of rhythm and momentum.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, you were talking about Paolini. She was talking to herself.
Take your seats quickly, please.
Movement still in the crowd there trying to get to this match. But Paolini's probably aware that Andreescu is, you know, up and down, in and out with her playing days. And it's those moments where you falter, the key moments.
Backhand from Paolini, just completely mishit for love 15. Pretty unusual as well to play the same person 3 slams in a row early in the tournament. It's one thing if you think about, say, I don't know, you have a couple of players you know are going to meet later in a tournament. But meeting the same player 3 times in 3 slams early in tournaments, it's pretty rare.
I actually played Leighton Hewitt 5 consecutive weeks in a row.
No kidding.
Yeah.
And?
It was not a good result for me. But on the 5th one,
yeah,
when he thought that it was going to be a breeze, that's when I inflicted defeat upon
All right, one out of 5 is not bad. We'll take it.
I know. I mean, that's uncanny, isn't it?
It is.
It started at the beginning of the year in Adelaide, in our hometown. And then for the next 5 weeks, I wasn't happy.
Not good. That's why they randomize things in theory. Andreescu just missing on a forehand side for 15-30 now in the Paolini serve.
I wonder for Andreescu, and through these periods where she's been in and out with her game and handling injuries, Mike, whether her game now has changed from when she arrived in 2019 and that fantastic year winning Slam here at the US Open, to wonder if you put 2 Andreescus against each other, if there was any variation.
Second serve, big return, missing just long, was well inside the court. Yeah, that's obviously aggression, such a big part of her game, but I would imagine the movement is not as sharp as it was pre-injuries. Again, it's been ankle, back, and pretty much every part, knee, shoulder. You're just not going to be able to play at the same tempo that you were early in her career. Off the net and long on the first serve of Paolini. Second serve upcoming for Jasmine. 3-all, 30-all. Second serve good. Andreescu goes backhand with depth, but too much of it.
40-30.
So game point here for Paolini, looking for a lead after being down a break for the last couple of minutes. Got much more depth on the points right now on Armstrong. Serve into the net from Paolini. Second serve upcoming. She's serving just 42% so far. Actually 40 after that miss. 8 of 20. Second serve. Good. No, just long. Double fault number 1. We're at deuce.
So I think that, some tension between these 2 ladies, obviously knowing each other from the 2 previous encounters this year, but tough moment at that 7th game, 3-all, locked in at deuce. But no doubt Paolini, she can hold here and then get around and have a crack at Andreescu's serve.
This return from Andreescu into the bottom of the net. Good body serve there from Paolini. So she grabs a game point here. Toss goes up here from Paolini. Is off the net, so she'll get another opportunity here. Despite that out call from the electronic line calling. Again, first serve here, 30 minutes into this one. That one definitely netted. Andreescu for the first serve, standing right on top of the baseline. Might take a step or 2 inside of it for a second serve. Indeed, she does. Gets a backhand, goes up the line, clean winner for Andreescu. Back to deuce.
Timed it nicely. Very ominous with the positioning inside the baseline, but what I loved, Mike, is that when she was ready to strike the ball, her weight was still moving forward up towards the other end of the court, the general direction, just to add a little velocity to the return.
Third return winner of the night for Andreescu. Deuce number 2, serve long from Paolini. And definitely some alarm bells going off with these missed first serves from somebody who doesn't go for too much on the first serve. Second is good. Andreescu forehand with good depth. Paolini tries to block it back. Misses long. It's a break chance for Andreescu, who's 1 of 1 so far here tonight. black Nike visor, does Andreescu. Light purple number for her. Serve, Paolini into the net again. Below 40% for the night. Second serve for Jasmine Paolini. On this break chance for Andreescu, serve good. Andreescu back into netted. About 3 feet inside the baseline. Got up a little bit on her, but just an inexcusable miss there. 5 minutes and 36 seconds into this game. Back to deuce.
Yeah, given that she's had a good rip at the last 2 points with second serves, returns were high quality.
Serve. Good out wide. Chip return into the net. Really good slice serve there from Paolini for a game point.
Paolini.
Serve for Paolini. Toss is good. Backhand return just catches the line for Andreescu, who steps into a forehand inside out clean into the ad corner as we go back to deuce once again.
Oh, the last 4 points, really the return of serve by the Canadian. Come on, not cleanly struck, but the intent was there. Very deep return and able to put Paolini on the defense immediately.
Number 4 backhand return to a Paolini backhand. Andreescu backhand cross. Paolini tracks it down, goes backhand cross. Andreescu backhand rolled middle, and Paolini responds with a missed inside-out forehand. It's going to be another break chance for Andreescu for third of the night. Right now, Woody, the average rally length in this one, 2.45.
Well, maybe that's the game plan of Andreescu, is really to not allow any rhythm to build up in the Italians' game.
Serve off the net and long. These very tightly wound nets this year, the 2024 U.S. Open. Second serve on the break point. Good to a forehand for Andreescu. Paolini forehand middles into the net. And you hear from both women as Andreescu has gone back up a break. 4-3 into a ball change on Armstrong. It feels like it's a little bit of a different match over on Ash, as we're early in the second set there. Mark Lucero is courtside for us, and it just feels like it has a little bit more competitive feel in the second set.
Yeah, Lee Tu has seemed to really settle in. He looks more relaxed visibly. He held serve twice. We're on serve at 2-all. This game, he actually had a love 30 on the Alcaraz serve. It's funny, as Lee Tu has relaxed, it looks like Alcaraz has relaxed too. He started to spray a few balls, and he's not quite playing with that same tempo as he was early in that first set.
And Mark, I did notice it during the last changeover. I don't know if you were able to hear it, but Lee and Carlos Bernardes, the chair umpire, with a little bit of a joking around as well. It just feels like a different Lee Tu in this second.
Yeah, he started to just get used to the speed of Alcaraz. He's changed his positioning up. He was playing a few points further back from the baseline, and he's getting more consistent depth early in the points, which I think is extremely important.
Yeah, no doubt about that, but good to see Lee Tu into that one as we move back over to Armstrong here. Andreescu retying the shoes. She's got some new balls coming her way as well. Samsonova, the 16 seed, with a 2-5 win over Huang of China. Again, lots of great action. We've still got a slew of courts still in action. 13 courts in play right now into our second night session. Christopher O'Connell, another Aussie, 4-3 so far, 2 sets to the good over Nico Jarry. That would be a stunner to see O'Connell come through.
Yeah, given that Chris has really struggled this this preparation with a shoulder injury. Of course, your friend, I know that you absolutely have a high level of thought for his coach, Marinko Motosevic.
I spent some time with Marinko before he went into the wilderness. And he did actually, literally go into the wilderness. But again, that is a book that needs to be written, the career and life of Marinko Motosevic.
I've tried to encourage him to move into some media, but he has drawn a very firm line about not doing any media.
Yeah, he needs to. We need more.
I think we just need to loosen him up.
Okay, I'll get him on my podcast and we'll see.
If
I think I might.
If you're able to, you would be the only person that has successfully done that.
Woody over here knows that I ball kidded for Marinko Matosevic once, and that was quite a night.
And that would be a chapter in his book about how you ruined his game as being a ball kid.
I heard some words that day. Forehand from Andreescu into the bottom of the net. It's 30-15 here in this 4-3 service game. A little bit of a look there from Bianca after a wild miss for her. Yeah, the unforced errors here, and again, we're in game number 8. She's at 16. My math says that's 2 unforced errors per game on average at this stage, but again, with the lead, she'll take that. That's part of the aggressive style.
Yeah, with the -6, so if she can keep that space, keep the amount of winners going.
Volley.
Oh, my goodness.
Unbelievable touch there. Even Paolini's impressed. Andreescu comes up with a no-look, off the ground, backhand volley that goes over the net and spins back. Wow.
So here's my theory on a point like that. I mean, we're now being able to look at the replay. I firmly believe that a player, and I'm not saying that Bianca doesn't like being up at net, but a point like that generally happens when a player just stabs at the ball. They're not they have no idea where the racket face is. They just kind of put it there. And America's a real volleyer, I don't think would have actually been able to execute that point. Does that make sense?
I completely. Yeah, that's something you're going to be able to do that with skill, knowing exactly what you're trying to do. She did not try to do that, just has to hope.
Yes.
Yes.
I understand. But we see points like that time and time again, back spinners, and they're kind of like, I mean, a real volleyer, it's really hard to hit an absolute back spinner when your leg's going north and your right leg's going south.
30 right now, backhand to backhand. Now Paolini stepping into a forehand, running forehand from Andreescu is netted. It's another deuce game.
But I also think the value, it's a volley like that winning a point. The umpire should say that is worth 2 points.
I agree.
Yeah. Or at least you can have the game now.
But then we'd start to have players who actually try to do it to win 2 points.
Yeah.
Maybe you should create your own tour with trick shots. Just get Bublik, and then you can start from there. Nick Kyrgios will join as well. Deuce now in this 4-3 service game for Andreescu from the far side. Serve, tee, good. Short return. Andreescu goes back into a Paolini forehand rolled. Andreescu forehand rolled to a backhand here for Paolini. She goes cross. Andreescu backhand up the line to a running forehand Paolini cross. Andreescu forehand cross. Stretch from Paolini. Throws up a lob. Andreescu big swinging volley into the ad corner as she grabs a game point.
There's a bit more.
Just fought off a break chance. Back to Deuce over there.
Bit more willingness of the Canadian up her end of the court to just go for a bit more. But there's more weight of shot. Paolini at this stage being behind a service break is just trying to get the ball back with height and depth. But it's providing an opportunity for Andreescu to consolidate the break now.
11-shot rally. That is the longest so far of the night here on Armstrong. Serve, Andreescu, good. Paolini backhand up the line. Running forehand from Andreescu. Missed into the bottom of the net. Again, just a fantastic target from Jasmine Paolini. Back to Deuce we go.
Yeah, it's a time where, a moment right now in this match that Paolini just needs to rely upon being 2-time Grand Slam finalist. Try to use her experience, her big match experience that she has tasted this year.
And a gold medalist. Don't you forget that,
right,
sir.
Yes.
Serve from Andreescu. Deuce good. Forehand return to Andreescu forehand. Paolini goes back and up the line to Andreescu. Forehand kind of lost her balance. Her right foot just kept sliding, and that ball misses into the bottom of the net. Break chance now for Paolini. And you could hear that frustration there from Andreescu, tapping her racket onto the ground in frustration. Shaking off her right hand as well. Might be a little bit of sweat as well on this humid night in New York. the night. This is the third break chance for Paolini. She's 1 of 2 so far. Serve from Andreescu is off the net and good. Another one upcoming. That bright yellow frame on the Andreescu racket. Neon yellow, one of the colors of the Open this year. Racket as well. Serve good. Paolini forehand misses the return into the net. And her frustration towards her team as she goes back to deuce.
And we've just had glimpses of this first set, but already it seems to me, Mike, that Paolini is just struggling with the pace of the court. That she just hasn't made those adjustments. Again, the weight of shot seems like it lies with Andreescu.
Serves good into a backhand Paolini. Andreescu forehand up the line. She pushed that one wide. It's going to be another break chance for Paolini. 7 minutes on this game right now. Multiple extended deuce games already in this first set. As Paolini bouncing around, waiting for this return. 1 of 3 so far on her chances in the set. Serve from Andreescu, good. Paolini backhand through the middle. Andreescu rolls a forehand with depth. Paolini steps back inside out forehand to an Andreescu backhand cross. Paolini backhand cross. Andreescu backhand to a Paolini backhand middle. Andreescu rolls a forehand, good. Now steps into a forehand, goes inside in, it's perfect. Into the deuce corner from Bianca Andreescu as we go back to deuce.
Another heavy ball striking rally. Andreescu, the first one to pull the trigger on a shorter ball offered to her by Paolini.
It's her 12th winner, 13th winner of the night. 6 of them have come off of that powerful forehand. She's up against the serve clock here, down to 5, just starting her motion. 3, 2, toss goes up with 1 second left. Serve just long, trying to go tee. Serve here for Andreescu, good. Paolini backhand to an Andreescu backhand. Paolini steps into a forehand cross. Andreescu matches. Paolini rolls forehand into the net off the forehand side. Andreescu with a game point.
Advantage, Andreescu.
So the team for Andreescu saying he loves that forehand, wants to get into that matchup in particular here tonight. Again, 6 winners off that forehand side. That does come with 9 unforced errors on the forehand as well. Game point for Andreescu. Serve good. Paolini backhand middle. Andreescu forehand is netted. And that is kind of the trade-off. You're going to get the ups. You're also going to get those downs.
Yep. Yeah, and again, the winners to unforced errors ratio, 13 from Andreescu, 18 in the unforced errors. So she's still within that half dozen range, which is acceptable. Only 3 winners from the Italian.
Andreescu again taking her time. She is right up against that serve clock every single motion. With 1, she throws up her toss at deuce. The net and long. Second serve upcoming. 45 minutes into this one. She's serving 72% on the night as well. Second serve for Bianca. Good. Paolini forehand rolled short. Andreescu inside out forehand in behind it. Paolini backhand pass just misses on the cross. That was the 9th net point for Andreescu on the night. 7 of 9. Very good percentage there. Trying to continuously apply pressure. She grabs a game point.
Here you go. Ready for ball 3 here. Come on.
Ready for ball 3. Typically you think about ball 2, right? That first ball off the ground.
Is he thinking with it like the serve, the return, ball 3?
Okay.
Yeah.
Serve good. Forehand rolled by Paolini. Andreescu big forehand to a Paolini rolled forehand that misses long. So Andreescu does get the hold and extends the lead to 5-3. Again, lots of great action around the grounds here. We'll come back into Armstrong in a couple seconds, but I think we'll bring in Mark Lucero here first. And Mark, did I see a cheeky little underarm serve from Lee 2 a few minutes ago?
Your eyes were not deceiving you, Mike. That was on a game point for Lee 2. It was a very difficult hold. The crowd actually really liked it. No smile from Carlos Alcaraz. He looks like he's ready to try to put his foot on the gas pedal right here.
And it seemed to, did I also see Lee 2 apologize to Carlos after the game to boot?
Yeah, I think he was picking up on the vibes coming from the Alcaraz side of the court.
What are you seeing tactically that Lee is doing a little bit differently here in the second set to keep things competitive? It's Alcaraz serving 2-3.
Yeah, he's moved off the baseline. I think he's given himself a little bit more time because his speed of ball when he's taking the ball early is just not enough. He's drifted from the baseline just enough to have time to take a little more swing. Mike, he's fighting for his right to hit that inside-out forehand.
All right, thank you so much, Mark Lucero, keeping us updated on Alcaraz and 2 on Ash. We've also got one we haven't talked about yet, just in terms of one of the highlight matches here tonight. A really good one on Grandstand. Raducanu and Kenin. Let's go to our own Gil Gross. Gil?
And Mike, so far the scoreline is surprising. It's Sofia Kenin up a double break, 4-1 in this opening set. I say it's surprising if you just look at recent form for the two. Raducanu has won multiple matches at each of her last 4 events. That's Nottingham, Eastbourne, Wimbledon, where she made the 4th round, and Washington, which is the last event she played, won a couple of matches and lost in the quarters. Sofia Kenin's had a tough year. She is 7-19 in 2024. So just based off of that, Raducanu comes into this one the favorite, but she's down 4-1.
All right, thank you so much, Gil, who will be keeping us updated on that one, our incredible rover. Other scores from around the grounds that I think we're keeping an eye on. Bellucci, 6-4, 4-5 on serve with Stan Wawrinka.
I think we should send Gil over to
15,
court
13.
13. I wonder why. Go on.
And maybe have him give us, see if he could get some comments from Wawrinka as a way of introducing, I should say, Wawrinka into this media kind of mind that we're talking about.
So Marinko Matosevic, coach for Christopher O'Connell, who's down a break to Nico Jarry in the 3rd set, but up 2 sets to love. Mark Lucero says he also was a ball kid at one point for Marinko Matosevic.
Oh, Wawrinka would have been trying to, I'm sure, hit Mark Lucero as he was trying to hit you, as you were the ball kid for his match.
Okay, so by the end of this fortnight, we're going to get Marinko in here.
But wouldn't that be exciting to see how Wawrinka, how he responds to Gil? Like, Gil, please, Mr. Matosevic, can we just have an update?
In the middle of the match.
On the change of ends.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can make that work. Let's go back inside Armstrong, because as we pop back in, it's actually a set point for Bianca Andreescu. Paolini serving here 3-5, now 30-40. Andreescu actually bent over here for a second, trying to grab some air. Paolini serving, set point down. Serve from Jasmine to the inside, good. Andreescu forehand to a Paolini, rolled forehand off the baseline and good. Rolled back by Andreescu, Paolini forehand cross. No coming back on that one. That is clean from well behind the baseline from Paolini. To deuce we go.
There's been some big forehands in this game from Paolini. She opened the game with a massive forehand cross court, and this one certainly was another big one cross court, having to play it up above head high.
Paolini, deuce good. Andreescu forehand to a Paolini forehand. Up the line into the ad corner. 2 straight forehand warners from Jasmine Paolini to grab a game point.
And there's the difference of the first serve for the diminutive Italian. Being able to get her opponent off the court and then utilizing the forehand into the open court.
One of the most basic plays you can have. That serve out wide and into the open court. Game point for Paolini. Serve good. Backhand from Andreescu up the line is a great one. And Paolini just missing with her forehand response back up the line. We go back to deuce.
So not a bad serve that well placed into the body, but the return of serve by Andreescu, just catching Paolini a little flat-footed, and that's where, to me, it stands out that she's just not able to, she's not comfortable with the pace of the court. She's not reading the ball.
In return from Andreescu, misses well long. That jammed her. She couldn't do anything as it got into that left hip. So game point here for Paolini. In all of these games, despite the fact that we're still under 3 shots for the average rally length, the games are lengthy. We're getting into a lot of deuces in this first set here. Paolini, the game point serve is long. Back to 50% for her serve percentage. 20% difference in her winning percentage. First serve versus second. Second serve, good. Andreescu forehand through the middle. Paolini forehand to an Andreescu forehand cross. Paolini has to roll a forehand to an Andreescu backing up the line. Paolini forehand cross. Andreescu has to chip that back. Lands good. Paolini forehand cross. Andreescu again. Squash shot. Misses well long, and Paolini gets the hold. The first set's going to be on the racket of Bianca Andreescu. We come back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Coverage of the U.S. Open presented by American Express. We are at the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, and just seeing that Billie Jean King herself has arrived. She's keeping an eye on Alcaraz in 2. Carlos has just gone up a break in the second, 4-3. Mark Woodford joining me here inside the broadcast booth. Mark Lucero's courtside for that Alcaraz 2 match. Gil Gross roaming the grounds as well. Woody, when are you going to get an arena named after you? I mean, listen, I've been to the Australian Open. Why not, what is it, court 2? Is that right? Court 2 or 3? The one that's right in the shadows of... Yep. Yeah, that would be a perfect court for you guys, the Woody court.
The
Woody's court?
Yeah. Doesn't
okay,
really
we got to figure out a
we have to...
Okay, we'll work on it, but I think that should be in the works.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
You're very welcome, Doctor. Yeah. Spies Like Us. You ever watch that one?
Yes,
Doctor?
Exactly.
Doctor.
Love that movie.
Andreescu serving 5-4. I'm going to guess we might be the only ones in this entire building that have watched Spies Like Us. Classic.
I don't think so. I mean, our crew behind for sure have watched it.
Second serve miss from Andreescu. That is double fault number 5. She's trying to close out this first set.
Yeah, and just taking a couple of deep breaths right now on Andreescu. Trying to just calm herself.
Moving quickly to this second point of the game. Love 15, serve into the net.
And a serve that really, there was just no height at all. She came down on it, pulling it into the net. First
Second serve is good. Paolini back in, misses long. That's a bad miss considering the moment.
Yes.
High kicker, did get above the head.
Yeah, and regardless of the outcome of this particular game, I wonder whether Paolini, we might see her just to take a few steps back to return the second delivery of Andreescu.
15-all serve good. Paolini back in is short. Andreescu forehand in behind it. No, she retreats and gets paid. Yeah, it's a tough one for her. Paolini goes forehand cross. Andreescu there. Volley from Paolini into the open court. It's clean. It's 15-30. A little bit of hesitation moving forward there from Andreescu, and she got caught.
Yep, she did. And she had to retreat quickly and allowed Paolini to come forward. And what a well-timed move forward, and the volley so cleanly executed around the service line into the open court.
And a huge fist bump there from Paolini as well. Serve from Andreescu misses long. She's missed 3 of 4 in this game. Second serve upcoming. Adjusts the visor, ready to go with his second. Toss, serve good. Paolini back into an Andreescu forehand rolled. Paolini forehand cross into the net. Shrugs her shoulders. That is again a really disappointing miss for Jasmine Paolini. Yeah, it's a really tough one for her because she's been given the opportunity in this potential closeout game of the first set. All, 2 points away from the set is Andreescu. Serve netted. Second serve, so missing 4 of 5 in this game for Bianca. Second serve for her. That's good. Paolini backhand middle. Andreescu backhand middle. Paolini goes backhand cross. Andreescu digs it out. Paolini backhand crosses into the net. Not quite in the slot, but a very makeable effort. This has been a disappointing game here for Jasmine Paolini, and Andreescu with a set point at 40-30.
Yeah, there are 3 key misses by Paolini, adding to her disappointment and having to draw upon her experience now to see if she can fend off the second set point.
Toss, serve good. Paolini rolls a forehand, lands good. Andreescu forehand to a Paolini forehand cross. Andreescu forehand cross, Paolini goes forehand middle. Andreescu forehand cross, Paolini again forehand middle. Andreescu inside out forehand to a Paolini backhand cross. Andreescu backhand up the line to a Paolini forehand. Andreescu forehand middle. Paolini inside out forehand. Andreescu backhand cross, catches the line. No, it just missed. Very close there. We're going to take a look. Oh my, by the thinnest of margins, 1 millimeter out, and our longest rally of the night at 14 shots, back to deuce.
Oh, major surprise. One that the longest rally is only 14 shots between these 2 ladies, but the second one was how close that was. Love the fact that they have the replay behind the court,
yes,
instead of up on the jumbo screens.
Don't have to crane your neck. Deuce serve into the net. For Andreescu, really poor on the serve here in this potentially closeout game. Second serve upcoming for Bianca. 5-4 deuce. First set action on Armstrong. Second is good. Paolini back into an Andreescu forehand in behind it. Lob from Paolini, lands good. Short little ball for Andreescu, puts it into the corner. Set point number 3 upcoming.
Advantage, Andreescu.
8 of 10 at the net, Woody. That's really good.
Good numbers, and I think that the success rate there is based on the weight of shot that she's coming in behind. She's not giving a lot of time for Paolini to really load up for the attempt of the passing shot, making some of the first volleys for Andreescu.
Deep breath here for Andreescu, who serves with the set point. Good. Paolini backhand up the line. Perfect return winner.
Wow. Just took her time, the Italian. Not rushed with the return. Able to just slide that up the line.
Feels like every game right now on Andreescu's serve is going to multiple deuces. It's a lot of work in her service games right now. Deuce number 2 at 5-4. Serve for Andreescu. Good to a Paolini backhand inside out. Andreescu forehand up the line to a Paolini backhand cross. Andreescu backhand middle. Paolini rolls a forehand middle. Andreescu inside out forehand catches. Paolini leaning out to that deuce corner. Clean winner for Andreescu, and another set point, number 4.
Andreescu.
Hour into this one now. But what a shot here from Andreescu to go big inside outer.
Yeah, off of a ball that was, she was Paolini trying to neutralize her just up the center third of the court, but she's paying the price, the Italian, when she is trying to keep the point going, trying to build that rhythm. It's Andreescu that's able to pull the trigger.
Serve good. Paolini rolls the forehand to an Andreescu backhand cross. Paolini backhand middle. Andreescu forehand cross. Decides to stay at the baseline. She goes forehand cross. Paolini forehand cross. Andreescu forehand cross. Paolini forehand middle. Andreescu goes up the line with the forehand. Misses by the thinnest of margins again. This time long. This time a little bit more space. Regardless, points the same. It's deuce now. Smirk on the face of Bianca Andreescu as we go to deuce number 3. Updates from Mark Lucero and Gil Gross coming here, as there's been drama on both Ash, maybe not so much drama on grandstand. We'll get to it. 5-4, deuce once again. Hour 2 minutes into this lengthy first set on Armstrong. Serve from Andreescu. Good. Paolini running forehand to an Andreescu block off the forehand. What depth on the return from Paolini. She grabs a break chance.
Advantage, Paolini.
Paolini 1 of 4 on the night.
Well, I wouldn't want to be giving her too many opportunities. See if the Italian can come up with another quality return. Of course, Andreescu wanting to find the corner of the box here with the first serve.
Paolini starts about 10 feet behind the baseline. Serve is good. The return through the middle. Andreescu forehand rolled. Paolini steps back inside out forehand. Andreescu forehand into the net. We're back level. Break for Paolini gets us to 5-all. All right, let's get you caught up on these other scores and a bit of drama over on Arthur Ashe. It's been really a bit of a turnaround there. Carlos Alcaraz went up a break, but Mark Lucero, walk us through how Lee 2 has gotten himself back into this second set.
Lee 2 played an excellent return game. He broke back to get to 4-all, hit a beautiful one-handed backhand pass, and then played an excellent game on his own serve, and he's played just well enough to start bringing some inconsistency from Alcaraz.
Midst of a love 15 point on Alcaraz's serve right now, and 2 has gotten it to love 30.
Mike, that's 3 points in a row that 2 has won when Alcaraz has approached to that one-handed backhand. He's really started to dial in, and during that changeover, 2 sent 2 rackets to the stringer. He's planning on being here a while.
Interesting. 9 of the last 10 points have gone the way of Lee 2, and he's 2 points away from the second set.
Alcaraz would want to be careful trying to approach into the 2 backhand.
Of 30. Toss for Carlos Alcaraz. Serve good. 2 forehand through the middle. Alcaraz yanks a backhand. 2 backhand slice. Alcaraz run around forehand into the deuce corner. Running forehand 2 good. Alcaraz backhand cross good. Lob from 2. Alcaraz at the net. Little dump. 2 gets there, but can't come up with it. That was a terrible volley from Carlos Alcaraz. Just kind of pop it into the court as opposed to actually find a finish.
Well, I'd be curious to ask Mark, do you think that it's 2 that has lifted his game, or is it a mix of Alcaraz losing his concentration, Mark?
I think a little bit of both. I think Alcaraz has certainly relaxed enough to help give 2 just a little bit of breathing room. At the end of that changeover, I was also looking at the Alcaraz camp to see what their reaction was, and there were a couple guys standing up looking like they wanted Alcaraz to pick up his intensity.
So Alcaraz forehand to a 2 forehand cross. Alcaraz forehand up the line to a running backhand slice from 2 that lands good. Alcaraz inside out forehand took an extreme angle at that from the ad corner, and he misses into the net. Lee 2 has set points.
And this is what I think that those of us that follow the sport, for Alcaraz, he's had these moments where he just loses his way, and it's I mean, he's got to be coming up with some quality points to fend off these 2 set points, Mike.
So Alcaraz, a lot of worry right now. Serving from the near side, all black. Serve into the net from Alcaraz. You can hear the buzz in this crowd right now inside Ashe. Second serve on set point for Lee 2. Tosses up, serve, good. 2 in behind a backhand. Wow, he tried to rush that second serve and just misses it long. Got into his body. My word.
A kamikaze type of a return again. Mark, is that sitting courtside? Was that did he have enough time to try and chip that return back?
I mean, that was a pretty good second serve. You know, I don't mind the idea of an aggressive play on the set point, but I think you, like what you said, you got to make that return.
Yeah, well, he has to get the ball back into play. This set point, the Australian.
40 serve good. 2 forehand to a chip. Backhand from Alcaraz that lanes good. 2 inside out forehand. Alcaraz backhand cross. 2 backhand slice. Alcaraz run around inside out forehand. 2 slice. Alcaraz in behind it. Volley into the deuce corner. Good. We're at deuce. Both set points fought off.
And look, I've called a number of Alcaraz matches at Roland Garros and at Wimbledon and at the Olympics. And these are the moments where his team, led by Juan Carlos, David Ferrer sitting there as well. But the communication, there is constant chatter from them, providing him direction that it's at times he becomes undisciplined. This is really unusual to see Alcaraz. We would never see that with Nadal, Djokovic, Federer, Murray. They don't lose their way as we've seen Alcaraz do this year in certain matches.
Has a backhand cross, 2 running, throws up a lob. Alcaraz has to retreat for this lob that lands good. Resets the point with an inside-out forehand. 2 forehand to an Alcaraz forehand middle. 2 goes forehand cross that lands good. Alcaraz forehand on the run. 2 backhand slice in behind it. Alcaraz pops it up with a backhand. 2 backhand volleys good. Alcaraz though right there. And he goes big swinging volley into the ad corner and he's pumping his fist, trying to get this crowd. And we get a vamos from Carlos Alcaraz as he's got a game point.
Well, brilliant way to finish the point. Alcaraz with the forehand and finger to his ear. He wants to hear it from the crowd, but we saw his camp and Ferrero has the stone face.
Yep.
He is not happy.
Game point here, 13-shot rally just a second ago. Serve for Alcaraz with this game point. Toss, serve good. Forehand return through the middle. Alcaraz forehand cross 2. Forehand goes middle, catches the baseline, and Alcaraz can't come up with it. We go back to deuce. Great depth on that forehand from Lee 2.
Yeah, that was a bazooka forehand. Very flat, catching the back of the baseline.
5 minutes, 45 seconds on this game for Alcaraz. In this set, Lee 2 has won 34 points to 30 for Alcaraz. 20 net appearances for Carlos as well so far in this match. Deuce number 2 from the near side. Alcaraz serve into the net. Serving at 66% in this set. Dramatic improvement here in the second. Serve into the net though on the second. It's a double fault for him. And another break chance / set point for Lee 2.
And that double fault might be caused by Lee 2 trying that kamikaze move forward on a second serve, trying to take it early and move in. It's extracted the double fault.
Set point again, 2 ready for it. Alcaraz serve, misses long, trying to go T. Lee 2 stepping inside the baseline, right on top of it here for this second serve. 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Second serve, good. 2 backhand through the middle. Alcaraz rolls the forehand to a 2 forehand rolled middle. My goodness, the depth there from Alcaraz, just enough of the baseline, draws the error out of Lee 2. Lee is absolutely shocked, looking for that close call. I don't think he's going to get it since the out call came on his shot. That has to be a millimeter in. Maybe.
If that, yep, that was a quality return. Again, that number 3 seed survives the smallest of margins.
Deuce number 3 for Carlos Alcaraz. 4-5 at deuce. Serve. Just misses long, trying to go body, which is the serve he's used quite a bit on this deuce side here on the night. Second serve at deuce. Into the net. It's another double. Another set point as a result.
And that time, clearly the intent by Tu was to take the ball early on the rise and just bunt it and move forward.
So set point number 4 for Tu. Alcaraz, the serve, good up the tee, rolled back by Tu. Forehand Alcaraz. Tu goes forehand middle. Alcaraz inside out forehand, good. Sliced back from Tu. Another inside out forehand. In behind it, he's not going to have to come up with a volley, Carlos Alcaraz. Tu can't come up with it. We go back to deuce, and Mark Lucero courtside. It feels like a completely different atmosphere inside Arthur Ashe than it was, say, half an hour ago.
It's very tense down here right now. You know, guys, what I can see, the Alcaraz toss is all over the place. A couple feet into the court, 6 to 12 inches, you know, behind the baseline on these second serve misses in the net. I don't remember seeing a top player like this lose that toss that significantly.
Interesting. Thanks, Mark. And I should point out a tie break right now for Andreescu and Paolini. We'll get over there in a moment. Serve Alcaraz into the net. Again, 2 straight doubles into this deuce side. You can hear that groan from the crowd. Tu is inside the baseline. Again, second serve. Good. Tu with the backhand decides to retreat to the baseline. Forehand from him. Alcaraz goes backhand up the line. He misses that wide. My word. The shot selection there, trying to keep things to the Tu forehand, but a wild miss and another set point.
Yeah, I think we're getting glimpses of Carlos Alcaraz, and reminding us that he's only 21. And some of the shot selections, it's not, you don't associate with someone that's won 4 Grand Slams. And
set point, serve into the net for Alcaraz. What does Tu want to do here? 1 foot inside the baseline, 1 foot just behind it for the second serve from Alcaraz, which is good. Tu chip back into an Alcaraz backhand cross. Tu goes backhand up the line. Good! Alcaraz lob is going to miss wide. Lee Tu grabs the second set from a breakdown against Carlos Alcaraz. Best of 5 to best of 3. My goodness, what a moment for the 28-year-old from Adelaide. Mark Lucero courtside, what is the mood like right now in there?
I mean, it feels like a heavyweight fight now. It feels like there is a major league match on our hands. I've been keeping an eye on Coach Ferrero after what Mark was saying, and he's not even looking at Alcaraz right now. The other guys in the box trying to get his attention, make eye contact. Coach Ferrero's just looking around. I think just frustrated and stunned.
Mark, 18 unforced errors in that set from Carlos Alcaraz, and I'm sure it felt like that from your vantage point as well, as just the shot selection quality not there from the world number 3.
Just spraying balls. It's really, you know, and Mark talked about it earlier. It's one of the things when you think about Alcaraz, his highs are so high, but his, you know, when he finds these valleys, you know, that's why he's, I think, struggled with consistency in some ways.
Thank you so much. Mark Lucero will be courtside, and we'll obviously be bouncing around a little bit right now as we've got the drama in the first set. Tie break over on Armstrong. Bianca Andreescu won the first 2 points of that tie break. Paolini won the second 2 points. It's 2-all on the Paolini serve. Forehand to forehand right now. Andreescu rolls a forehand. Good depth on it. Now has to step into a backhand middle. Paolini stepping in. Forehand cross into the deuce corner. Jasmine Paolini has a 3-2 edge on serve in the first set tie break.
It's amazing, isn't it, that
3-2.
the seeded player being able to survive set points, responding from 3-5 down in this first set, and now this tiebreaker is so important for Andreescu. She is able to survive the first set, and obviously still in with a chance, but you would think that if Paolini can squeeze by this first set, then Andreescu, maybe some wounds will appear up her end of the court. Still a ways to go in this tiebreaker. It's 2-3.
It's given a little bit of leeway there. Definitely went over the serve clock. Steps into a forehand inside in. Paolini running forehand will miss long to 3-all. But definitely went over that 25-second mark there. Give it a little extra space.
I wonder whether the chair umpires are just being, you know, conscious of the conditions out there. Obviously, today, they're very humid conditions. Yeah, a couple of seconds extra for players, but then, well, Paolini, it's not like she's been looking at the umpire and kind of pointing towards her watch. So
3-all at the turn, and Andreescu, you mentioned it, the conditions, hot and humid. The temperature right now, as I take a look, it's comfortable. It's about 75 degrees, but the humidity is very high. Andreescu went to her chair during this changeover here and immediately took, I believe you called it the Hoover, the reverse Hoover, where the air is blowing out as opposed to in last night. But yeah, she immediately got that cold air on her face to cool the temperatures down. An hour and 15 into this first set. So Andreescu now switching sides, 3-all from the near side. Service into the net.
Andreescu looks like she is not suffering in these conditions, but certainly sweating a whole lot more than the cool demeanor of the Italian at the other end.
Second serve good. Paolini back into it. Andreescu for an inside out. Paolini back in cross. Run around forehand for Andreescu. Paolini back in middle. It's going to miss long. I think it does need to be said, though, this set much more crucial for Andreescu than Paolini.
I
don't think there's any question about that. They did split in one of their prior meetings this year, that at Roland Garros, and again Paolini won that third set 6-love. She serves here 3-4, far side serve T ace, number 2 on the night, 4-all. Sarah Arani, her doubles partner, is watching this one from the box. Another gold medalist.
Partner, gold medalist.
100 miles per hour on that serve for Paolini. This one misses long and wide, trying to go out wide to the deuce corner. Twirls her racket, does Paolini, before this crucial second serve. At 4-all on the breaker. Serve is good to a backhand Andreescu middle. Paolini backhand middle. Andreescu backhand way long, right in the slot. A very comfortable rally ball, and it's not even close to the court. Paolini to 5-4. It's a bad miss for Andreescu, who's bouncing around right now.
And these are the moments that for Paolini that throughout this year she's experienced, tasted, and survived more often than not.
Hour 18 into this one now. 4-5 serve good up the tee. Backhand from Andreescu up the line. Paolini chips it back into the net. It's a really good serve +1 for Bianca Andreescu to 5-all. Has missed out on a couple of set points, both on Paolini's serve and on her own serve, has Andreescu in this set. Now going to the deuce side in this 5-all moment. Long, deep breath for her, now ready to go. Andreescu, serve into the net, trying to go body. Blows on her hand again, trying to dry it off on this humid night. For Andreescu's second serve, good. Paolini backhand middle, Andreescu backhand middle, Paolini backhand inside out. Andreescu retreats for a forehand that lands on the baseline. Now an inside out forehand, in behind it, lob Paolini, swinging volley, good. Paolini can't come up with it, and Andreescu will have another set point.
Well, I thought maybe the tactics of Paolini, she drifted back further behind the baseline, just giving herself more time to sight the ball, but in the end, it was a willingness of Andreescu to move forward. Caught Paolini leaning in the wrong direction.
It's the 13th net appearance for Andreescu in this first set, winning 9 of those 13 points. Set point number 5 for her. Paolini serving 5-6, serve good. Andreescu forehand to a Paolini, rolled forehand middle, that misses long. Bianca Andreescu on her 5th time, screaming, come on, to this crowd, and they're into it. She takes set number 1, 7-5 in the breaker. Had to have it, and eventually gets there, and it looks like we might have a shoe change for her on this sweaty night. We'll give her a little extra time in between sets 1 and 2. So incredible drama around the grounds.
including over on grandstand. It was a breezy first set for Kenin in the first, and a turnaround now in the second. Let's hear from Gil Gross.
Yeah, absolutely. 6-1 to Sofia Kenin in the first set. And then they exchanged breaks early in the second. Raducanu has just gone up a break, 3-2. You know, Kenin, on one hand, she's played spectacular tennis for the first hour or so of this match. On the other hand, the composure has not been there. That last 2-all service game, it was 15-all. Raducanu hit a net cord winner. It trickled over for a winner. Horrible luck for Kenin. And you could just see her reaction. She actually slammed a ball against the back wall. It was not her only show of frustration, outward frustration in that game. So you have a strange juxtaposition. Kenin is really somewhat in control, but seemingly not of her emotions so far.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. This is what the first couple of days of the U.S. Open are all about. We've got drama everywhere, and we're covering it all here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome to the 2024 US Open, the next chapter of Spectacular.
Mike Cation and Mark Woodford here on that night number 2. Just some incredible action around the grounds. We're down to 8 courts. Keeping an eye on some of the ones on the outer stages. For those of you who know me and how much time I spend at the challengers and getting to watch some of the lower ranked players, some of these matches, listen, Gab Diallo right now is on court number 8. He's got a 2-1 lead over Jaime Munar of Spain and a break in the 4th set. That is a guy who is a late developer out of Canada. Big player, played at the University of Kentucky, still doesn't quite understand what he's doing, coached by Martin Laurando, who's been around for a very long time. Gab Diallo is a guy who I am very confident is going to be seeded at slams in the next couple of years. Whether this is his breakout tournament is yet to be seen, but that's a guy who's got the capability of pulling a major upset because
It's big serve +1 type of a game, and he's one to watch on court 8 right now.
Yeah, he has an offensive game, doesn't he? And the more opportunities to represent his country, and when you play Davis Cup and he's successfully won his singles. Canada have performed very well in Davis Cup competition. It's those experiences to be able to translate it into tour events now, but he does have a highly offensive game, and it's nice to see that he against Muna, that's tough opposition. But 2-1 and an early break in the 4th, that's fantastic for Diallo.
I also told you last night about Mattia Bellucci, a guy who is incredible talent. He has a 2-0 lead with an opportunity against Stan Wawrinka over on Stadium 17.
Yes, I think maybe the conditions as well, maybe not that helpful for Wawrinka.
I would agree, but Bellucci is a talent. That is a guy
you did mention Bellucci.
Yeah. You were not sold.
I was confused. I thought, oh, Mike's a little tired. Is he talking Berrettini?
No.
Or is he talking about Arnaldi?
One of the 8,000 Italians that are in the top 100 now. Went through qualies, but had the rankings been set on Monday, let's just say they changed, he would have been in the main draw.
Yeah.
He's inside the top 100 now. He's got an opportunity also with a 2-1 lead. Zizou Bergs of Belgium over Pavel Kotov, that match over on court 15.
Again, conditions probably for Kotov not that helpful.
Although, listen, early in his career, Zizou Bergs, a guy who really struggled with humidity. You saw it at the Australian Open this year, was starting to put a charge into a match against Tsitsipas and then just truly melted. Almost literally.
Okay. I wasn't aware of that one, but Bergs is dangerous player. What about court 14? They're pushed into the 5th set there.
Yep, Maršan serving for the match there against one of the qualifiers from Serbia, Medjedovic. Serving at 5-4 out there, and Christopher O'Connell, your Australian mate on court 13, down, lost the 3rd set to Nico Jarry, the 26th seed, but we're going to be keeping an eye on that one just for Mark Woodford, if nothing else, on Christopher O'Connell.
I'm still hoping that we can get an interview
with Marinko Matosevic.
With Marinko.
If let's just say Gil, I know, is listening right now. We'll see if he can get over there if Christopher O'Connell wins that to grab Marinko. Just for you. Maybe Marinko can put on the headset, talk to you.
Well, it would be fantastic if we had a camera as well, that we could film it as well as have audio.
Right. You're asking a lot right now, Woody. All right, let's
but
go
I'll go with audio.
Let's go back inside Armstrong. Jasmine Paolini grabbed a break to start this 2nd set, serving 1-love, 15-love. Big swinging volley to get it to 30-love, and not surprised to see Paolini from the jump here in the 2nd set, the little spark plug getting it done early.
No, and Andreescu is probably with great relief that she took that 1st set. So not to say that it's given her time to just relax, but it's the bonus of taking that 1st set.
Backhand to backhand right now. Now Andreescu with a big forehand cross, and Paolini missing the ensuing forehand for 30-15. But yeah, a lot of energy spent there for Andreescu to close out that 1st set. And that often can have that big drop-off early in the 2nd. And certainly that's what you're worried about from her standpoint.
Well, you throw it up the other end that Paolini has had that challenge of fighting back from an early breakdown, pushing it to a tiebreaker. But, can she play another 2 sets at that level, which is what is needed for her? So Andreescu, maybe not unusual to see this set potentially just slide by and see if she can resurrect some form in set 3. But look, we're only 1 game into it. Game point for Paolini.
And she gets it to get it to 2-love. 8-3 points so far in this set. As we get to 2-love, Alcaraz and 2 at 1-all in their 3rd set. So much incredible tennis going on around the grounds here in night number 2. It's a packed house inside Armstrong right now.
Take your seats, please, at the back of the players. Thank you.
Andreescu is waiting for those fans to get seated. Now ready to go. Hour and a half into this one, and it's 2-love in the second. Again, Andreescu pulls off of her service motion, waiting for the crowd to settle back in.
I thought it was continuous, though.
It is, but you're given a little bit of leeway if it's directly behind the player, behind your opponent specifically. The north-south entrances, that's where you have just a little bit of leeway. Backhand, Andreescu rolled, catches the baseline. Now she has to retreat. Backhand again rolled off the baseline. Forehand, Paolini. Backhand from Andreescu goes middle, and Paolini goes inside out forehand. Punches that into the ad corner for love 15. Much better start for Paolini here. 4 winners, 1 unforced error so far in this second set. She's on the right side of things there. +2 for the night. 19 winners, 17 unforced errors. Serve, Andreescu good. Paolini backhand cross. Andreescu backhand middle. Paolini forehand through the middle. Andreescu forehand catches the baseline and good. Now has a forehand cross that doesn't. Misses wide, and this is coming off the tracks in a hurry for Bianca Andreescu. It's love 30 at love 2.
It's a big swing momentum for the Italian. Winning the last 8 of the last 10 points.
Takes a long pause and again up against it with the serve clock. Serve good. Paolini forehand middle. Andreescu can't come up with it. Barely even able to make a step to her left to track that down. I'm actually a little bit worried about the physicality for her right now. There was 0 movement there. Break chances, 3 of them for Paolini. Serve for Andreescu, good up the tee, coming in behind it, gets punished there. That was a huge return into the body, did well just to redirect that ball into the court. Paolini missing the ensuing backhand, but this feels like an onslaught right now from Paolini.
Maybe just totally relaxed Paolini. The ball seems a bit more pop off of the face of the racket.
1540 pulls off of the service motion again. Does Andreescu now serves long, trying to go body. I mean, listen, with Andreescu, you're always just a little bit concerned about the physicality, considering these last 5 years. Serve, good. Paolini back into an Andreescu forehand up the line. Paolini back in cross. Andreescu has to block that back. Drop shot from Paolini. Andreescu there, running forehand, good. Up the line and into the corner. A little fist pump from her. 2 straight points now to 30-40.
Well, a decision by Paolini has to be made last minute, but maybe the drop shot to direction, it shouldn't have gone over to the forehand side. Would have been better placed over on the backhand side. Andreescu almost like was reading that, leaning towards that drop shot already.
3rd chance. Paolini 3 of 8 on the night. Serve good. Paolini backhand cross. Andreescu goes backhand up the line. Running forehand Paolini. Forehand Andreescu roll to a Paolini backhand middle. Andreescu forehand to a Paolini forehand cross. She now has a forehand through the middle. Andreescu forehand inside in, pulls it wide. Jasmine Paolini on a dead sprint to the chair as she gets it to 3-love, 2 breaks to the good for the Italian. What a turnaround quickly here in this second set. We've already mentioned it, but a big turnaround in the second for Emma Raducanu, our former champion. Let's go to Gil Gross for an update on grandstand. Gil.
Mike, Sofia Kenin takes a lot of risk off of the ground on a regular basis. And in the first set, it was finding the court. In the second set, I will give credit to Raducanu. There have been some very impressive defensive displays. She's absorbing the big blows of Kenin very well. But Kenin is making a lot of errors in these extended exchanges. And Raducanu now up 5-3 in this second set, looking to force a third and looking for her first win since winning the title here in 2021. She lost first round in 2022 to Alice Cornet, and then she did not make it to New York last year because she was recovering from surgery.
Yeah, that's wild to think about, Gil, especially for somebody with that kind of success to not have won one here in the last couple of years. That's a pretty crazy stat. How does she look mentally right now? Does she look engaged and really there? I think that is kind of one of those things that a lot of fans, especially over in Great Britain, that what they look for with Emma, right?
I think she looks great mentally. She's been very level-headed. There's been positive displays of emotion. She does look to her box quite often for instruction. I'm not saying that's a negative thing, but it's certainly something I've noticed far more than most players. And she's had such a carousel in her coaching box. So there's a lot of engagement there. That was a beautiful backhand down the line winner that you heard the crowd react to. And Raducanu has 3 set points here at love 40 against the Kenin serve.
All right, thank you so much, Gil. We'll take you back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's 2-2 right now on the serve of Lee 2 at 1 set apiece. Mike Cation, Mark Woodford, Mark Lucero is courtside. I'm checking on social media as Gil was giving us that report from Grandstand. There's a lot of love right now for Lee 2 and just the joy with which he's playing in this match after he kind of settled the nerves early in the second set. He misses a forehand here inside out, and Alcaraz has an opening here at love 30. And Mark Lucero, who's courtside, and that's so important for these underdogs and these big, if you will, mismatches on paper to kind of play with that joy, isn't it?
100%. I mean, usually like the biggest thing in a match like this is what kind of belief do you bring to the court. With no belief, it's really difficult to execute anything you want to do, and then the match can start going really quickly, and all of a sudden you're in this little whirlpool of hurt. He's really done a good job taking his time, settling down, and taking advantage of, some mistakes from Alcaraz in that second set.
Yeah, and that's something we were talking about last night. I know, Mark, you were on other calls last night, but for Woody and I, we were talking about the fact that Radu Albat, that first opportunity to play Novak Djokovic last night, and wasn't able to play with that joy and freedom that on a day where Novak was definitely not sharp. Rolled return from Alcaraz, 2 goes big forehand to an Alcaraz forehand up the line that is missed wide. It's 30-all now.
So Lee is 28 years of age, so 12 years ago he was a member of the Junior Davis Cup team, and I was the captain of the team. There was Thanasi Kokkinakis, Lee 2, and Jay Andrich. And there were times that I felt with Lee, and again, I've hit with him since he was 12, 13 years of age. But the smiles that we are seeing throughout this match, and yes, it's a way of calming your nerves, or perhaps masquerading your nerves. He displayed that at times in practice. And I actually came down hard on him, and I said, listen, you're representing Australia. You don't need to be, making fun of being on the practice court here. This is real stuff. You need to get a hold of yourself. And, if you make a mistake, it's not all laugh it off, and you need to just pull yourself together. He actually wasn't happy that I came down hard on him, but I just hope that, look, he's going to be overjoyed that he's won a set here. He's facing break point now on this particular game, Mike.
Has a forehand inside out to an Alcaraz backhand up the line that misses into the net. That's another unforced error for Carlos Alcaraz as we get to deuce.
So it's nice to have that, to be all smiley and happy and calm yourself down. But he's got to realize right now is an opportunity. This is... reality is you've got Alcaraz that is playing way below his best. It's not all happy, smiley. Let's see if you can, just because you're ranked 180, you don't get a free pass here. Is that too harsh?
No, I think that's right. It's listen, the one word we use a lot in this sport is balance. And that's where you have to have that balance between the joy and the enjoyment of the opportunity, but also buckling down when it needs to be there. He's got a game point, misses his serve into the net. Second serve upcoming for Lee 2 at 2-all. Serve good. Alcaraz backhand cross. 2 picks up that backhand but misses wide. That's a great return with depth. And back to deuce.
I mean, even in the early part of this third set, been keeping an eye on it on the variety of screens in front of us. And there's Alcaraz is still not playing his... he doesn't have to play his best tennis, but he is very scratchy out there. And this is where Lee, you know, if he can just, you know, thread points together, he's obviously got to keep his nose in front by holding serve here, but he was going to get opportunities the way Alcaraz is playing right now. He's just lost his focus after that breezy first set.
Game point here for Lee 2 after a missed return for Carlos Alcaraz. We should point out that Jasmine Paolini has gone to 5-love, 3 breaks up in that second set. So that is going to be headed towards a third set here, 1 set apiece. Game point, Lee 2. Serve is into the net. Second serve for Lee 2 with his game point. Serve is good. Alcaraz back in through the middle. 2 forehand right behind Alcaraz, who misses the ensuing backhand. Lee 2 stays out in front. We are on serve. In set number 3, Lee 2 leads 3-2 on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Lucero is courtside, and we've been talking about that balance for Lee 2 in terms of realizing now that the opportunity is there. And Mark Lucero courtside, what are you seeing in terms of that balance?
Yeah, it's been noticeable, Mike and Mark, the last 30 minutes or so, the game face. Like Lee 2 has the game face on. You know, first set was a little smiley for my liking as well, Mark. But it was noticeable, you know, after winning one of those big games, walk into his chair, the game face was on.
Good to hear. Good to hear. You know, this is a moment for Lee that you want to embrace. You want to take on. You don't want to just walk away, think, okay, well, you know, I'm far away from this level. I mean, if you're going to be a professional tennis player, this is the level that you need to be shooting for.
Yeah, it's on top of it, you think about what the points would mean to him at this stage of the career, the opportunity to get to a new career high, the money that comes along with second round here, as Alcaraz serves 15-love.
And I guess it goes back to how we were introducing the match as well. Does Lee 2 walk onto the court with the guidance from his team around him, with the belief that he can win, or is it, do you set him up to like, well, I can win a set?
Yeah. Or are you just happy to be there?
Right.
Alcaraz exploiting the backhand of Lee 2 in that moment for 30-love. Should point out that Raducanu did take that second set 6-3, did finish it off there, has a 1-love on serve in the third set with Kenin. Andreescu just got one of the 3 breaks back, 5-1 on Armstrong. Gab Diallo just failed to serve out his match against Jaime Munar. Alcaraz served good, back in return to a backhand slice from Alcaraz into the net, and he just immediately knew he missed it. Interesting thought, you know, listen, Juan Carlos Ferrero, that coaching relationship, a lot has been made of it over the last couple of years. Is this the point where he starts being a little bit more vocal?
Well, some of the camera shots that we've seen, that yes, I think he has tried to provide input throughout that most of that second set.
Gets a free point on the serve.
I feel like he wasn't counseling his player. I feel like that maybe it was like, okay, if you want to do it your way, let's see it. So now that he's dropped that second set, I feel like Ferrero's giving a bit more input, and Mark will be able to keep a close watch on that at courtside.
Forehand here from Alcaraz to a forehand cross 2. Alcaraz up the line with the forehand 2, backhand to an Alcaraz inside out forehand with some pace to 3-all. Mark, courtside.
You know, on Mark's point, piggybacking, Juan Carlos Ferrero didn't say much until after one of the games. Alcaraz kind of chirped at the box. You know, he threw up his hands with like a hallelujah after he had an easy hold and said something to the team, and then Ferrero started getting very engaged.
Was it an engaged positively or more coming down a little bit harshly on Alcaraz?
No, I think it was positive, but it was finally like, okay, you ready to listen? Like, now let's listen.
Interesting. Okay. Bianca Andreescu trying to hold to get to 5-2 as 2 goes big serve up the tee. Caught at the line, 15 love. Yeah, right on the tee as we approach the 2-hour mark for this one. 15 love serve at 3-all good. Through the middle with the return, forehand 2. Alcaraz matches. Backhand from 2 through the middle. Big from Alcaraz. 2 blocks it back. Alcaraz inside in forehand. 2 forehand up the line to a backhand cross from Alcaraz. 2 backhand cross. Alcaraz goes backhand up the line, running forehand 2. Alcaraz running forehand up the line to a 2 backhand middle. Alcaraz backhand up the line to a 2 forehand cross. Catches the line. Chipped back by Alcaraz. Short forehand inside out from 2, and Alcaraz can't come up with that one. 2 puts his hand to his ear, wants to hear from this packed stadium as he gets it to 30 love. What's most notable for me on that is we got a picture of the League 2 box, and you could just see Ben Milner, his coach, a massive smile on his face. He's enjoying this moment right now. Amazing stuff right now for League 2. 3-all, 30 love. Toss goes up here from Lee 2. Serve is good. Blocked back by Alcaraz. Drop shot from 2 is not a good one. Alcaraz there, easy forehand into the ad corner for 30-15.
A little ambitious. Choosing to attempt a drop shot. That landed on the service line nicely.
It's not great.
No. Especially after he just, said to the crowd, hey, look at my big forehand.
Serve is good up the tee. Alcaraz rolls a return to a forehand 2. Alcaraz forehand up the line to a backhand up the line from 2. Alcaraz forehand cross 2, tracks it down short. Alcaraz inside out forehand clean into the ad corner. Here comes Carlos Alcaraz to 30-all.
30-all.
Still very stoic, isn't it, Team Alcaraz?
Yeah, one of his brothers is in the box tonight. I believe he has one brother who's playing in juniors right now. What, 13-ish, 14-ish?
I believe so. The one that's here is it generally gets on the court and has it and warms him up, hits with him. Is that the scenario?
Yeah, Alvaro with him here. But yeah, just does give him a little bit of hit from time to time. Inside out forehand from 2, in behind it. Has a short volley and it misses it. Does Lee 2. Carlos Alcaraz with a break chance. Yeah, that was a missed opportunity. Yeah, the team for Lee 2 realizes he's had openings here. And they're telling him just to simply back himself in this moment. Alcaraz 3 of 11 on his break chances tonight. .30-40 in this 3-all service game. Yeah, not surprising to hear that time violation given. Really did take some extra moments here before this massive point. Serve well wide. Not even close to the doubles alley there from 2 in this 30-40 moment. Second serve on this break chance. Serve good. Alcaraz backhand rolled to a 2 inside out forehand. Alcaraz backhand cross, 2 backhand middle. Alcaraz
Forehand, inside in, running forehand to his short. Alcaraz inside out forehand, in behind it, and not going to have to come up with the volley. That was a missed opportunity for Lee 2. From 30 love to a break, and Alcaraz in control now of this third set. Break lead, 4-3 on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mark Woodford up in the booth. Mark Lucero's courtside, back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Carlos Alcaraz in a battle with Lee 2. It's 4-3 now in the third set. Mattia Bellucci just took out Stan Wawrinka. Straight sets, 4, 6, and 3 over on Stadium 17. I warned you about that one. I warned you about it, Woody.
You did. You did. That's why there are streamers and celebration going on in our booth right now.
Gab Diallo has a match point in his match with Jaime Munar. Alcaraz just comes up with a brilliant forehand on a sprint for 15 love.
You could actually have a home run here. Look, Bellucci's won. Gabby Diallo has just won. And Berg's
going to be headed to a fifth set.
Fifth set. So, I mean, you could... Did you go with Chris O'Connell?
That one, I'm surprised he's out in front in the fourth set with a 2-1 lead against Nico.
But you've got 3 for 3 with the others.
That'd be pretty impressive for me, and I probably would shut it down at that point and head back home and not do another night here on US Open Radio if that were to happen. Just no.
Do you do a phantom draw by any chance before?
Oh no, I never. You know what? I never actually pick matches ever because I want things to just unfold so that I don't have a preset thought. That's just my way of approaching things.
Okay.
15 all in this 4-3 service game. Brilliant.
30-15.
Body serve there from Carlos Alcaraz to 30-15.
I know my half of the draw today has been decimated with some of these results that we've seen.
Which one really got you? Who was the one that you had pegged to go late into the draw that is not?
FAA. I thought that he would actually go deep as well as Tsitsipas, which is unusual for me not to go with an Australian and a fellow Adelaidean, but I actually thought Tsitsipas might be kind of ripe to go, even though his record here at the Open I know is disastrous.
Right.
He's just, I guess, backed it up again today with the result.
My concern was obviously with all of the drama with his dad over the last couple of weeks. I just didn't know if his mind was going to be in the right space. That was the concern.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Tanasi was saying in there, as was mentioned before the match, and I think maybe Stefanos actually tried to tag him with one of the balls late in the match.
Okay. I'm sure it's on social media somewhere.
Yeah. Kind of that Greek love.
Love is a word. That we'll use it here. 5-3 is Alcaraz was able to come up with just a little block winner off the forehand wing and consolidates and gives himself a little bit of space here in this third set. Lee 2 has actually coming back to the chair, Carlos Bernardes conversation with him, and they're laughing, they're giggling right now. Oh, he's asking where the serve clock is. He does have a time violation already, right? But he was asking, again, first match on a court like this, where he can look to know when to kind of speed things up in his motion. So it's Lee 2 serving to stay in this set 3-5. This is his first serve tee well long. Diallo 7-5 in the fourth. Impressive win there. Serve good. Backhand from Alcaraz. 2 goes backhand cross. Alcaraz backhand middle. 2 inside out forehand misses long. It's love 15.
Love 15.
2 hours, 7 minutes on the clock for this one. Bianca Andreescu, by the way, did leave the court for a full wardrobe change. Needed to get away from the court. 81-minute first set, 30-minute second set over there. Love 15 serve for 2 is good. Alcaraz backhand catches the baseline. 4-2. Alcaraz running forehand crosses into the net. It's 15 all.
15 all.
Alcaraz saying to himself, get into the court, body momentum into some of these swings. A little bit more defensive from him than we would have expected heading into this match. 3-5, 15 all, set a piece. 2 serving from the far side, serve good. Alcaraz backhand rolled middle, 2 inside out forehand to an Alcaraz backing up the line, 2 running forehand, Alcaraz forehand middle, 2 goes forehand inside into an Alcaraz forehand cross, 2 forehand cross misses long. It's 15-30. Alcaraz within 2 points of the set.
It's interesting. I feel like the weight of shot from 2 end of the court has actually picked up in the first set. It just seemed like he had no way of matching the power of Alcaraz, and I'm not sure whether it's now that Alcaraz has maybe lost his concentration a little bit. Maybe his pace of shot has wavered, but perhaps Mark at courtside might be able to give us some input.
Yeah, I totally agree. It looks like 2 is really letting the forehand go a lot more than he did in the first set.
Misses the backhand into the net, does lead 2, so Carlos Alcaraz will have a couple of set points. He is 1 of 3 on his break chances here in the set, 4 of 12 for the night. Math checks out to 33%.
Yeah, and Mark, I know when you played, when you got tight, how did that affect your game? Was it the weight of shot, or did it affect your legs?
Legs first, then the weight of shot, but I think a big reason why 2 is able to have time to really release on the forehand is Alcaraz isn't taking away as much time as he did earlier in that match.
Right.
Interesting. Big serve there from 2 up the tee to get a cheapie, a free point on that set point for Alcaraz. 30-40 now. Spaniard with an opportunity. 46 minutes into the set. Serve from 2 into the net. 5 of 16 on his second serves in this set. Serve is good. Alcaraz backhand. That's a really aggressive second from 2. The return misses long. We're at deuce now. Yeah, 35% second serve success for Lee 2, and that's not surprising considering Carlos Alcaraz second on tour in terms of his joy in second serve returns.
Yeah.
2 from 2 serve will miss long, trying to go tee there.
But at the same time, that it's providing opportunities for Alcaraz, and he's only 4 of 14 on break points in the match.
Side out forehand from him, and 2 misses the ensuing backhand. Misses it well long. It's another set point for Alcaraz.
See if he can improve the stats here, breaking for the 5th time the number 3 seed.
And the crowd getting pretty engaged here. They love drama. They want their big names to get through. Set point number 3, serve tee good. Chip return lands short. 2 inside out forehand in behind it. Volley from him is into the net. Off the backhand wing. Carlos Alcaraz. 2 sets to 1. 6-3 in the third. And a 4th set is upcoming. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
U.S. Open Radio on night 2 at the 2024 U.S. Open. Gil Gross here on Grandstand, where we have a high-stakes first-round match between Sofia Kenin and Emma Raducanu, the 2021 champion. We're in a third set. Sofia Kenin just held serve to knot things up at 2 apiece. Her father looking on in the box. Emma Raducanu is set to serve in this 5th game of the 3rd set. The crowd mixed here on Grandstand. Raducanu popular from that championship run, and Kenin, of course, the American. Mike.
All right, thanks so much, Gil, who will be talking to the winner of that one. After the conclusion of that match, Lee 2 has left the court, getting a wardrobe change. So let's go inside Armstrong just for a couple of minutes, because it's a pretty pivotal moment for Andreescu and Paolini. The start of the 3rd set. And again, Bianca Andreescu went down 5-love, down 3 breaks, was able to claw one of them back and made it a 6-2 second set. Missed return there from Paolini on a deuce point. But Woody, you can speak to it. When you're down 5-love, everything going against you, and you're just able to get a little bit of momentum, even though you know you're going to lose that set.
Yep.
You just get something back, so you're able to get a little bit of positivity into a decider like this.
Yeah, exactly. It was imperative for Andreescu to at least get on the board late in the 2nd set. As you say, just to be able to get that kind of momentum, or at least draw a line in the sand and start afresh in set 3.
Second serve for Andreescu is long.
And this game obviously will have a level of importance for the Canadian.
6th double fault for her. She essentially squats down to try to just loosen up those muscles there. And again, really looked fatigued early in the 2nd set after that lengthy first. Deuce number 3. Serve, good. Paolini back in through the middle. Andreescu goes back in, cross. Comes up with a clean winner into the ad corner for a game point.
And that's a smart first serve. She really just slowed it down, made sure that it was into play. Caught Paolini by surprise, and the return was short. Andreescu swept on the ball, striking it into the open court.
So the game point for Andreescu. Serve good. Paolini forehand. Andreescu rolls a forehand with depth. Paolini picks it up. Andreescu forehand middle. Paolini forehand cross. Andreescu forehand to a Paolini forehand middle with depth. Andreescu blocks that back. Now has to run for a forehand cross. Paolini goes forehand up the line, but it's into the net. A big hold there for Bianca Andreescu, and again, has won 3 of the last 4 games. It's on serve early in a 3rd, but again, you'll take momentum at this stage for Bianca Andreescu. She gets it to 1-love. Carlos Alcaraz right now, as we again mentioned that Lee 2 has gone for a very lengthy wardrobe change. Alcaraz joking around with his team right now. Meanwhile, Bianca Andreescu, you can hear her there. She actually accidentally sat down after game 1 of the 3rd. That's not allowed. Chair said something. She apologized, but it just kind of shows the So Andreescu is asking for an ice towel there, so clearly the physicality and the humidity bothering her as she starts this 3rd set, and again is trying to stretch right now. She's about to return Paolini's serve.
She'd been trying to control her breathing late in that 1st set even. It was noticeable how she was profusely sweating compared to Paolini at the other end.
Blocked return from Andreescu with a lob, swinging volley from the baseline from Paolini, and she misses wildly for love 15. A little bit baffling there. Really good body serve into Andreescu. Paolini serve from the far side, good. Andreescu backhand middle. Paolini forehand cross. Andreescu digs out a forehand cross. Paolini running forehand, good. Andreescu lob forehand. Paolini has to retreat. Forehand to an Andreescu forehand cross. Paolini chips that squash shot. Andreescu forehand up the line, in behind it, and she's got it to love 30. as she got Paolini stretched. Bit of a clunky point, but again, manufacturing something is the Canadian.
And not giving any territory at all, playing most of her tennis around that baseline. Being able to, when she does play offensively and willing to take that risk, taking time away from Paolini.
Love 30 moment here on the Paolini serve. That serve is good. Chip return, line short. Paolini inside out forehand, clean winner. 15-30. Again, back to basics in that key moment. Li Tu has come back out on court. Fourth set has begun there on Ash.
And in such a rookie moment as well, as he came back onto the court, he could see Alcaraz out there waiting to play, and he kind of apologized. Sorry, I had to go change my gear, and I took a little long.
Forehand to forehand. And Alcaraz actually, just really powering through a couple of forehands right now. But Andreescu here inside Armstrong, grabbing a couple of break chances.
Still breathless.
Yes. It doesn't feel like it's comfortable physically for her right now. 15-40 serve. Paolini good. Andreescu forehand netted.
30-40.
So 30-40. Second look for the Canadian. Getting a lot of encouragement from her team right now. Can't see the dog Coco yet. I haven't seen Coco.
Coco usually arrives at most matches?
Here. Coco is here within the vicinity. 30-40 serve good. Andreescu forehand misses long. Two missed returns on those two break chances. Deuce now. Yeah, there's no question in my mind, Woody, that physicality, I give Paolini the advantage in this third set. And it's definitely showing here. Should point out as well that Kenin has gone up a break in the third on grandstand. Gil Gross is there, waiting for a post-match interview. Serve at deuce is good. Andreescu forehand to a Paolini forehand sprayed inside out. Andreescu shaking her racket towards her team as she grabs another break chance. Third in this game. Very rare hush in this crowd inside Armstrong. Breakpoint number 3, Paolini, the serve. It's good. Andreescu backing up the line, running forehand Paolini. Forehand from Andreescu is missed long. And again, just feels like she's a step slow right now. That doesn't mean she can't find a way, but it feels like she is a step slower at the moment. Really hold for Alcaraz in that fourth set, 1-love. Andreescu, did you see that motion she just made to her team? I'll get to it in a second. Paolini missing the first. Almost like she was saying, should I go cross?
Cross, yeah.
I think is what I took out of that. Second serve for Paolini at deuce, good. Andreescu, big forehand missed into the net. That's a massive swing.
Yeah, look at it. The concept, yes, you go out after the slower paced second delivery of Paolini, but you've also got to keep those feet moving, get that weight going into the returner serve. It's like her feet just stopped moving and she just tried to use her arm, dragged it into the net.
Game point, Paolini serve T good, rolled return. Paolini inside out forehand. Andreescu tracks down the backhand but misses long. And it is 1-all. Those 3 missed opportunities. And Paolini actually with a smile on her face. I think she understands here that the opportunity is there. Again, they played 3 sets earlier in the year. Paolini won that one 6-love in the third. She has to see that Andreescu is struggling a bit physically, and she knows that that is a massive advantage in this third set. So 1-all.
Yeah, so how does Paolini go about that? If you up the other end, you notice your opponent maybe struggling a little bit. Do you try to keep the ball up the middle of the court. That is risky because Andreescu then can actually start to take advantage, create her own angles, or in a true European style, does Paolini go from corner to keep Andreescu off balance?
Missed first serve there for Andreescu, trying to go T, 2 hours and 11 minutes into this matchup. Second serve into the net. It's another double fault for Andreescu. I believe that's number 7. Love 15 quickly. Should also point out Christopher O'Connell, the Aussie, serving for a pretty big upset against Nico Jarry. 5-3 in the 4th set. Kenin maintaining break lead 4-3 in their 3rd set on grandstand. Andreescu at love 15, 1-all. Serve wide. There was not a lot on that first serve. Second serve for her here. That is good. Paolini back in through the middle, misses long. Andreescu, Woody, I'm concerned about her ability to get through this 3rd set and finish this match. I mean, Paolini misses the return, and Andreescu takes a couple of very sluggish steps trying to, again, get those muscles moving, and it's just not there. 1-all, 15-all. Serve for Andreescu, good. Paolini back in inside out to Andreescu forehand. Paolini forehand cross, Andreescu forehand just rolls it over. Now it tracks that down, big lob from her. Paolini swinging volley in behind it and gets the winner. Yeah, it feels like this could be a runaway train right now. Can Andreescu survive? It's 15-30.
Yeah, that's an incredible swinging forehand volley. Certainly for me, I would have played it more of a traditional volley, or even helping, guiding a player, maybe play a less risky forehand volley, but Paolini executed it to perfection.
Forehand from Andreescu to a Paolini forehand cross. Andreescu forehand middle. Paolini goes forehand middle. Backhand Andreescu to a Paolini backhand middle. Andreescu back into a Paolini rolled forehand. Andreescu steps into a backhand cross but pulls it wide and nearly collapses into the court. Well, she is struggling to get back up, Woody. This is bad. She struggling to move back to the baseline here. It's 15-40. She's asking for the physio. So the trainer's going to be coming out here after this game. We get a look at it here. But she immediately, after missing the backhand, nearly collapses. I can't tell you exactly what it is. A foot issue, maybe?
Calf. I feel like that
calf.
Was it maybe a game ago that she was stretching that?
Yes, she was.
That right calf.
Could be a cramping situation. Regardless, break chances for Paolini. Serve good. Paolini through the middle. Andreescu with a forehand inside out, in behind it, swinging volley, good. Paolini there with the backhand volley. Andreescu, Paolini can't track that down. Well handled there from Andreescu. 30-40 now, and again bent over in pain is Andreescu.
So this might test out the time between points.
Yeah, she's going to be really close, although they just turned off the serve clock on court, interestingly. She's at the line, though. She just shakes her head towards her team. Again, how many times over the last couple of years have we seen this for Bianca? It's heartbreaking to watch. 30-40, serve for Andreescu, near side. Serve is good up the tee. Paolini rolls a forehand, short ball. Andreescu misses the ensuing forehand, and again, nearly collapses into the court. Near tears right now for Bianca Andreescu. She hasn't left the court. Paolini looking at her. Paolini has the break, okay? It's 2-1. Andreescu a slow walk to the chair. Paolini, I think, happy to be out in front here, but with a little bit of concern for Bianca Andreescu's physicality. I think we all are, just as it's the story of her career over the last 4 years, is just the health of Bianca Andreescu. So again, some physicality issues. We'll keep you updated on that one, but let's move back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. And Mark Lucero is courtside for that one. And Mark, it's been all Carlos Alcaraz here in this fourth set. Walk us through this 3-love lead for the 3 seed.
Yeah, guys, it looks like the physicality of the match is finally starting to catch up with Lee, too. I've seen some grimaces on his face. I've seen him start to shake out his legs, especially that left leg. It's kind of wandering a little slowly these last few points. And that was, like you mentioned from your court, from Armstrong, it was a slow walk to the bench over here after that last game.
Yeah, that's tough to see. So we'll stay here on Ash, and we are keeping one eye on Bianca Andreescu, who looks, again, hate to say it because she looks like she's nearly in tears here, because this has been the story of her last couple of years, getting ice on both calves. So makes me think it is a cramping issue potentially with the humidity.
Yeah, well,
maybe.
Look, on the previous change, we saw her ask the chair umpire, can we get the ice towels? I need to get ready, you know, for the next change of ends. But she's obviously upset that she's lost her serve there, but she has sat down and not used any of the ice towels that she's requested. Clearly she is distressed and she needs to cool off. The trainers come out, they've spoken to her. It looks like they've given her some electrolyte drink to try and give her a bit of a boost. But again, you know, if you're overheating, take care of yourself. Her mind is absolutely elsewhere at the moment. So I don't really see her surviving this match right now.
And I think that's the case for Lee too, as well, as he just dumps a serve into the net, a second that is just woefully undercooked there. Love 30 in a love 3 game for Lee 2. Toss, serve, good. Alcaraz rolls a backhand to a forehand inside out for 2. Alcaraz inside in forehand missed into the net. It's 15-30 and 2. Again, trying to get his muscles activated. We should point out that Cannon's within 1 game of moving on as well. 5-3 over Raducanu. And most importantly for my tag team partner over here, Dr. Woodford, Chris O'Connell into the second round. 4 sets over Nico Jarry. 6-3 in the fourth. That's a notable upset.
Yeah, no, it's a solid win for Chris, definitely, given some of the injuries that he has had to shoulder. In particular, it has been his shoulder. Well, he has to carry Marinko around as well. So, I mean, that's heavy luggage.
Marinko's I'm going to send a clip of all of the times you've taken maybe just a little shot at Marinko through the day.
I like to, you know, return of serve was one of my fortes, and so I'm just returning a few back at Marinko for what I had to suffer when I was coaching him.
Love 3, 30 all. Forehand for 2 into the deuce corner. Chipped back, squash shot for Alcaraz. 2 forehand in behind it, but Alcaraz coming out with the pass. No! Didn't miss by much there, but Lee 2 with a game point here, 40-30. And again, I think right now he's mentally trying to convince himself that his body can go to a 5th. Game point for 2. Serve, good. Alcaraz backhand. 2 chips a backhand to an Alcaraz backhand slice. 2 stepping in, backhand slice up the line is into the net. It's deuce.
Well, it looked like he just did not want to put any pressure on that right leg to Lee 2. Don't know if Mark is noticing any signs of cramp.
Serve for 2 at deuce off the net and long. Second serve upcoming for Lee 2. That is good to an Alcaraz backing up the line. Backhand slice from 2 to an Alcaraz forehand middle. 2 forehand cross catches the line. Rolled back by Alcaraz. 2 steps into a backhand, but misses into a net. This is what we will call a virtual match point here for Lee 2. Can't afford to go down a second break in this fourth. Bouncing around, trying to move relatively quickly here. Break chance, Alcaraz serve, good. Alcaraz backhand to a 2 backhand cross. Alcaraz backhand cross, slice back from 2, it's into the net, it's 4-love. Mark Lucero, your courtside, tell us what you see in terms of that drop-off in physicality right now for Lee 2 these last couple of games.
Yeah, really no push on the serve. You could even see him when he was, I don't know if the broadcast had him skip into his towel, but very little pressure on his right leg. I actually meant his right. It was my left, his right. And just, not the same amount of flexion, all the typical stuff. Looks visibly tense from here.
All right, thank you so much, Marcus. Alcaraz for love. Bianca Andreescu has gotten back out on court. It's an ace for Carlos Alcaraz here. But Paolini leads 3-1. Andreescu serving over there. 6th ace of the night for Carlos Alcaraz. Serve for Alcaraz into the net. Second serve for Alcaraz is good. Ship return. Alcaraz goes big inside out forehand. And Woody, it feels like he knows this one is done. And just a matter of just getting to that finish line. And
I would think both players know that this match is done.
.30 love at 4 love. Serve, good. 2 with the forehand through the middle. Alcaraz back in cross. 2 throws up a lob. Alcaraz retreats, overhead, good. Into the deuce corner. And game points.
40 love.
Two just, again, a really good showing through sets 2 and 3, but out of energy, and Alcaraz comes up with another ace. As Alcaraz to 5 love here in set number 4. We'll come back for the conclusion of this one. Inside Arthur Ashe, you're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mike Cation, Mark Woodford in the booth. Mark Lucero courtside. Here's the conclusion of this first round matchup for Carlos Alcaraz. A very game lead 2 until this 4th set. Bianca Andreescu is competing. We will go back to Armstrong there in just a couple of minutes. Lead 2 serving. Love 5 has a backhand slice up the line to an Alcaraz forehand cross. 2 forehand cross is good. Alcaraz chips that back short. It's good. 2 with a backhand up the line. Alcaraz forehand cross 2 is done. I love the effort. Has not played a 5-set match, and this is a moment where it kind of shows.
Yeah, exactly. The one time that he played at the Australian Open, that he didn't have to play 5 sets. And it's a different beast altogether.
100%.
Yeah. The idea of getting out there and you're playing to the level you expect yourself to play at a high level when you're facing someone like Alcaraz, and we've certainly seen probably both ends of the spectrum for lead 2 tonight.
Return miss there from Alcaraz as we get to 15:30. So 15:30 for lead 2. Love 5, serve, good. Alcaraz returned to a 2 forehand off the net, good. Alcaraz forehand cross 2, has to track that down, but just can't. Carlos Alcaraz has arrived at match point. He'll have 2 looks. I think applause for Lee 2 after this match is going to be pretty loud. He serves here, 15-40, serve T, good. Alcaraz with a backhand to a 2, backhand up the line. Alcaraz forehand up the line, 2, lob, swinging volley for Alcaraz. No, it's into the net.
30-40.
A little bit of laughter from his brother Alvaro as well, after his brother misses a swinging volley on match point. Kenin, 6-4 in the third over Raducanu. Gil Gross will have an interview with Kenin coming up. Serve from 2. He's just trying to roll it in right now and get to the finish line. Second serve for Lee 2 at 30-40. Match point. Serve is good. Alcaraz backhand off the net onto his side. Deuce now. Deuce laughing. He's on his left legs. Quite literally.
There's that smile like, oh, I have to play another couple of points, potentially another game? I want it out.
So Deuce now at love 5. Serve for 2. Up the tees. Good. Alcaraz backing up the line. 2 backhand slice back up the line to a forehand cross from Alcaraz. 2 forehand to an Alcaraz forehand up the line. 2 lob. Alcaraz retreats overhead. Oh no, he's missed another one. Lee 2 is doing all he can just to get to the finish line and allow the opportunities. The fans are stunned. Alcaraz is stunned. Lee 2 has a game point.
And just not the same amount of footwork. It's almost like he stopped.
Alcaraz shaking his head. He's got a little bit of a giggle to it as well. So game point here. Serve is into the net. Yeah, Lee is ready to get some ice on his body. Second serve's good. Alcaraz backhand cross. 2 with a backhand up the line to a running forehand Alcaraz. Running forehand from 2 is lobbed long. I do have some concern about Lee 2. His right leg, you can tell. That's a hitch in the giddy up. Deuce now. And this love 5 game in the fourth set. Serve, good tee. Chip return lane short. 2 with the forehand cross, and Alcaraz can't come up with it. A fist bump from Lee 2 towards his team. And they're yelling 2. That's not a boo. That's a 2, and he loves it.
Well, we heard some. I thought they were boos after he won the second set, but perhaps that's what they were calling out. Was 2.
The serve from him with game point, just missing wide off of the net. Second serve, good. Alcaraz with the backhand and misses long. Lee 2 has done it. He's avoided the bagel. Listen to this crowd.
Alcaraz.
That is
leads by 5 games to 1
on the face of Lee 2, and these moments for players like Lee are rare. He has accounted very well for himself and deserves that moment. It won't be his match, but he gets that moment. Return through the middle, Alcaraz with the backhand, 2 blocks it back. Volley from Alcaraz, that's a touch of class. Drop volley is perfect for 15-love.
15-love.
I think I heard Mark Lucero yelling 2 as well, and understandably so, Mark. Pretty cool moment for a guy who's been through a lot. Lost his mom a couple of years ago. That has been such a story for him. Alcaraz serve. He's a let. To another first serve here at 15-love. Serve is good, and a short forehand inside out for Carlos Alcaraz for 30-love.
Yeah, and it hasn't been a plentiful season for Lee 2 either. He really struggled in the early part of the year, not posting back-to-back wins for a period of time, and a change of rackets on the grass court season through the month of June, July. That brought about a change of heart, a change of form, and well, we've arrived at this stage. Experience that he'll never forget.
Indeed. But the night belongs to Carlos Alcaraz with 3 more match points. The toss, the serve. Tee is good. It's an ace. Carlos Alcaraz does survive a push from the Australian qualifier lead 2 and is through in 4 sets. 6-2, 4-6, 6-3, 6-1. Carlos Alcaraz, some very kind words there for lead 2, who continues to hear it from this crowd. But Carlos Alcaraz pops back out on the court. Thumbs up to this crowd. He's on to the second round here at the 2024 U.S. Open. Mark Lucero, let's get your final thoughts from courtside on this one.
Hey, first of all, huge props to lead 2 for bringing that level, particularly after a first set that looked like this match might not even make the hour mark. Carlos Alcaraz, though, in the end, showing this physicality that he can take his game to and really challenging the qualifier lead 2 to see if he could match it. Carlos Alcaraz, a chance to come back next round and play better. You know, you want to survive a day like today, kick your feet up tomorrow, get on the practice court, and then come back on Thursday, see what you got.
All right, thank you so much, Mark. Appreciate all your courtside coverage here throughout the night. And maybe have the Beastie Boys sending Mark off. Lead 2 is about, I want to stay on Ash just because I want to hear this crowd send off here for Lead 2. And we're in the midst of a changeover on Armstrong, so he's taking every second allotted to him out on court there. And understandably so, but it's going to be a pretty cool send-off for him. Carlos Alcaraz is changing clothes and getting ready for his post. Oh, he's got
shoes, new kicks.
Those are some very nice sneakers that he's got out there. It's going to throw the watch on as well, but yeah, pretty cool moment for Lead 2. Still taking every second. Now he's got the bags and he's walking off. Let's hear this crowd support for Lead 2. Didn't think he was going to ever have a moment like that, and he does. So Carlos Alcaraz is through in 4 sets. So let's get you inside Armstrong as we get you back into this 3rd set. Jasmine Paolini has been able to maintain this break lead, 4-3 now in this 3rd set. Again, Andreescu physically really struggling right now, but continuing to give it a go. Paolini from the near side, 4-3, serve is good. Andreescu through the middle, Paolini inside out forehand, lob, Andreescu, swinging volley from Paolini, good. Into the deuce corner. The cramping issues continue here for Andreescu. Couldn't even make much of an attempt to track down that ball. It's 15 love. Missing just long after the net cord there for Paolini, so she'll give me another first serve upcoming here. Again, 4-3, 15 love. Serve good. Andreescu rolls the forehand good. Paolini forehand cross, chipped back by Andreescu. Drop shot from Paolini. Andreescu there, big swing. Paolini chip. Andreescu missing. The volley was there. It's on the backhand wing. It's 30 love.
A lot of effort going into that point, and that was unforced error number 12, although I'm not sure we would consider that an unforced error, that final volley miss. She was under a bit of duress.
You would see her look at her team just...
Yeah. What it would have felt good off the face of the racket. It only just missed clipping the top of the tape.
Big return from Andreescu as a swinging volley of her own, and this time clean into the deuce corner off the backhand side. 30-15 now.
You know, I have to say, Mike, I've been watching, this match as the way it's unfolded, and the last time we checked in, I mean, she was really overheating, wasn't she? But she's been tended to over the last 2 change of ends by the trainer and kind of given almost like an ice bath. It's like a rub down, and she just looks a bit more engaged right now, Andreescu.
Big return again off the backhand side, drawing an error from Paolini. I want to say I think that is one of the biggest things that the tours have done, both the ATP and WTA, allowing changeover treatment for players who are cramping. It's not a medical timeout, but somebody out there just to make sure there's ice on those legs so that we don't have some of the scenes we saw in years past with players collapsing on court. It's been a huge change, and I think it's a welcome one. Big spot here, 30-all, serve, Paolini, good. Blocked back by Andreescu. Paolini forehand cross, Andreescu tracks it down through the middle. Paolini backhand cross, Andreescu there with a backhand. Paolini forehand cross and misses long. It's a break chance. Andreescu again nearly doubled over in pain, but she's got the break chance right now at 30-40. She is 0 for 3 on her chances in this set. 3 of 8 for the night. Bent over at the waist right now as she prepares for this huge return. 30-40, serve, tee, just wide. 2 hours, 37 minutes in. Second serve for the 5 seed. That is good. Andreescu run around. Big forehand through the middle. Paolini forehand cross. Squash shot. Andreescu volley. Paolini. Andreescu there. Lob. Swinging volley for Paolini. Andreescu backhand cross. Paolini blocks it back. Andreescu forehand up the line. Paolini slices that back. It's good. Andreescu rolls a forehand. Good. Paolini backhand cross. And Andreescu has to stop. She can't move. So it's a backhand winner for Paolini. Andreescu raises her arms to the skies, begging for help. She's not getting it right now. We're at deuce.
Well, I'm wondering whether Andreescu thought that the last shot of Paolini was going to miss. She took it on the rise, and it's almost like it just crept over the top of the net, and really stunning Andreescu.
These points have to be short right now for Bianca Andreescu. She can't play past 10 shots. Serve off the net and long for Paolini, serving from this near side. Second serve upcoming for the Italian. Incredible year she's had. Second is long. It's a double fault for Paolini, just the second of the night. Taking a long pause here. One double in the first, one double now in the third for Paolini. 47-minute third set. Andreescu 0 for 4 now on her break chances here in the third. Toss, serve for Paolini, good. Andreescu forehand through the middle, Paolini forehand. Andreescu big inside in, Paolini tracks it down cross, drop shot, Andreescu in behind it. Paolini pops it up, Andreescu volley, it's good! Bianca Andreescu levels us. 4-all in the third.
Well, that was calmly executed and being able to push her opponent behind the baseline, and then her court positioning was healthy. Just forcing a drop shot, followed up by a volley into the open court. So back to 4 games apiece, and now the tough work, Mike. This is where she's got to dig deeper. Andreescu.
She serves from the far side, actually pulls off a little bit of noise in the crowd. So now finally ready to go. Serve good. Paolini backhand just misses long. Boy, these two, digging deep is exactly right. 2 hours, 40 minutes. You could just hear the team talking to Andreescu right there, trying to see if she can match their belief right now. Serve, good. Paolini forehand inside out to an Andreescu backhand middle. Paolini forehand to an Andreescu forehand middle. Paolini rolls an inside out forehand, and Andreescu wasn't going to track it down. Lands on the baseline for 15-all.
She seems a bit surprised that that landed in Paolini. Redirecting the forehand up the line, comfortably inside the baseline and sideline. So tension rising once again.
So 15-all, serve into the net for Andreescu. Second serve, caught the back of the line. Forehand for Andreescu, cross. Paolini tracks it down. Chip shot there from Andreescu. Paolini backhand slice off the net, good. Andreescu backhand up the line. She retreats to the baseline. Paolini squash shot, good. Andreescu rolls a backhand. Paolini backhand cross. Andreescu backhand up the line into net. Boy, just missed the opportunity there. Had the opportunity to follow that backhand in, chose not to do it.
I just wonder whether she just doesn't have that extra energy to move herself to take some of these shots out of the air, Mike.
Andreescu again bumping up against that serve clock. She's down to 2. Toss goes up, serve into the net. So 15-30 in a second serve. Again, blows on that right hand. A sweaty right hand. Second serve, good. Paolini back in through the middle. Andreescu has to roll forehand short. Swinging volley, Paolini's good. Andreescu forehand. Volley, Paolini, yes! Absolutely! What a reach from Jasmine Paolini. Break chances for the Italian to get it right back.
15-14.
Oh, Mike, I really believe that this is where the doubles activity for Paolini is paying off. Be able to take that ball out of the air and move forward. And the stretch volley, that was the toughest volley. The last one just had to open up the racket face and get it over the net successfully.
Andreescu needs the serve +1 badly. Serves good. Paolini through the middle. Andreescu backhand cross in behind it. Lob. Paolini will miss low. That's just what the doctor ordered for 30-40.
30-14.
So time for Paolini to vent a bit of frustration. That was a tentative forehand return. Didn't get the racket head going through the ball.
Body and set yourself up. Here we go.
Body and set yourself up. That was the call from the team for Andreescu, who is, again, very close to the serve clock. Very close. Break point number 2. There it is. Serve at 30-40. Long, well long. Second serve for Bianca. That is good. Forehand Paolini to Andreescu backing up the line. Forehand from Paolini. Oh my word, are you kidding me with that shot? Unbelievable. Jasmine Paolini laces that one up the line. She breaks 5-4 and will serve forward in a moment here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Mark Woodford bringing you home here on Armstrong. Also getting you prepared for Shelby Rogers and Jessica Pegula on Ash. Still to come on Armstrong as well. Tommy Paul, Renzo Sonego, Bergs, Kotov still in action over on 15 as well. Jasmine Paolini serving for the match against Bianca Andreescu. 5-4, serve good, Andreescu forehand middle. Paolini forehand misses well long, love 15.
Love 15.
Very quickly to the line, the Italian. Not going to worry about a time violation here, no doubt. Serve for Paolini is good. Andreescu forehand middle, Paolini forehand middle, Andreescu forehand inside out to a Paolini backhand cross. Andreescu backhand middle, Paolini forehand cross. Andreescu tracks it down, but it's into the net. Not going for enough early here, Woody, is Andreescu. She doesn't have the capability of going more than 4 swings.
Come on, come on.
Adjust, adapt, go after more.
Yeah, I think it's at that balance that she's, you know, right on the edge of the exhaustion. It's just a physical presence is certainly compromised. So trying to keep the point alive, but also go for the first strike. There's a return serve, barely missing long.
Edge of exhaustion, okay. Then go for more. This is a time where balance goes out the window. Your back is against the wall. You can't play more than 3 shots. 30-15.
I don't understand it myself.
Serve is good. Andreescu forehand middle. Paolini forehand middle. Andreescu forehand inside in. She just didn't have the ability to get to that short ball. Match points for the Italian. She'll have 2 looks. Lets the crowd settle back down. Jasmine Paolini. 40-15 serve, good. Andreescu return is good. Paolini forehand up the line, running backhand from Andreescu into the net. Jasmine Paolini continues this remarkable 2024 campaign. 3 sets over Bianca Andreescu. 6-7, 6-2, 6-4. Andreescu saying, let me get the next one, please. Paolini, 3 for 3 against Andreescu. All 3 in Grand Slams this year. First it was Roland Garros, then Wimbledon, and now here at the US Open.
Well, she's had so many matches under her belt this year, Paolini. 33 wins. This makes 34 wins. And there's just a lack of serious match play by Bianca Andreescu. And I think in these big matches, these tense matches, Mike, it ends up catching up with you. Paolini surviving. And she's not just playing some of these matches on the singles court. You add in the success that she's enjoying right now with Sarah Arani on the doubles court. And I think that's contributed to a victory today.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm going to go back to it for Bianca Andreescu. This has been the story of the last 4 years for her. Can she just get to a point? Will she ever be able to get to a point where she's able to play an entire season, an entire half of a season, where she's fully healthy and can make consistent deep runs again? And I think as you hear this crowd thanking her for the performance tonight, very game, very competitive, I just wonder whether she'll ever be able to even get close to that level that we saw in 2019. And that's going to be a question for another day. Right now, Michelle Yu is bringing Jasmine Paolini out to the court for a post-match interview with our winner here tonight. Jasmine Paolini, 6-4 in the third over Bianca Andreescu.
Jasmine, 2 hours, 48 minutes, first round match here in New York City under the bright lights here at Louis Armstrong Stadium. With this crowd, describe your fight tonight.
I'm exhausted now. No, it was a really tough match. She's a great champion. We played 3 times this year. Every time it's a battle. I have to say I really enjoy to play here in front of this energy, this crowd, unbelievable. So thank you for staying here, for cheering for us, because it was an unbelievable atmosphere, I think.
For fans that don't know what the kind of year you've had, French Open finalist, Wimbledon finalist, Olympic gold medalist. Have you embraced all the love that the whole world has now given you?
I'm enjoying, you know, I'm doing the best job in the world, so I'm enjoying playing tennis. This year I play pretty well, I have to say. I'm enjoying to stay on court, to play in this big stadium with the crowd. It's beautiful. So I don't know, I will try to keep this level and to enjoy more.
I think you had one supporter specifically tonight in the match, in your box area. She was here. Sarah Arani, your partner at the Olympics, was supporting you. What did that mean to you to have her here in the court?
It means a lot. I mean, she helped me so much this year playing doubles with her. I think it helped my tennis, and I'm really grateful to her. I'm always asking for advices, you know. So, yeah, I have to just say thank you to her.
Just one more thing. Look around you. Look at all the fans that are out here for you. They are going to get to see you in the next round. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for Jasmine Paolini.
So she does hear it from this crowd, and moving on to the second round. And Woody, the doctor, that means you and I are moving on as well into the second round tomorrow. So thank you as always for your insights.
Thank you. Who have we helped tonight?
Ourselves.
Okay.
That's the important thing.
Yep. We got 2 wins.
We got 2 wins.
Yeah.
There's lots of great action still to come. Right now, Kotov and Bergs into a 5th set with opportunities abound for those two. Tommy Paul, Lorenzo Sonego on Armstrong, Shelby Rogers, Jessica Pegula on Ash, Sophie Amiak, Sam Smith, David McPherson on the other side of a break, Woody? You kidding me?
Another Australian. Is he going to be sitting courtside, or is he going to be in here?
I'm trying to look around. He's here.
I know he was looking forward to, I saw him earlier. We caught the bus in, and he was really excited to be working with Sophie.
Well, that makes one person.
Yes.
Those 3 will be with us on the other side of the break. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
special history. Wrestling fame, on-court ball with official U.S. Open, Wimbledon, and Australia. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on RalphLauren.com/US Open.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 43 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Chase customers get access to the Chase Lounge, Chase Terrace, and more. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. Capacity is limited.
Make every day a sunscreen day with La Roche-Posay Ultralight Sunscreen. It blocks up to 98% of UVB rays and helps prevent visible sun damage with UVA UVB protection plus antioxidant. La Roche-Posay, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Well, I've just replaced, if that's actually possible, Mike Cation. The seat is still buzzing, actually. He was so unbelievably excited, and who wouldn't be? What an amazing match, Paolini and Andreescu. I'm Sam Smith, once again, alongside Sophie Amick, and delighted to have David McPherson with us as well, one of the great coaches off the men's tour and a former player. David, great to be with you, and Sophie as well. We were listening to that and watching it on the screen. It was just jumping, wasn't it? And you said a great line. I know you fell in love with Jasmine Paolini's serve. More of that later. But also, David, you made the point. New York don't really know Paolini. They do now, don't they?
Oh, they're going to love her, Sam. Yeah, she just plays with such passion and spirit. And I do love her game. Like, obviously, she's not the tallest player on the tour, but I love her service motion. She has a high elbow, well away from her body, like a baseball pitcher, and she really gets the most out of her diminutive stature.
You mentioned that high elbow many, many times. I'm going to keep an eye on that. I really am. And there's been some fabulous matches out here already today. Kenin beating Raducanu. We'll play the winner of our next match. We're going to bring you Shelby Rogers and Jessica Pegula. But I believe Gil Gross is with the aforementioned Jasmine Paolini and has had a chance to catch up with
congrats. Her. Yes, I'm with Jasmine Paolini here underneath Armstrong. Jasmine, your fitness and conditioning certainly helped you in that match deep into a third set, such a physical match. How aware were you of what was happening on the other side of the net? Because it could have gotten dangerous given your opponent at times looked like she was going to be done.
Yeah, it was tough. You know, I was repeating to myself to stay focused, to try to play my game. But at one point I was feeling bad as well. So I was like, don't show it. Try to keep playing, keep showing energy, you know, to the opponent, to the crowd, to yourself also, because you can do it. You know, I was repeating to myself, you can do it. You have to push. You have to try to move the ball. You have to play aggressive, and at the end it went well. So I'm really happy.
It's a good problem to have, but you've had so much success this summer. You're the 5 seed coming into a major now. Did you feel more pressure than you usually feel in a first round match at a slam?
I have to say I feel a little bit different. I don't know how to describe it, but I think it's also a nice feeling, you know, to be the 5th seed. It's unbelievable. I couldn't imagine last year, I think. But today I knew that it was a tough match against US Open champion Bianca Andreescu. So I was repeating to myself, look, it's a tough match. You have to fight every ball, and if you lose, it's not a problem. We keep going, you know, we keep trying. But so go step on court and try your best.
Thank you, Jasmine. It's a pleasure to watch you.
Smiling tennis from Jasmine Paolini. Just to let you know that out on court 17, there's another epic men's match in progress. It's gone down to the 5th, 4-all between Zizou Bergs of Belgium and the Muscovites, Pavel Kotov, 2 25-year-olds going head-to-head out there. We'll keep you updated with that score. But on this warm and balmy and sweaty night, they are putting it out, and it's an absolutely packed crowd out there on Stadium 17. But Sophie and David, we're going to turn our attention now to the match that's just started on ash with the 6th seed Jessica Pegula just coming off that win in Toronto and the final in Cincinnati. And she's up against a very popular American, Shelby Rogers, who's for this is going to be her very last US Open.
Yeah, and, I mean, Shelby, obviously, she knows a little bit about the US Open. She's had some excellent memories here. And, you know, one thing about Shelby that I learned today, she's actually the last player to have beaten Ash Barty in singles before Ash Barty finished playing. That's it. She was the last player to beat her.
Was in that.
And I saw that, and I'm like, well, you know, that's something you can put on your resume. it's not a bad thing. But she also had some great wins here, I remember her beating Petra Kvitova, saving 4 match points on Armstrong one year. So, you know, she loves this tournament, but she's very happy of where she is today. She says that she has achieved what she could achieve, and she hopes to go obviously further in the first round here against Pegula. It's a tough opponent to play, especially a friend that she's played with many times in the Billie Jean King Cup, and so it's difficult to play a friend for sure for both of them. But for Shelby, you know, after a very long career and great career, top 30 in the world, and especially playing in Charleston, also in her home turf, and doing well in this tournament, coming back from 2 injuries, you know, the knee injuries. It's pretty spectacular to see that she was able to raise back to the level of play that she did, and you know, hopefully she can do something good tonight. But you know, Pegula is going to have something else in her bag, I think, and is going to want to take that match as she wants to herself, try to go deeper than a quarterfinal in a major, which she hasn't done yet.
Yeah, and it's really nice that Shelby's getting to play on ash in her final US Open. If she drew somebody else, perhaps that wouldn't be the case. So it's a fitting occasion for her with her distinguished career and one of the most likable players on the WTA Tour. So I think we're in for a treat tonight.
Sophie, you're going to come up with all these mega stats all night long for us. You've started very strongly with that one.
I listened to one interview of Shelby, you know, where she was actually, because she worked also as a commentator. She was also a talent. She actually worked here about when her first operation injury with her knee, and when she was recovering on crutches, you remind me, because you were here, you were part of this team as well. And yeah, I mean, she was great. She has a career, I think, as a commentator. I think she was one of the best that was, you know, after playing, was able to, you know, translate and give back, and that's what she wants to do as well as a player. Loves to give back. She's a psychology major, and she says openly, "I love people."
And people love her. She's 31 years of age from, I think, appropriately Mount Pleasant in South Carolina. Grew up on the green clay. And I always say about Shelby Rogers that if your son or your daughter had their first day at school and they said, "Mum, I've made a friend," and they brought home for tea the first time Shelby Rogers, you breathe a sigh of relief, wouldn't it? You knew that your child would be the happiest and it would have the best friend. That's the kind of reputation that Shelby has on the tour.
Absolutely. I was had the pleasure of being the coach of the Washington Castles back in 2019, and Shelby was on our team, and she was the glue of the team.
World team tennis.
Yeah, world team tennis, and she just brought a positive energy to the team every single day, and I have very fond memories of the season and getting to coach Shelby for that time.
This is the last of the first round women's singles. Top half of the draw just looking to be completed, and early stages this Pegula won our opening service game very comfortably. Shelby 40 love in her serve in the black outfit. You can just hear that she's just held, so a good start for the 31-year-old American. I can tell you on 17, Zizou Bergs. It's a great name, isn't it? He's from Lommel in Belgium. He is 5'4" in the 5th, and they are, well, they've been out there. Should actually keep an eye on just how long they have been out there.
We're looking at each other because we know why he's called Zizou. Do you know?
Well, wasn't Zizou in The Lion King? Like,
no,
he was Mufasa's
I think he's named
bird.
after, as in Zidane. the soccer and the football player in France.
Silly me. Just
I'm
too
sorry,
many Disney
I think
movies,
that's what I
sorry.
heard, and you know, that's because I think I actually tried to find that out at one point, because going, you know, not many Zizou out there unless there's something going on with soccer, so or football,
he is
depending on
5'4".
what side of the pond.
He is 5'4" up in the fifth, and actually just looking him out on Stadium 17, if you didn't know the score and you just saw the state of all the stuff around his chair,
you know.
There's rackets everywhere, there's different shirts, there's towels, you know, it's probably like a sort of teenager's room around there, but he is 5'4" up and they are on serve. Just to let you know, he won the first set, Kotov won the second, he then won the third 6-2, Kotov came back 6-3, and it's on serve in the decider, the late show out on court 17.
That is, you're right, Sam, the messiest.
Excuse me, it's on, sorry, I've just been told it's on court 15. I've
Court
gotten my
15.
courts muddled
Well,
up.
court 15 has never been messier than it is right now. I think that's even messier than Mike Bryan used to be. The locker room attendants at Wimbledon, like, they were champions, but I would say that if you ask them who is the messiest player that ever graced the Wimbledon locker room, they'd probably say it was Mikey B, my former protege. He used to strew stuff around everywhere.
Oh my goodness! Just starting out over on the Armstrong. They're just warming up. Is Tommy Paul, one of the best Americans out there, and he is taking on Lorenzo Sonego, the 29-year-old Italian. Will keep you updated on that one as well. Tommy Paul, 4th round here 12 months ago, and looking to go much further, the Queen's champion. And all the American men seemingly going very well. Nakashima, Fritz won yesterday, Ben Shelton looked very comfortable. And interesting about these retirements, there seems to have been a hell of a lot of them this year at the US Open. We seem to be everyone's stopping after this event.
Probably more than any other slam, but I'd say that sometimes that is the case. It's the 4th slam of the year, like the players have had a long and grueling year. The hard courts are tough on the body. Oftentimes the US Open can be very hot and steamy and humid, so it's certainly a physical test for the players in New York.
And I think you also get a lot of retirements after an Olympic year as well. They stay on for the Olympics. Pegula's just held to 30, so the 6th seed leading 2-1.
2 games to 1, first set.
It's not easy. I mean, it's been a tough 3 opening games. I think, you know, even though especially, I mean, for Pegula, especially Rogers, you know, holding at love in the last service game and that she had. I think it's, you know, she's definitely coming to try her best to bother Pegula by hitting the ball deep. Very heavy ball from Rogers. And if she can keep going like this and really keep at it, now the longevity of the match, I'm not sure if she can go the distance, because you're always, you know, coming from an injury, and that knee injury that put her out for quite a bit again. It's always tough.
Yeah, Jessie Pegula full of confidence from her summer where she's been so successful, winning in Canada and then finaling in Cincinnati. So she is really one of the favorites for this title. When you come in with that kind of momentum, you'll always have jitters in the first round, of course. I'm sure that she's not without nerves, but Jessie would be brimming with confidence right now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Jessie Pegula is, unfortunately, she just can't go deeper than the quarterfinals in the majors. She hasn't done so yet, and this is really where she's, you know, it's at some point it must be playing a trick in your mind, you know, when you're out there and you know that your quota has stopped every time in quarterfinals, and all you want to do is better. It's a lot of pressure, I think.
Time.
Yes, 7-time Grand Slam quarterfinalist, and if you remember last year, in the last 8 at Wimbledon, was 4-1 up in the final set against the eventual champion Margeta Vondrousova with points for 5-1. So she's been edging ever closer, and you would imagine if she keeps putting herself in that position, at some point she will get there. But interesting time on Ash right now, the second match in the night session, because it's the energy's sort of gone out of the stadium a little after Alcaraz has done what he needed to do, and now the women are out here, and it'll just take a game, you know, just take maybe half an hour or so for the fans to drift back in and create the kind of Ash atmosphere that we're very much used to, and exactly the same, you know, exactly the same thing happening across the way on the Louis Armstrong, where Tommy Paul and Lorenzo Sonego are just underway. Sonego serving first in that one. I can tell you on 15, I can get my courts muddled up here. It is 5-all between Zuzu Bergs of Belgium and Pavel Kotov, two 25-year-olds ranked fairly similar rankings as well. So they're going right at it.
And it's a packed house out there on 15. The fans are everyone enjoys a tight finish in those 5-setters in the men's matches at the US Open. It's certainly a big part of the tournament. It always has been, and the fans are getting treated to a real climactic finish out there.
Early stages of Pegula Rogers. Rogers misses her first serve. 30 love in this game, 1-2. Rogers in the black outfit, black visor. Oh, she's always been part of the visor clan, has Shelby.
She's definitely holding her own early.
Yep.
Now 40 love up here in the fourth game and down 2-1. So Shelby's come out comfortable, certainly looking very competitive in the early stages.
She's got some great lapels on that Fila outfit that she's got, just a top and a skirt, keeping it simple.
Sorry, Sam, this could be a back-to-back hold at love, matter of fact, for Rogers.
Just missed her first serve. Just goes deep in the box down the tee, looking for her forehand. Pegula getting into a really good rhythm, backhand cross, backhand line. Shelby Rogers on the defense, Pegula into the net, and Rogers just going long.
Quite a nice forehand drop shot from Jessie Pegula there. She was drawn forward into the court. She switched from a forehand grip to a volley grip with great dexterity, and just executed a lovely little cross-court forehand drop shot that helped her win the point.
Two players here who, I have to say, a decade ago were not the stars of American women's tennis. It was all about Sloane Stephens, wasn't it, and Madison Keys. But these two putting together very good careers. Rogers at a career high of 30 in the world and a quarter-finalist here 4 years ago, where she lost to the eventual champion Naomi Osaka. So a second serve for Rogers, out wide in the box, and Pegula goes a little wild, actually, along with a return. So both women settling in here very nicely. I can tell you over on 15, Pavel Kotov has a couple of break points at 5-all in the fifth against Zuzu Bergs, and Bergs has just saved one of them. Zuzu Berg ranked 80 in the world, and Kotov at 60. This time last year, the Belgian ranked outside 150. He's had a really, really good season, but he's still got a break point to save right here. 15 packed on either side. Second serve for Kotov, excuse me, for Bergs. He's got a backward baseball cap on. That's very fashionable these days. Tall player. Let's see if he can hang on here. And a really aggressive play from Kotov, and I have to say, backhand defensive slice from Bergs goes in the net, so we have a break on 15 as they go to the changeover. Let's keep an eye on Ash with Rogers and Pegula. And I think we have to discuss Jess's outfit. It is quite something. It's a sort of lilac dress with white and black long sleeves, and it looks like there's been a mouse has got to it. There's these sort of holes at the front.
That's how you're going to describe that?
As if she's sort of
a mouse?
Well, something. There's these little holes, aren't they, around it?
But it's working. I like it.
I think
it's very
different. It's original.
I think it's very chic. I like it a lot.
That's the word. It's chic.
Yes,
very
I like
good,
it a lot.
Yeah, there's these two sort of about the size of your hand holes around the front.
Those are not holes. They're like definite, play on the dress to make it appealing and a little bit, I would say,
ventilation.
Well, that for sure. It is around the armpit.
So
but,
for outfit judges, it's a 2-1 vote.
I would say
yes,
actually sexy.
Sophie and I.
Sexy is the word.
Yeah. No,
chic and sexy.
And she's got sort of
voila.
voila. She got the lovely pleats in it as well. It's a sort of, we've seen a lot of sort of pale blue lilac, haven't we? Over the course of the first couple of days, the players revealing their outfits, many having an outfit for the evening and then one also for the day. We saw Naomi Osaka in green today.
Lime green, yes, that was an audacious colour.
There's a lot of
bows.
A lot of bows.
But she has got the white visor on, so it is an all visor clash out here. And then she's got sort of pale green shoes on. Pegula certainly not one ever to make any sort of fuss at all. 40-30 in this game. She's the 6th seed here, and this is the top part of the women's draw. Winner to play another American, Sofia Kenin, who beat Raducanu earlier today. It's a really strong return off the second serve from Rogers.
Very smart play. Rogers is going to have to look for that second serve to attack it. This is maybe the weak link of Pegula, and she's done pretty well in this last point.
I think that's one of the pathways to success, possibly, for Shelby in this match. If Jess misses first serves, if Shelby can get inside that baseline, catch it clean, and be accurate and precise into the corners, I think she could certainly contend and put a lot of pressure on Jess's service game.
And the depth also during the points and the rallies, which she just did, with a chance here for a break point.
Playing with great freedom is Rogers. And Pegula does miss that second serve, hits the net, and they're so tight here that it just pings over the service line. So second serve, and it's middle of the box, and Shelby Rogers goes for it again. There's a break. This was an absolutely ideal start from the American, who's playing her very last US Open. We can sit and think about that as we take a short break. Just coming up to 11 o'clock local time, and 3 matches still out on court under the lights. Tommy Paul, the 14th seeded American, he is going really well early doors out on the Louis Armstrong. Just broken to love, so 2-1 for Paul against Lorenzo Sonego of Italy. And I can tell you, out on 15, Zizou Bergs has broken back, and we are now at 6-all in the 5th. They've been out there forever. And now we will have a 10-point match tiebreaker, so we'll keep you across that. That is incredibly exciting. I don't think they can pack any more people around 15. I'm not even sure quite where court 15 is. I don't think I've ever been to court 15. It's quite a hidden away here at the grounds. David, you're looking at me smiling. You've obviously been
I
to
think that
court
you
15.
want this tiebreaker to go to 29-27 because you just love Zizou's name. I think you just want to say it another 7 or 8 times. It's got a nice ring to it.
I'm looking at my map. It's located.
You can see that map? That's pretty good.
I can. Actually, it's located. Actually,
By the way, this is a very small map behind our credentials, in case some of you don't know.
I'm squinting at it. It's on the outskirts of the ground. Let's put it. It's at the southern end of the ground, between 14 and 16. Now, we've had a break, as we mentioned just before we went away and left you for a little while, between Pegula and Rogers. Pegula, one of the favourites for the title, the second best American woman out there behind Coco Gauff. She's a breakdown early on, and Shelby is just letting it fly, isn't she, from the back of the court. And sometimes when you know it's going to be one of your last tournaments, that you can just relax and go for it. This is a very dangerous Shelby Rogers at 3-2 in the first set with the break.
Couldn't have been more impressive coming out of the gates. I mean, she's really attacked Jessie's second serve and served well herself. She's getting some nice lift off the court. She's got quite a high ball toss, but she's getting the ball to kick up high, maybe taking it a little bit out of Jessie Pegula's strike zone. And as a top seed, this is not the start you want when you're in the first round trying to ease your way into the tournament.
And they all are a little nervy, aren't they, the best seeds? Explain lift for us.
Well, she's getting a nice kick spin on her serve, which is diving down into the court and getting up a little extra high. And so Jessie Pegula is making contact around her shoulder instead of her waist, which is a little bit more problematic for her to put the pace and precision on the return.
Well, just at 15-30 in this game, just made a second serve. They're just trading baseline to baseline, and Pegula goes long with the backhand. We've seen this a lot from many players out here. Just a little edgy. Some of the big names that are favourites for the title, edgy in the opening, in their openers.
I don't think you noticed that she just changed position on the return on the second serve. She was much closer in on that last return, Pegula, and didn't get that feeling of having that ball kicking way high above her shoulders.
So 30 all. And Rogers erring with her first shot long over the baseline, so a chance for Pegula to get the break back here. I can tell you, Zizou Bergs is 2-1 up in the... Oh, now he's gone to 3-1 up out on 15, and they're almost... Everyone's still jumping out of the bleachers. They're getting very, very excited. 3-1 up. It's first to 10 over on 15. Second serve for Rogers here, though, at break point down, leading 3-2. First set. Very good second serve, very deep in the box, and Pegula not getting her range. That was that just clipped the net and it just fell back her side.
She went back.
Yes, well, and that's the edginess, the first round nerve showing up there. That was a relatively routine second serve for Pegula, but and for her to miss the backhand halfway up the net, very unusual. Like normally her backhand is so reliable.
So we're back at deuce with Rogers and Pegula. Rogers a breakup. They're just trading backhands, and Pegula's just switched the play backhand down the line now onto the forehand, and it's Rogers' turn to find the bottom of the net, and it's another break point for Pegula, who doesn't want to let Shelby Rogers get away here in this first set.
Yeah, she wants to be more aggressive, Pegula. I think that's what she's trying to be, and she needs to do the same thing on the second serve and try to get that break back. I think that's the key for her.
Rogers in here on a protected ranking because she had knee surgery midway through last year, was out 6 months, didn't play between Wimbledon and the Australian Open, and this year it's only played about a couple of handfuls of matches, only won 4. It's been a difficult comeback. Second knee surgery for Rogers, and playing behind a serve here, and they're just trading from the back of the court. Rogers goes long though, and order is restored, and you don't tend to get a lot of emotion from Jessica Pegula, but just looks down, just wipes her brow under that visor, just quite relieved that she's got back to parity.
I'm sure she is relieved inside to get back to 3-all there. She didn't do a heck of a lot on the break point. She just played a really solid, a straight bat, as we say in cricket, made a solid return cross court and won, forcing ground stroke into Shelby's forehand, which might be just a little bit less solid of the two wings, and that was 2 forehand errors that she made there, somewhat unforced from 30-all to get Jessie back in this match.
Pegula just double faulting on the first point of her service game, last game before we change the balls. I can tell you on 15, Zizou Bergs is 4-2 up with the break, and going well there. Tommy Paul backs up his break 3-1 over on Armstrong, and Pegula in trouble again here behind us. So this is not going smoothly for the 30-year-old who was born in Buffalo, New York State.
You're so right, Sam, that there's a little bit of a lull in the atmosphere after the Alcaraz match, and so the crowd isn't feeding the energy into this match quite as much right now, and I'm sure it'll build as the set gets closer to the business end. But for right now, it's a very subdued atmosphere and energy out there for everybody concerned.
Yes, they're having to bring their own energy. Watched by new coach for this year, Mark Knowles, the Bahamian doubles player. And we're back at 30 all. And as Kotov levels up with Bergs 4 all. So
you said Bahamian, not Bohemian, right?
Bahamian, from the Bahamas.
I got it.
On the Bahamas,
just make sure.
4 all in the 10-point match tiebreaker out on court 15. Zizou Bergs with his bright red socks and red shoes as well. Serves and volleys, so he's up again 5-4, but they're back on serve. And Pegula fighting really hard here to hang on to this service game. But Rogers goes backhand down the line, opens up the court, and it's another break point. And this is the last thing you want if you're Jessica Pegula, especially as these two good friends as well off the court.
Yeah, but it's very, very well done from Rogers. She is waiting to trigger that backhand down the line. She has 2 shots that really hurt: the forehand inside in, inside out, and the 3 that would be in the backhand down the line, and she's executing perfectly.
So break point, Pegula with the first serve, trying to play a lot on her backhand. Slice backhand from Rogers, and then she goes high and deep into the late night air, trading again from the back of the court. Rogers loops one up, pushes Pegula back. Oh, we've got some moon tennis here. Rogers steps in, Pegula knifes a slice. This is an epic rally, backhand to backhand. Who's going to change the angle? It's Rogers with the slice backhand, and now Pegula with a forehand, cross-court forehand, and Rogers goes long. We could have another lengthy match in. There's been some long ones here already on day 2 of the US Open.
Yeah, that was a huge break point for Shelby Rogers, and she elected to go with a very high, loopy topspin forehand. I'm a little unsure if it was a tactical ploy to try and break Jess's rhythm, or she's just lacking a little trust in her drive forehand right now.
Definitely tactical. I mean, she's a very tactical player. And I think Mark Knowles is also very tactical, as well as Pegula finishing with a 1-2 punch here for a chance to lead 4-3. But I tell you what, Shelby Rogers did the exact same thing when she beat Ash Barty on Ash. She was down 5-2 in the third. That was in 2022. And she said that at that point, I knew that I had to change something. She started the loop ball much higher, changed the rhythm, and Ash Barty kind of lost her rhythm. And that's how she ended up winning that match.
Pegula really getting under that first serve. It skied long over the service line. That's a very strange shot. So sitting behind the second serve now, goes deep in the box. They go backhand to backhand. Pegula deep on the baseline, really trading hard now with the ground strokes. Forehand from Pegula goes a little short, actually. Rogers slicing to the Pegula forehand. They go cross court in the trade. Rogers down the line again. Pegula on the defense with the slice backhand. She doesn't like that shot, and Shelby Rogers finds the baseline with that huge inside-in forehand. What a dangerous player. Tell you what, the tour's going to miss Shelby Rogers and these massive baseline shots that she produces.
And she sprinkled in a lot of variety in these last few points. As Sophie said, some heavy topspin high forehands, some slice backhands, before she unleashed the inside-in forehand winner.
They're just changing ends over on 15. 6 all now in the 10-point match tiebreak, deep in the 5th.
What a timing for Pegula to hit an ace right here, right on the tee, 107 miles per hour. Still a chance to lead 4-3 here. Another great first serve.
Getting it done is Pegula. And after a couple of breaks, we are back on serve on the Ash. Gil has made his way over to Armstrong, where the 14th seed, Tommy Paul, has a break. What's the atmosphere like over there, Gil? Has it started to build up for Tommy?
Well, it certainly has. Everyone has stayed after that really lengthy Paolini-Andreescu match. And, of course, it's getting late, so it's going to thin out as the match goes on. But the crowd is certainly charged up for this opening set. And it's a great start for Tommy Paul. He broke Sonego at love and hit a couple of winners in that return game, which is somewhat rare to see on the men's side. Like, sometimes you need, with the size of the server needs to make a couple of mistakes, but Sonego didn't play that bad a service game. Tommy just played a string of terrific points. So impressive from the 14-seeded American, and he's up 3-2.
He's got some very jazzy shoes on, has Tommy Paul. They're sort of black with yellow zigzags, but a lot expected of Tommy Paul ranked just outside the world's top 10 now, around at Taylor Fritz and also Ben Shelton. Great times for American tennis. Frances Tiafoe also playing really well. So great expectations from Tommy Paul out there tonight. But a tough match against Lorenzo Sonego. Third tour meeting between the two. I can tell you it's 8-6 now for the Belgian on 15. They've been going, you just told me, Sophie, over 4 hours.
And 19 minutes.
But that's nothing compared to Dan Evans and Karen Khachanov. That was coming up to 6 hours. The longest match.
5 hours and 30 something.
Or the
longest match of his
ever
in history.
At the US Open. That was quite something. That was out on court 6.
So we don't want to hear anything from you guys back there on court 15. Okay, keep on trying, keep on beating that record.
But isn't it fabulous? Yes.
And good luck.
Isn't it fabulous? Yes, you've got the marquee matches on Ash and Armstrong on Grandstand, but some of these little courts that are dotted around, you know, the ground pass fans, the general admission, as they call them in the States, getting to see some fabulous tennis and unbelievable drama.
Yeah, true tennis fans out there on court 15, squeezing every last bit of lemonade out of the lemon in the tennis day.
So Rogers with the new balls. 3-4 in this first set. All-American encounter, but one of the last of the women's singles first rounds. Sisu Bergs. I got a sense if he does win this, he's going to rip his shirt off. He's 2 points away now from a first round win with his...
It was a Hulk Hogan type flex there that he did when he won the 8-6 point.
He's at 9-6 now with that navy blue baseball cap in reverse and the red shoes and a really big expansive game that he's got there. He's on a second serve. It's he's got a couple of serves to come. So we'll see. We might just stay and just see how he goes. Second serve in the box. They're going backhand to backhand. Kotov is pushing along. Oh my goodness, Sisu Berg has just netted. They must be exhausted. Who is going to cramp first? We've had a lot of cramping here today, haven't we? And it's going to be even hotter tomorrow. Here it's 100 degrees plus at Flushing Meadow.
Wow, that is a big mistake from the forehand of Pegula. Very late on it. She's actually showing on camera that she backed up off of it, and now it's 30-15 for Rogers, down 3-4, opening games in this first set.
It's really flat. It's really flat out there, isn't it? Very quiet for Ash, as if all the energy's been sucked out of the stadium by Carlos Alcaraz, former champion. I can tell you that Sisu Bergs has just won 7-6 in the fifth, almost 4.5 hours. He sinks to his knees. Two very weary men go and shake hands with the umpire, and now he holds his arms out and smiling. He's just sort of staggering around the court. Now there's a few fist pumps. Now he bashes his heart, and he's wandering over to his coaching corner. It looks like he wants to hug them. I mean, that shirt is absolutely soaked. That's going to be most unpleasant. But he's over there in his red socks and his red shoes and an outfit that just well, relief, I think, more than anything else, and utter exhaustion. So greeting his camp, and they look absolutely battered as well. But Sisu Berg finally takes that baseball cap, shakes his head out, and his hair's absolutely soaking. And I think he needs a good dunk in the ice bath, as does Pavel Kotov.
That celebration was worthy of winning a Grand Slam final. My goodness, it's the first round of a major, but he is celebrating it like Pat Cash in 1987, just getting up into the stands and hugging the coach, hugging the family.
Well, we're going along on Ash, and it's 4-all. Rogers has just held, but over on Armstrong, it's getting a little more interesting there, isn't it, Gil? Tommy Paul just having to fight hard to keep this service hold, keep this service break.
Yeah, he certainly is. Tommy's forehand has always been the wing that can go off on him. He can make some errors, mishit the ball off of the forehand. But I think there's been a difference in his game recently, which is that he still goes after it. So he's made a couple of forehand unforced errors in this game, but he really kept taking rips, and he saved the break point or excuse me, he won the point at deuce with big forehands, and he's gotten out of that service game at 4-2. I really feel that he's made a change in that area.
Yeah, Sonego is a very tricky customer, as I mentioned. They haven't played for about 3 years, and actually Sonego had a win against Tommy Paul when they played in Cincinnati back in 2021. So this will be a tricky encounter, although Tommy Paul did beat him earlier that year in Rotterdam on the hard indoors. But a lot has happened in the last 3 years. Paul improving, and both men improving an awful lot. So we'll keep an eye on that. So Paul leading 4-2 in the first, while Jessica Pegula tries to put away good friend Shelby Rogers out there. I'm sure Jessica's very aware of the significance that this is Shelby's very last US Open. So just trading forehands from the back of the court, and Rogers goes long. So it just looks as if Pegula's going to get through this service game as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too many unforced errors in this 4-all game from Rogers. I mean, even though she did win a point, which she almost actually on the short ball ended up in the net, but she is just giving too many gifts away.
That was a very good serve, plenty of speed on it though, 100 miles an hour exactly from Pegula down the tee, so she gets the change of ends, and it's 5-4 in the first on Ash between Rogers and Pegula. You're listening to US Open Radio presented by American Express. There are just 2 matches left here on day 2 of this year's US Open. There's been great drama out on court 15. The Belgians Yusuf Bergen just won 7-6 in the 5th. And Tommy Paul taking on Lorenzo Sonego over on the Louis Armstrong. A really good start to the match. 4-3 he leads with the break. They're just getting out the fresh new balls there. And on Ash, which is a little quiet at the moment, Shelby Rogers is serving to stay in the first set 4-5, but she has been up a break. But she's up against fellow American Jessica Pegula. Pegula playing in her 8th time here in New York. But starting very well in this game.
Got a good return. Just being aggressive, Pegula.
Yeah, generous target. She aimed pretty much off the middle, but hit it so sweetly with such velocity. It drew a forced error from Shelby Rogers' forehand.
Perfect conditions for playing tennis. Barely a breath of wind. Now these lovely evenings here out in Queens. Pegula looking to be very aggressive coming forward, but she's missed a drive volley. She had the opportunity and now sits at love 30.
A nice defensive get from Jessie Pegula. Speaking to her coach Mark Knowles before the match, he said that's one of the things he was most pleased with her this summer season. That they've done some work, really good work on the movement part of the game, and it really showed up there. She made a great defensive hustle to her forehand side to extend the point.
Yeah, there hasn't been a lot of time either. It was a big transition coming from the Olympics, playing singles and doubles out there in Paris to come back and then turn it around and win in Toronto, defend her title. So Rogers at love 30, and another baseline exchange between the two, and Pegula skipping along and keeping a very good length and Rogers' net. So it is 3 set points to the 6th-seeded American.
I think it was actually a blessing in disguise that she and Coco lost early in the Olympics, because you know, every player and a lot of players who came so late after the Olympics are, you know, probably struggling more and getting tired, and to probably for her it might be a good chance for her to go deeper here, because she had the advantage to come back a little bit fresher without having played. Plus, you got to remember she skipped the clay court season also, so I think for Pegula, she must have a lot of energy, you know, left, when a lot of the players at the end of the last, major start really going down as far as energy and you know, trying to really push yourself to the end. So I think it could be an advantage. So hopefully she can do well here if she was to come through here against Shelby.
Well, that has gone long. Rogers was able to save one of the set points, but couldn't save the second. So Pegula with the first set, and she comes from a breakdown to take it by 6 games to 4. Now from one American to another, Jasmine Paolini looking good out on the Louis Armstrong Guild.
Yes, Sam, you mentioned that Lorenzo Sonego is not an easy first-round draw for Tommy Paul. And there's a lot going into that. Obviously, 29-year-old, a veteran, 4 titles on the ATP Tour. His latest was just last week in Winston-Salem. Now, of course, there's always that debate. Do you want to play before a major? Do you want to win a title before a major? And I think the answer for most is, well, of course you take the title. But if you look at the last 10 years, only one player has advanced past the 3rd round of the U.S. Open after winning Winston-Salem. You have to go all the way back to 2015. Kevin Anderson made the quarters that year and lost to Stan Wawrinka.
Oof, well, I don't think you should tell the organisers of Winston-Salem that stat, because they might shut up shop. It's not a great omen, is it? It's a little bit like the Eastbourne Championships, though, which is just before Wimbledon, and Martina Navratilova always used to win that, and then go on usually to win the championships. But it hasn't happened for a long time, doing that play, winning at Eastbourne and then going on to win the championship. So it very rarely happens these days on the tour.
It's getting more difficult. Actually, Krejcikova won Strasbourg right before the French, when she won the French as well. So you're right, it is not easy to do. It's even harder to do, I think. You know, I don't want to be biased, but I think it's harder to do on clay, because you're going to play a lot more balls and a lot more points and longer points. But you're right, yeah. I mean, Martina was pretty good at it, though, in Eastbourne and and Wimbledon.
Yeah, the last woman to do it was Jana Novotná, actually, back in 1998. So it hasn't happened for a very long time.
And of course, comparing the humidity between Eastbourne and Winston-Salem, perhaps just a fraction of a disparity there as far as what it takes out of your body.
Yeah, it's not very humid, you're right, in Eastbourne.
But it's bloody windy, though, isn't it?
It is very windy.
Lovely spot.
Each tournament has its own trials and tribulations and tests, just to yes. But it is a big debate, isn't it? Whether you play the week before or not at all. But Jessica Pegula had a very good week. I mean, fantastic, coming off a win and a final, defending a title, defending a 1,000 title. So has to be full of confidence. I think rather relieved that she has got that first set behind her. And here we are at the start of the second, and it's 5-3 over on the Louis Armstrong, but start of the second. So it'll be interesting to see what Shelby Rogers can come up with right at the start of the second. Is she going to be a tricky customer?
I thought it was a good first set of tennis, though. I really felt like Shelby won her games with good, aggressive, clean play. Didn't really sense Jess come out with a lot of nerves. It was really Shelby playing some excellent tennis, making life difficult for Jessie Pegula. But Jessie, as the seed, peaked at the right end of the set, and now the test will really be, can Shelby stay with her now?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It's just about the even keel tennis that Jessie Pegula has, and if you're not able to really attack her and pound on her and take charge of the points, she's going to be the same always, and slightly better. But for her to really get in deep down, go, down, it's very rare to happen. So it's very tough to play somebody like Jessie.
Yeah, she's been pretty much one of the most consistent players on tour for like the last 4 years, and actually she's just also as a former top doubles player, good singles player. We're very pleased because she just finished at the net, and I just wonder if he's going to try and get her to transition a little more than she has done, just add another layer to her game. Now Shelby Rogers actually has just come forward, lovely controlled slice backhand volley, and puts away the smash with some ease. Always a dangerous player. Never underestimate Shelby Rogers.
That was a fantastic smash. Good low volley. Very entertaining point. Jess threw up a defensive lob there, but Shelby with pretty flawless smash technique there. Got rid of it inside out to go up 30-15.
She made a great quote, actually. She said about her retirement, she said, "I can confidently say I have pushed my body to its limit." And when you've had 2 knee surgeries, and I do remember her coming up to do some commentary back in 2018, and I mean, on crutches, I thought, you go, girl. That's excellent. And I think she just wanted to get back in the tennis atmosphere. And then a couple of years later, I think amazing to make the quarterfinals here at the US Open. And that may be the highlight, when she looks back, one of the highlights of her career, if not the biggest moment.
Yeah, she talks about different highlights. One of them being also playing in the Billie Jean King Cup alongside captain for the first year, right at the beginning with Kathy Rinaldi and winning that. That was one of them. But she also talks obviously about winning against Ash Barty on Ash at night was primo as well.
Yep.
But you're right. The quarterfinals was one of them.
Yeah, that was the year that so many of the big stars lost, and Emma Raducanu just came motoring through that door to take the title. And what an extraordinary couple of weeks that was. But Rogers going quite nicely here, just smacking that second serve. David, I don't know what I mean. You were completely enamoured by Jasmine Paolini's high elbow on her serve. What do you make of the Pegula delivery? Because that elbow, I have to say, is a little on the low side, isn't it? At the back of the swing.
I would agree with that. She has generated quite a few free points on her first serve in this so far in this match, but her second serve has been very hittable, and that's where Shelby's made some inroads. When Jess has missed some first serves, the second serve really has been in the strike zone by and large, and it's created an opportunity for it will create opportunities for her opponents to break her serve if she misses too many firsts.
So we look for reasons, as getting to a quarters of a slam 7 times is a hell of an achievement. I mean, she's got all her last 8 club passes organised for when she retires.
She has only 2. Oh no, she did all 4.
No,
Sorry.
she's done
what
all
am I
4.
saying?
No, she can.
I was thinking about Shelby actually. Shelby has 2. She has Wimbledon, I think. Shelby has 2, right? She has the French and the US.
Yes.
She has 2.
So
You're right.
she's
Sorry about that.
fine for that, but Pegula's got the clue. So she's got that, and you got
to explain to people what that means, though.
Yeah, last 8 club, you get a couple of tickets for every day of the championship.
Well, you get a pass for the 2 weeks of the tournament for life. So it's huge.
It's a big thing, but you look at reasons why she hasn't gone beyond that, and maybe it's the second serve. I don't know. You're the coach, David. You tell us.
Well, that's what we were talking about, and I mean, I think that you have to agree that there's not really one shot that is so exceptional that hurts as much. And I think that at that point, that's what you need to go further and deeper in tournament.
And then, but if she's fractionally improving her court coverage and her movement, as Mark Knowles was telling me earlier today, I mean, that helps defend your second serve. It's a combination. You want your second serve to be accurate, deep, spinny, difficult to get a hold of, but then if you're moving well after your serve to get back on equal terms on that third shot, if she's improving in that area, that could be a fractional piece of the puzzle for her that she's adding to get over the hump and win her first Grand Slam title.
She's got a game point here, had a fantastic forehand winner to bring it up, and Mark Knowles, the coach, just nodding, so she takes her opening service game of this second set. So 1-love, set and 1-love for Jessica Pegula, who is a married lady, one of the, there's not too many out there on the tour, married Taylor Garhagen a few years ago. Gil, we got a set point on Louis Armstrong for Tommy Paul.
And he's got it. The second serve return on the backhand from Sonego flying long. Tommy did have to save a break chance there, and he hit an ace. So 6-4 opening set for Tommy.
Yeah, absolutely packed out on the Louis Armstrong. That sort of got its energy up very, very quickly after that fabulous women's match, Andreescu against Jasmine Paolini. And we'll very much keep an eye on what's going over there, but a really good start for Tommy Paul. Now, can Shelby Rogers get something going here in her very last US Open?
I think she can. I mean, I think if, you know, it wasn't far-fetched, that first set. It was just that she, at 4-all, gave way too many points away. And she needs to just secure a little bit less unforced errors in this set if she wants to stay in it and push it to a third. See, that kind of shot right here, is it, you know, missing maybe because of no match play, not enough this year? I mean, that could be. Footwork not quite exactly there, but just missed in the net, like completely missed in the net, that backhand.
She's at love 30, also in a pleated skirt, very much the fashion at the moment. And Pegula just laces a fabulous cross-court forehand. Brilliant angle to bring up another set, to have a chance to break Rogers early on in this second set.
It was a Pete Sampras forehand return that reminded me of his little hook forehand that used to just get off the court sharply across court with his Eastern grip.
And look at her position again inside the court to return on the second serve. Oh, what a great second serve to the tee from Rogers, and unfortunately had a chance to put it away and missed it completely. Missed, even kind of like shifted her body, kind of stepped wrongly on the court. And that is the break.
I wonder how much, when you know it's your, maybe, I mean, she said that she might play on a little after this to the end of the year, but the end of the year really is it. That when you know it's, you know, the emotion of it being your last US Open, I wonder sometimes if that can get in the way.
She certainly started brightly. I mean, she was able to deal with her nerves, stepping out onto the court, and the match was very close for the first 30 minutes. But she really played a loose game there. Jessie Pegula looking more and more comfortable, and if she gets a hold here at 2-love, it's going to be really tough for Shelby from that position.
Comes in with the drive volley, Rogers now, but Pegula actually read it well, just went wide down the tram line. Also, what we haven't talked about, Jessica Billie, what a composed young woman that she is. Nothing really seems to bother her, and she has had a lot going on off court the last couple of years. Her mother, Kim, has been really seriously ill, and she's had to deal certainly with all that. She tried to sort of keep a lid on it, but you know, she comes from a very famous family, and eventually she had to say something. But she has played through an awful lot when so much has been going on behind the scenes, and she seems to have coped with it extremely well.
Yep, go ahead.
I was just going to say, her composure is one of the hallmarks of her game. I mean, you rarely see Jessie Pegula flustered. She really just maintains an even keel and always gives herself a chance to win the match, no matter what turmoil she may be dealing with internally.
Yeah, I mean, going back to what happened, I mean, for some of you who don't know, I mean, she nearly lost her mother, who had a heart attack, and was saved by her sister Kelly, who 3 months ago took, by luck, a CPR class, which they were on the phone talking about it prior to the whole thing happening, and Jessie said, oh, I always wanted to take that class. Well, and actually the mother making a comment saying, well, great, now Kelly can save us if we have a heart attack. I mean, not to be known, but 3 months later it happened. Kelly literally saved her mother's life, and it's been tremendously difficult, obviously, for the recovery, but she's doing better and better. But you know, you have to remember this family they own NFL team, they own also a in Buffalo, and it's huge. And knowing that, you know that Jessie really did great to cope with this.
Yeah, yes, absolutely extraordinary. And her mother actually wants her to play. Her mother, when she was recovering, loved to watch Jessie, you know, on the TV, and that really inspired her. Jessie's so close to her family. The first call she makes is to mum and dad. She's one of 5 siblings. Sister Laura was a college tennis player as well. and I think they have just loved watching what she has done, particularly over the last few years. Actually had to save a break point right there, so we're back to juice, but Pegula a set and 2 love, and looks to be going very nicely here. Winner of this one will play former Australian Open champion Sofia Kenin, who beat Emma Raducanu a little earlier today over on the grandstand. But yes, many, many qualities for Jessica Pegula, who was so often at the start of her career. She is the daughter of a billionaire, Terry Pegula, who owns the Buffalo Bills, and they own the Buffalo Sabres, the hockey team. And now very much it's Kim and Terry are the parents of the tennis player Jessica Pegula. She's certainly turned that dynamic around, and she is flying along here now in the second set, where she leads by 3 love, having won the first. US Open Radio to keep you all across the second night session here at Flushing Meadow, and Tommy Paul taking the first set over on the Armstrong. Sonego 1 love, and it's on serve there. Shelby Rogers playing in her very last US Open, taking on the 6th seed and in form Jessica Pegula. And just while you were away, just speculating about Pegula's outfit, which has these sort of where under the arms have been sort of carved away, so it looks like she's got these sort of empty circles, and these long sleeves. I thought, how'd you get this on, this outfit? I mean, I can't see any zips or anything like that. It must be. When she's interviewed, that's the first question I'd ask her. How do you get that thing on and off?
Well, I would say if this match was during the day. No, I'm very enamored with the outfit, but I would just say if you were playing during the day, you'd want to make sure you applied sunscreen to these open spaces in the outfit. Otherwise, you'd get a very unusual tan line, I would think, if you played a long match on a hot day.
I don't think they care about their tan line anymore, as far as, skirt, shorts, and shirts these days. Tennis players' tan line are so funny, and socks.
You never get rid of the socks. No. The socks sound like, even sort of 30 years later, you think, where have I still got that line from my socks? But no, David, you are a very practical thinker. I think that must have been very useful in your coaching. Hadn't even thought about the tan line. Yes, because she'd had these sort of little circles, wouldn't she, sort of on her shoulders. Shelby will not have that problem because she's got rid of the sleeves absolutely completely. She's got this little cut-off top, and she'll be absolutely fine. But she's got a very sort of stylish collar on, I have to say, on that top, on that shirt. What she could do, though, more with now than a collar is a game in this second set, because it's going away rather swiftly. But she is at 40-15, but she's a breakdown under the lights on an Arthur Ashe that still feels a little subdued. You used that word, David, little quiet, little flat. Even they haven't quite been able to sort of rev it up. Armstrong is looking very busy, 1-all on serve in the second set there, the 14th seed Tommy Paul, who is, certainly an outside chance, many feel, to have a deep run here. He seems to be going quite well. And Rogers does pick up the first game in the second set. So what's the way back for Shelby?
Well, the pattern that seems to be her pathway, I think, to some success. If Jess misses first serves, Shelby has the opportunity to hurt her. If Jess misses first serve, she has the pathway to hurt her. But when Jess has made first serves, I think she's winning most of the points. She's controlling the rally, slightly heavier ball striker. And I have been impressed with Jess's movement. It feels like she's turned a few points her way with some fleetness of foot.
So 3-1 second set. Pegula looking to book her place in the second round. Early days of what has already been a very exciting US Open. Quite a few big upsets today. Stefanos Tsitsipas going down to Thanasi Kokkinakis, Felix Auger-Aliassime going out, Karen Khachanov going out to my countryman Dan Evans in the longest match ever out on court sit. So a lot going on already, and plenty of storylines.
A big shout out to Dan Evans. That was an amazing win. Such an epic, historic match to win that in the longest ever. So, you know, great shout out to him, and also to young Thanasi Kokkinakis from Australia for his upset today.
Jelena Ostapenko, the 10th seed from Latvia, I think one of the big names to go out in the women's draw, and the last US Open for Danielle Collins, who I think many people were very surprised, the 11th seed, considering how well she's played this year, to going out to fellow American Caroline Dolehide. The American women make up about a sixth of the draw, so it's pretty hard to avoid them. You're quite likely, if you don't play one in the first round, you're more than likely to get one in the second round. And Pegula trotting very quickly through this service game, but would love to wrap this up if she can get out of here before midnight. That would be a good evening's work, as the clock on this match just ticks over the hour mark at 40:15 now. 3-1, looking to get to the chair safely, as Tommy Paul and Lorenzo Sonego of Italy are ticking over in the second set there.
40-30.
It's always when Rogers is able to really push Jessie beyond the baseline and is attacking a little bit, putting a little bit more power and pace on the ball, that Jessica is having a little bit of difficulty to handle the pace.
So Pegula at 40-30. A tame return from Rogers after a good first serve. Pegula does get to the chair at 4-1. Gil, it looks like the second set's going to be really competitive over on the Armstrong.
Yeah, it certainly has been. Tommy Paul, and look, I think the level has been really high. I mean, you can tell that Sonego's in form. You can tell that Tommy Paul is locked in. It was a disappointing summer for Tommy, him and Taylor. You know, they won the bronze together at the Olympics and did not fare well in Canada and Cincinnati, but both of them just looking to kind of get their rhythm here in New York.
I don't think they would swap that Olympic bronze medal for anything, and all the experiences that they had being part of Team USA. I think for them being such great friends, and I was lucky enough to watch them over there. They were having an absolutely brilliant time, Gil. I think they'll remember that more than anything else out there. I tell you what I do love when I watch Lorenzo Sonego. I love his headband. I'm a big fan of headband. It's got a Karate Kid look to it, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a significant piece of material that he has on, with the sort of, he gets the band on and then he's got those long flowing bits behind it. You know, it's got a long tail on it.
There is a lot of resemblance to the Karate Kid, no doubt. You know what Taylor said about the Olympics? He said just the opening ceremony made it worth it.
And that was I have to say, sitting next to a Frenchman, that was an unforgettable opening ceremony for many, many, many reasons. And I will never, ever get away from that image of Celine Dion singing on the Eiffel Tower. I mean, that was
special.
That's the iconic moment, and that spaceship thing going up as well at the end. That was
you'd like that.
I thought, where's it going? Is it heading off somewhere? Just levitated. No, they really did go for it. But yes, you can understand that. That's an experience that will stay with them for a lifetime. And Taylor Fritz was quite funny, actually, because he was on the bus one day, or the special coaches that transported him around Paris with LeBron James and a lot of the American basketballers. I don't think they got to say more than hi because LeBron was too busy talking to Coco Gauff. But you can tell they had it absolutely. And the fact that, you know, they were you know, roommates in Florida growing up as teenagers, to share that experience and with all the great storylines over in Paris, very, very special. But I think both of them have their eye on the going deep here at the US Open. Do you sense that, David?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's nothing like the Olympics. So I remember how special it was to the Bryan brothers when they won their gold at Wimbledon, coming from 4 years before the disappointment of getting beaten by Federer and Wawrinka in the semis, and having to settle for bronze in Beijing. So I'm sure those guys would cherish their moments, and the results in Cincinnati in Canada would pale in comparison to participating in the Olympics. And now, hopefully, they can have a big impact at the US Open.
And Gil, I don't think that Fritz and Tommy Paul would have swapped that bronze for anything. They were the Bryan brothers weren't happy with bronze, but I tell you what, they didn't expect to get bronze, so they were super happy.
Sam, it's a funny story because that bronze actually ended up meaning a lot to them. Obviously, the gold was even better 4 years later. But when you lose in the semi-finals, obviously you're crushed, you're devastated. But it's a strange feeling of having to play another match. And then it's either you get a bronze medal or you're not even on the podium at all. So that match the next day against the French team, Clement and Lodro, I believe it was so much pressure, and the relief that Mike and Bob felt, and I felt actually as coach. They always kid me, you were bawling like a baby after that match, and I was. It was an emotional day. So winning the bronze is something kind of super special.
No, it certainly is. Gil, you got something on the marathon man, Dan Evans, in the Olympics.
Yeah, you know, out of everyone who played the Olympics, nobody has my admiration more than Dan Evans, because he was the Washington, D.C. champion last year, and he'd been struggling over the last 52 weeks. So he went to represent Great Britain in the Olympics, and his ranking plummeted as a result. So to some players, it means a whole lot.
Well, you should have seen Novak Djokovic and Carlos Alcaraz crying after the final. And if, I mean, you would have remembered, David, the Olympics going back in, first coming back after that very long absence, over 60 years, in 1988 in Seoul. I played it in 1992 in Barcelona. It was a bit like, tennis in the Olympics, does it really belong? But anyone seeing those scenes in Paris would totally understand, because I have to say I haven't seen too many Grand Slam finalists crying after matches, and Carlos Alcaraz saying, I let my whole country down, I let Rafa down. But I have to say I really admired Dan Evans, because he played doubles with Andy Murray, and that was just epic at the Olympics. It really was. And I think they were so excited after one of the matches, they jumped up in the air, and I think Dan kissed Andy because it was so exciting. So he did take a hit on the ranking. I don't think he would have swapped those moments to be there right at the end and be alongside Andy at the end of his career. So special times. And Tommy Paul actually with a break now, 2-1. So it's all going well for the bronze medalist from Paris, and looking to take he's just gone 3-1 now in the second. So the American going well. And Rogers not getting too much traction out here, Sophie.
Well, actually, she was down 30-40. She had that point against her. So right now, I think she's pretty happy coming back again, being very aggressive with the backhand down the line. That's what get that ad out canceled, and now a chance to at least stay close in this set for 2-4. If she was to win this point here on their serve, 1-4 right now.
Yeah, just kicked out the second serve wide to the backhand of Pegula. They trade a little, and Pegula on the stretch, just backhand drifting just outside of the tram line, and Shelby Rogers prolonging her very last US Open just for, just maybe for another sort of 10-20 minutes or so.
Count her out.
Okay, we won't count out Shelby. I would never do that. I think one of the great things about Shelby is her name. She's I'm sure you're aware of this, she's named after Carroll Shelby, the great American racer and car designer. Designed the Ford Mustang D-Type and won Le Mans 24. Have you not seen Ford versus Ferrari? Have you seen that movie?
I did see that once, but my memory's failing me a bit.
Okay. Re-watch it. But that's who she's named after.
Just missed that forehand. Shelby Rogers down the middle, ball very short, had a chance to really be aggressive, and unfortunately stopped in the net. So 15-love, Pegula up 4-2 and a set in the pocket already.
And this is where JP, as her friends call it, is just so tough because she doesn't really give you anything. She's quite good at just sort of snuffing out all any kind of idea of a comeback because she's so relentless out there, again driving flat through that backhand wing. And David, we were having a conversation. We've had many conversations on many subjects actually while we were waiting to jump into the hot seat. But I've heard a lot of players that have gone up against her saying that these long linear shots that she had, the way it comes off the court is really hard to track. And when she hits deep to the baseline, you think the ball's going out and it dips in. There's just something about the ball that she hits that many players find difficult.
And it's off both wings too. You don't feel like there's any escape there. Her backhand's pure and powerful. Her forehand's very damaging. So if you're not putting Jess on the run, you're in trouble because she can hurt you off both sides for sure. Her weight of shot is formidable.
Yeah, she's 30-15 in this game, a set and 4-2, and she's just made another clean winner down Shelby's forehand line and looking to wrap up proceedings. Let's see if she can get there before midnight in that. I have to say, one of the most original dresses of lilac and with white sleeves and a black body. One of the most original dresses. You're laughing at me, Sophie,
well,
with your arms open.
You just have, there's something with you and the outfits because you're like you're really into these outfits.
But I'm right with Sam. I mean, it's exceptional. Really like Naomi Osaka's lime green today. I mean, it's just good to see fresh outfits.
This from the forehand of Jessica Pegula, a little bit late catching that behind her and floated out. Still a chance for a 5-2 lead. By the way, you mentioned Ostapenko losing as a seed today, but she loves to, obviously, former winner here, twice winner here, Osaka. And Osaka very pleased with her performance of today.
That's her first top 10 win apparently in 4 years. I was reading, so that's big. If Naomi Osaka gets going, could light up this year's US Open. So we're back at Juice and Shelby digging in. Got a very full support cap, as you would imagine. Her sister Sabra was also a college player, and a psychologist who has helped Shelby over the years, I think particularly coming back from 2 very tough injuries. Just down, well, her ranking doesn't really matter anymore, but down in the 300s, but playing on a protected one. That's what the tour allows you to do. Reduce it. And Pegula just throwing in a double fault.
Yeah, now a break point for Rogers after being up 40-15 in this game. Pegula and maybe cruising to finishing this match. Now trouble again. And I think the double fault is because of the position of Rogers, putting a little pressure, knowing that she's going to attack that second serve.
Tommy Paul, a set and 4-1 now. He's going really well on a packed Louis Armstrong. Second serve here for Pegula. Break point down at 4-2 in the second. Deep into the box. And Pegula getting onto her backhand. Rogers really deep with her forehand and just pulls it wide of the tram line. Little frustrated there. This is you would imagine her last chance. We're just seeing actually the replay, and the Hawkeye replay only missed by millimeters, but this is very much her last chance to get back.
Well, 4 chances to break in this set and none unfortunately made for Rogers. How about that ace?
Yes.
Wide.
Right on the intersection.
Perfect.
John Isner imitation there, short and wide to the forehand. Don't know if Jess has ever been compared to John on serve.
Just goes it goes a little faster, that's all.
Well, she has now, but that was very effective right on the intersection. Can she find another one here? That's a really good first serve, but an excellent return from Rogers, who loops up a forehand cross court, and a reply from Pegula, who looks to change the angle, takes it down to the backhand wing of Rogers. They trade backhand to backhand. Changing the angle again is Pegula, and they're forehand to forehand now, but Rogers goes long, and Pegula gets through a tricky service game. 1 game away now from booking a place in the second round.
Back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, updating from courtside on Armstrong. Tommy Paul now up a set and 4-1, and I think his coach Brad Stein is going to be really, really happy with his net points won number. 16 of 19 for Tommy Paul. We're not even through with the second set, and this is part of the adaptation that Paul has undergone in the last 2-3 years under Brad Stein, using his athleticism not just to be a strong east-west player, but to use it north-south in the transition game. That's what Tommy's done so well tonight.
Well, Tommy actually was going very nicely, a set and 4-1, but Sonego with a couple of break points to just get something going now in this second set as Shelby Rogers serves to stay in her very last US Open, a set and 5-2 down against the 6-seeded Jessica Pegula, one of the in-form players and certainly being mentioned as a potential winner, first slam for Pegula. But just got to get through this one, never easy playing someone from your own country. And Pegula looking to break here and just get this done and dusted. And the interesting thing is, you know, with these late finishes, even if Pegula does finish before midnight, and I'm keeping an eye on the clock, I don't know why I'm doing that, but I just thought it'd be interesting to see if she can finish it before midnight. There's still quite a lot to do, isn't there? There's still the warm down, there's the ice bath, there's still press. She probably won't get to bed before, what, 3?
Yeah, it's really tough on the players when you finish this late. You're so right. I mean, you just don't fall asleep as soon as you get off the court. Yeah, you've got to take care of your body. You've got to get some fuel into you, and then the ride back to the city. And your adrenaline when you finish up a late night match, it takes a long time for your adrenaline to get back to a state where you can fall asleep. So at the Grand Slams, unless there's some rain and things go a little awry, you do get that day off to rest from these situations. And then the tournament, normally if you play a late match, say on a Tuesday here, you wouldn't be scheduled a first match on a Thursday. The tournament really works with the players, and you tend to either play early in the day or you play in the evening, and they keep you on that schedule to give you a fair amount of rest. Unless the referee's office you've really upset them in the past. No, I'm joking there. I remember Madison Keys made the final here back in 2017, lost to Sloane Stephens in the end. She was like a night owl. She played every match pretty much at night. I think it took her 2 or 3 weeks to actually recover from that. It was almost like she was jet lagged playing the US Open, but she had a pretty good run. Just to let you know, Tommy Paul has saved a couple of break points in this quite tricky service game at 4-1 in the second set. He's just had a game point, but we're back at deuce now. Rogers 30-15 going 40-15, so it looks like she might hold here just to keep out on the ash a little longer. It's very hard, isn't it, to script when you retire or how you bring the curtain down on your career, but it's not a bad spot to be on the Arthur Ashe, I would imagine. And she's definitely acquitted herself well. The tennis has been good quality. Jess has just been, at least to this point, a little bit stronger on the night, but Shelby's definitely played a good brand of tennis and acquitted herself very nicely. Get the sense at the end of this match there'll be a very warm handshake and embrace, because these two would have played through junior tennis together, satellites, all those years trying to get themselves up in the rankings, and a very nifty smash at the net from Pegula to try and stay in this game. Once again showing off the movement, Shelby Rogers with a very deft drop shot there. I thought it might have even been good enough to win the point. It was a little backhand cross-court drop shot, but Jess got up there really with a lot of alacrity, and then was able to switch her grip, punch it back deep, and put away the smash in the end. Tommy Paul has held at 4-1, so closing in on a 2-set lead over on the Lewis Armstrong as Rogers looks to try and put the finishing touches on this particular service game. It's only one break in this second set. Rogers going down the tee. That was quite a meaty blow, and Pegula not able to make the return back into court.
Yeah, I'm glad you're saying it's only one break, because you know we know Jessie Pegula has had hard times sometimes closing matches. So, as everybody, you know, there are two things that, I don't know what player did say that. I think it was Boris Becker said there's two things on the men's tour that are the most difficult. One, after you broke hold your serve and consolidate the break. Second, closing out matches.
And that's a good start from Pegula. Sweeps away a forehand cross-court winner to go 15-love in this game. I wonder if there's all these little areas that Mark Knowles would have talked to her about, just to get her to that next level, to break that sort of Grand Slam quarterfinal barrier.
See, I've seen her play many times and commentated, as you probably did, but I really do think that she could be putting a lot more pace on those shots sometimes and be more aggressive. I think sometimes she rely on her consistency and her depth when she could really accelerate her arm and put a little more pace in that ball. And I think I would see this more worked on besides her movement and maybe the second serve than her really coming forward at this point, because you have to come forward with something that's going to hurt your opponent. Otherwise, in this day and age, you're going to see that ball pass you many times.
But there has been a big transition from Pegula from when she played in the juniors and the first few years that she played on tour. She was quite a sort, I wouldn't say she was a defensive player or a counter-puncher.
She was a counter-puncher.
Yeah, and she wasn't an aggressive player. I think also what we have to remember is later success, because she had all those injuries. But very quickly she's motored through this game. And Pegula now with match point, sitting at a set and 5-3, 40-love. Pegula with the first serve down the tee. Rogers trades back down the middle of the court and deep backhand from both women. Pegula just getting on her back foot and just spoons a backhand long over the baseline, but still match point here.
Another good depth shot from Rogers that earned her a lot of points tonight.
So Pegula not wasting too much time, just a couple of bounces of the ball, and then up she goes. First serve wide to the forehand. Rogers struggles to get it back into the court. She's already walking to the net for the handshake. I don't think either have found this very easy, and it is the warmest of embraces. Two very good friends who came up in juniors together and then out onto the pros, both with an awful lot of success on the tour. And Pegula certainly not really celebrating, just walking out to, there's not too many fans, not a huge amount of fans in the Arthur Ashe Stadium, but I think she found that very difficult. Just a little wave, job done, and a straight sets victory over Shelby Rogers.
And now being congratulated by Tracy Allister, director of the tournament. She knows obviously how difficult it is to have your last match, and I think they might do something to honor her tonight. They might do maybe an interview, they might do maybe something else on the screen, but she surely deserves it.
It'll be interesting to see what Jess says about this as well.
I tell you, she was not happy before when she saw the draw. She said, really, that stinks, you know. And people actually on the, you know, it was funny because I was looking on social media. People didn't understand. They were thinking, well, how can that stunk? You're playing somebody who hasn't played. You're playing somebody who's 300 and something. And the reason is because they're very good friends. And she knew that Shelby was, you know, finishing her US Open was going to be her last match. And she was just, you know, she didn't want to be the one ending that last match, but you know, it is sometimes things, well, obviously out of her control.
We're just waiting to see. Oh, they're just putting a video on the big screen of Shelby's career. Don't forget, had a win over Serena Williams in her career, part, as you mentioned, part of that what was then the Fed Cup winning team under Kathy Rinaldi.
Yeah.
But I think she'll just, whenever anyone talks about Shelby Rogers, they'll say that she's just a terrific human being, and I think someone we'd still love to see around the game, and I hope we do. I don't know what if she's spoken about what she would like to do afterwards. Sophie, have you heard anything, or is she just gonna? I mean, I think she could put her feet up. I mean, she's been through quite a lot physically.
I think she's probably going to get in broadcasting. That wouldn't surprise me, to tell you the truth, because I think she's very good at it. So why not? As they keep on showing some of her best matches here at the US Open and her career coming on the big screen on Arthur Ashe. A nice tribute for Shelby Rogers, who's retiring.
It's official. They've put up officially retiring. You cannot unretire yourself now. There has been a lot of retirements, and she's gonna have a chat with Renee Stubbs.
And just give me your thoughts right now. I'm going to give the mic to you and allow you to do this on your own. Well, first of all, thanks for staying so late. You guys are awesome. Second of all, sorry, Jess. I know you want to recover, but a few more minutes. Thank you for waiting. Congrats, by the way. You're playing amazing, so keep going. I don't know. I feel like I expected to feel a lot of emotions, but the main one, I think, is just gratitude. Gratitude for all of the amazing moments and some tough ones on this court, too. But really special that I'm able to play here one more time. Gratitude, wow, to my family that's here, thank you. Some of them flew in today and have been here a few days, waiting all day for me to play, so thank you for the support. My team, gosh, everyone behind the scenes that has just been there for decades. You know, it's been a lot of years in the making. Gratitude, gosh, to the Lord for these blessings, for these talents, for the opportunities to just glorify Him with everything I do. And yeah, just overwhelming emotions. I wish I would have prepared this better, but it's so special to share this with you guys, and I just can't wait to see, I don't know what else I can do with the sport. I don't want to leave it, but my body says it's time, so I won't be a stranger, and I hope to see you guys soon.
Well said, Shelby. We'd like to invite Stacey Allister, the tournament director, and Dr. Brian Hain. Stay here, Shelbs. Got a little memento for you. The president of the USTA, Dr. Brian Hainline, to give you a little momentum.
She's just been handed a lovely bunch of yellow flowers, and then she's got a huge, well, that'll go on a wall somewhere at her home, and a huge picture board of well, some of the best moments of her career and all sorts of action shots as well. And I think the US Open, particularly under Stacey Allister, have been very mindful of how many retirements are, and just to try and do it in the way that the players want it. Danielle Collins did not want any fuss at all. I don't think Shelby wanted a big fanfare. I think that was just absolutely right. And I'll tell you one thing that was very telling there. Her sister Sabra has, you know, was crying her eyes out, wasn't she? But I think now we're going to hear from Jessica.
That you knew that this was a possibility tonight with Shelby. You knew that it was going to be the last match if you were to win this. So I'm going to give you a chance to say a few words about Shelby and just about the match in general.
Oh gosh, I'm going to get emotional too. Well, congrats on a great career. I mean, amazing. Seriously, I'm like getting emotional.
It's okay, Jess.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm getting more emotional. I remember just playing 16 under Southerns with her, and now we're here, and I think it's so cool. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She probably thought she was doing really well, and then I broke her down. No, but I mean, seriously, like we grew up playing juniors together, grew up in the same sections, and it's really crazy. I mean, now we get to play night match at Ash, and obviously she's had some amazing wins here, amazing results here at the US Open. So just I have an amazing time. I'm sure I'll see you in Florida, and we'll go on more. We'll take our dog on more dogs on more play dates, and I'll get to hang out with you and John. And congrats to you and your family and everyone that's here and your team. Yeah, I know you've been through a lot with injuries and all that stuff. So it's just, I don't know. I just wish you all the best in the next chapter.
How tough was it? Also, you come into this tournament, just a little bit about you. You come into this tournament playing some great tennis. You're one of the favorites here at this tournament. Well, what does it mean for you to have that opportunity to play in your home country and also be somebody that a lot of people are talking about that can go deep into this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I knew coming into this match there was a lot of challenges and a lot of weird kind of variables on my plate. One, playing an American, playing Shelby, knowing it could be her last match, and then coming in on a great couple weeks and all of a sudden turning into one of the favorites when my year hasn't been that great has been kind of crazy. So I'm glad I was able to deal with all the things tonight. And then obviously first match on Ash at night is never easy as well, getting used to the conditions. So yeah, I'm just happy that I was able to get through that tonight. And hopefully I can just, keep improving at the tournament as the tournament goes on.
All right, well, congrats, Jess. And just so you know, Chrissy wants one of your dresses, okay? She loves it. Back to you guys.
There you go. So we are in very good company. Chris Evert also likes the dress as well. I think we're doing pretty well. But just shows you friendship a lot more important than the tennis. We're going to take a short break, then we're going to head over to Louis Armstrong, see if Tommy Paul can wrap up there in the third set. Well, we're down to the last match here on day two, the second night match of the second night session of this year's US Open. Jessica Pegula has just beaten Shelby Rogers. She'll go on to play Sofia Kenin in the second round. And Jasmine Paolini had a blockbuster against Bianca Andreescu. So it's all been going on. Carlos Alcaraz dropped a set against a very unknown Australian player that surprised us all, but came through in four. So we're down to the last two here this evening as we're just gone past midnight. And over on the Louis Armstrong, Tommy Paul, the 14th seed, is 6-4, 6-2 against Lorenzo Sonego, one of the best Italians out there in men's tennis. But I have to say, Maria Cikcak, the umpire, has just been on the walkie-talkie. We suspect that the trainer has been called. But Gil, you're over there. Have you seen anything?
I think it might have had something to do with the electronic line calling, actually, which seemed to malfunction on the first serve of this third set. So I think that's what it was about.
Okay, I have to say, maybe we've been too many years doing this job, and usually when an umpire goes to the walkie-talkie, there's usually a few seconds later a trainer appears at the side of the court, but keep an eye on it. But it seems to have been Tommy very much in control, and certainly on the scoreline, and just flicking across and keeping an eye on the match. Has that really been the story of it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a comprehensive performance from Tommy, and I think his speed around the court has really bothered Sonego, as it does so many opponents. Lorenzo's first serve and his big forehand and his drop shot, and he loves the forehand drop shot. He goes to it all the time. And Tommy, it's so difficult to get the ball through him or get the ball in front of him, because I truly feel he's an elite mover on hard court. There's very few better than him.
Can you see him wrapping up the third, or is there something more to come from Sonego?
No, I mean, there aren't signs right now. I do think this is looking like straights for Tommy.
Okay,
let's see.
We'll see if you're right, Gil. I'm not going to dangle any enticements for you, but let's see how we go here. Sonego currently ranked just inside the world's top 50. Has been as high as 21 in the world, but that was 3 years ago. 6'3", the 7th best Italian on tour, and there are so many of them here at this year's US Open. 10 in all. That's pretty much a record amount. And Sonego's had a bit of an up and down sort of year. Quarterfinal in Marrakesh, but has won 18 matches, but has lost more than that. But comes off the win in Winston-Salem, which is clearly not a very good omen, because it seems like you can't get past the third round if you win in Winston-Salem.
Historically, very, very tough to back up a Winston-Salem title with a deep US Open run. But really, the draw didn't do Lorenzo any favors here. Tommy Paul's at the top, at the peak of his powers, and one of the toughest players to beat in this tournament.
Sonego is this tall, angular figure. Almost looks, even at 29, going on 30. The man from Turin, as if he hasn't still quite grown into his frame. I mean, he's quite gawky, isn't he, the way he walks about the court, but he's sort of shaking his racket up and down as if saying, right, I'm still in this. Good body language from the Italian. We need to put your mic on, Sophie.
You still can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
I can hear you now.
There you go. I think Claude got me. He was tired of hearing me. I said your reference to Ralph Macchio, who was the Karate Kid, is absolutely perfect. They look completely alike. It's. I thought about it, and when you refer to it again, I'm like, yep, exactly right.
Do you see a different Tommy Paul than maybe even 12 months ago in terms of just his authority early on in a slam?
It seems like he's just going from strength to strength as a player and a competitor. He's formed a tremendous alliance with Brad Stein, one of the best coaches we've had in the last couple of decades. Those two really have made an exceptional team. They've been together for perhaps about 5 years now. I think they teamed up.
Yeah. October 2019.
As soon as they teamed up, I think Tommy maybe won a title in Australia and Adelaide. It didn't take long for them to really gel. And he is just getting better and better with every year. He's just seemingly hitting his forehand better, advancing to the net better. His serve's always been good. He's got a lovely fluid service motion. And his backhand's always been very reliable.
Both men playing in their 7th US Open. Tommy Paul actually came here as a qualifier back in 2015 when he made the final of the boys event, the juniors, losing to Tommy Fritz, but qualified into the main draw of the seniors. That's how good he was as a youngster. Also won the French Open juniors as well. So one of the best. Nearly went to college, but decided to go pro. But Gil, what are you seeing out there?
Well, I had a chance to talk to Tommy before the tournament started, and I asked him about how he feels about his U.S. Open history, his resume here. It was a really tough start for him. He lost first round at his first 4 U.S. Open appearances, and we're talking about a guy born in New Jersey. Yes, he moved to the Carolinas at a young age, but obviously as an American, this is the one you have circled, and it just tormented him that he couldn't win a match here. Well, he broke that streak 2 years ago. It did have to win his first round in 5 sets over Bernabe Zapata Marias, and I remember that match, and with all due respect, it shouldn't have gone 5, but Tommy was so tight that it went 5. He lost in the 3rd round that year. Then last year, he was looking poised for a run, and in the 4th round, he ran into a red-hot Ben Shelton. Tommy Paul told me, I am not satisfied with how well I've done at the U.S. Open in my career thus far.
Well, that is great to hear. He's 15-30 actually in this service game, just looking to just settle into this 3rd set. Sonego, you feel, is going to have a real go here. And by the way, that farm that he grew up in and spent some time in New Jersey, he goes and does a little work on it actually from time to time, helps up his mum and his stepfather as he just comes forward to the net, and it's 30-all in this game. He's a very low-key guy, isn't it? There's not too many players who would play Wimbledon and then go and get on the tractor on his mother's farm and help out with the chickens and the sheep.
I love that about him because
great.
I'm always
very calming down.
I'm always bothered by players that show too much emotion, that it's a roller coaster for them during the match. And Tommy really conserves his energy really well. It's all just getting to the next point. You rarely see him rattled. So I think that's just, apart from his speed and his all-round a tremendous game, there's an unforced error there at 30-all that a lot of players would have shown some animation there and wasted some energy. Tommy just, I'm sure his brain is racing, but to the eye, he looks like he's completely in control of his emotions.
Yeah, he's taking his time to serve here, although it is a break point for True Love lead in his third set for Sonego. Serve and volley, how about that? He's got it. Serve and volley on this shot to save the break points. That's how smart he is. And I think that's one point that's really, they work well together. I think tactically they got to really get him to have options. I also love the fact that he has a very heavy forehand topspin, and then he really flattens that backhand, so you never get the same height of the ball when you hit on the other side, which is very disconcerting.
So back at juice in this second game of the third set. Tommy Paul in the black trainers with the yellow flashes on the side, grey top, white and black hat. Nothing's really matching these days in the tennis world, in the style stakes. But just going long on the baseline there. Yes, Brad Stein has talked a lot about wanting Tommy to retain that variety that he has. He's a different kind of player. A lot of them out there find him really tricky to play, unpredictable, and he wants to keep him. He doesn't want him to lose that, you know, that element in his game by trying to make the forehand a little bigger, as he has done, making him a more aggressive player over the last few years. So Sonego with a break point. He's got all these sort of blue and black swirls on his top. Paul with the second serve now, having to use that, goes wide on the court. Does actually ghosts in with a bit of a bluff there with that kick second serve. Sonego not happy, hands on hips, elbows sticking out.
Well, he did it again.
Yes.
Serve and volley.
And a really short, wide kicker. He really
so well
got
done.
Sonego well out of the court. Sonego chose to stand deep to return it, so he knew that if he didn't hit a winner on that backhand, Tommy was in position to dice away the volley.
So back at juice in this game, and a slider out live from Paul, who switched up his frame actually at the back end of the 2022 season, which I mean, he's using the Onyx frame, which is very popular on tour now, but that was a huge switch, and I'm not sure Brad really thought it was a great idea, but then Tommy made semi-finals of the Australian Open, so that discussion was over. Second serve here, advantage Paul just to hang on to this particular game, but he just falls away off that backhand, and it drifts long, and just a sort of a glance back at Brad Steiner and the camp.
Yeah, that's a forehand that you wouldn't expect Tommy to miss. Just going back to the breakpoint save, though, that was something that Brad and Tommy would have discussed before the match, I'm sure. If you see Sonego playing deep on second serve on a significant point, that's a high percentage play. These are the types of things that coaches and players go over before the match is even played, looking for go-to patterns on big points.
Well, Paul's trying to attack now with his forehand. Sonego a little frustrated, just slaps at the forehand. It sails long over the American's baseline, and Sonego just sort of lifting up his shirt and wiping his chin with it, and just sort of strutting around at the back of the court in a quite aggravated sort of way. I think he thought this was his moment to try and turn the momentum of the match. So once again, Tommy Paul with break points here at love one in the third, 2 sets to love up the American. First serve down the tee, and I think Sonego got a touch on that. That might go down as an ace, but it's certainly an unreturnable. And again, Tommy Paul playing the tennis that he needs given the junction of the match.
And you can see the intensity on his face. He's up 2 sets to love, but there is no taking the foot off the gas here. He knows that it's very important for him to try and finish this match in straight sets, maximize his recovery time for the second round, let alone giving Sonego a hope of getting back and winning this match.
What are you seeing out here, Sophie?
No, I'm just, very interested in finding out the tactic that he's using. I love that he's mixing up everything. Tommy Paul, and now a great lob, and coming in behind it. What a lob he hit. What a defensive lob right on the line. Yep, he's looking at it going, ooh, I got a little lucky here.
I think he was admiring himself, Sophie. He's like looking up at the screen saying, wow, look at me. How did I do that?
Got a cheeky little smile, hasn't he? There's a lovely story about Tommy, because he actually grew up. He left Voorhees, New Jersey. That's a great name, isn't it? When he was about 3, and his mother and stepfather had a sort of health centre with a few sort of leisure centre, a few clay courts in North Carolina, in Greenville, Carolina, and every year they used to sort of pack up the family car and drive to New York to watch the qualifying competition because it was free to come in. So that's what they used to do every year with his sister Jessie Lynn. And he only ended up playing tennis because his parents were super busy running this sort of leisure centre health place, and which just had a few clay courts. It wasn't anything fancy, and it was just cheaper, I heard the story, to enroll them in a little tennis kids program rather than pay for a babysitter. So it was a kind of an accident that he ended up playing tennis. And but you think all those years, all those long car journeys from North Carolina to New York to watch the tennis, and here he is being talked about as, you know, just maybe he could have a very deep run. 4th round last year, as you mentioned, before losing to Ben Shelton. I have to say, Sonego's getting fired up here, isn't he?
Well, he's the one now thinking, hey, you know what? I can come forward as well, and I can show you a few volleys. As he put that forehand volley very firm at impact away as a winner, and he's up 30-15 on his serve, 1-all in this 3rd set. 2-0 for the American Tommy Paul.
So many Italians out there on tour. Good win for Sinner earlier today. Fabulous return, just caught that perfectly, Paul. Wonderful timing. Makes the game look easy, doesn't it? It almost looks like he's not trying.
Well, he absorbs pace so beautifully on the backhand. It's like the harder you hit it into the backhand, the more he just deflects it wherever he wants. He really has it's a thing of beauty, that backhand of his, Tommy Paul's.
30-all in this game. Sonego missing the first serve. It's hard to think of any other player that you'd say plays like Tommy Paul. I mean, maybe you have a comparison, but I can't think of anyone.
No, I think Sophie made a great point. He plays with so much variety, a lot of spin on the forehand. The backhand's pretty flat, so it's two contrasting types of balls you're getting depending on which wing you hit to.
He's also a fabulous athlete, and he's having to use every ounce of that. And Sonego with a very difficult shot, actually, off of a defensive forehand from Sonego, and he misses wide in the tram line. And that is not improving his move. And he's sort of marching about at the back of the court, sort of chatting to his camp. And it is a break point now for Paul to go up 2-1 in this 3rd set. And the way he's playing, very hard to see him going backwards from here. Tommy Paul, eyes very wide now, and under that black and white cap and with the grey shirt on. Sonego misses his first serve. He sort of jumps a little petulantly, actually, behind it. Pulls the second ball out of those black shorts with that top with all those sort of fairly hectic swirls on them. And I'm not think sure he quite knows what he needs to do here. Kicker into the backhand corner of Paul. Actually, Sonego's with the drop shot. It hits the tape but falls back his side, and there is a break. And Tommy Paul going really well here, to the delight of this Louis Armstrong crowd. The last match under the lights here on Day 2 of this year's US Open, ninth session on the Louis Armstrong. That's where we're going to reside, which a court which just sits rather magnificently just over to the side of Arthur Ashe and between the main stadium and the East Gate. And what a stadium it is, as Tommy Paul leading by 2 sets to love and a break just comes in and cuts off a forehand volley. And actually the camera's just flicking to his coach Brad Stein, who's sort of shadow swinging that. And now, and I have to say, this Louis Armstrong Stadium, it's in its 7th year, right in the footprint of the old Louis Armstrong and the grandstand, and it's magnificent, isn't it? It's very open, but it's also very intimate as well, David.
It's hard to explain, but yeah, Louis Armstrong's just
explain it for us.
Well, it's got you described it perfectly. I think it's intimate and yet it's enormous. It's hard to imagine how that could be so, but it was John Isner's favorite court. He used to love being on Armstrong, played some great matches there. And Ashe is a little bit more difficult to play on, I think, because the wind is more significant on Ashe by and large. So you can really get some windy situations on Ashe that you don't find as much on Armstrong. It's a great court for tennis, great for the fans to watch on also.
And it's a perfectly calm night here, Paul, at 40 love. Actually, surprisingly, just snuck in with that kick serve out wide and going for the volley, and got a little low on him. I think he would
caught it right on the throat.
I think he'd like that one back. So at 40-15, yeah, it's a great fan court. You know, all the upper bowls is just general admission. You can come in, you can wander out the sides of the court, you can also move about the sort of controlled movement. But it's had a great feel about it from day one. Paul actually having to work a little harder in this game. His backhand from the baseline just going long. Sonego looking interested here.
That's a good move from Sonego, just being much more aggressive on that second serve, trying to take that early. He's trying to do that also when Paul is hitting his forehand cross-court deep with a lot of topspin. He's trying to take that ball earlier to not let that ball kick, which is a good tactic for Sonego, but you got to get there very early to be able to do that, and the timing is everything.
Good first serve from Paul, and he backs it up with a forehand in his backhand corner. Now forehand from the backhand corner. Sonego cross court backhand. Sonego looking for his forehand, big inside in, but he goes long. And the 29-year-old Italian, very agitated, sort of looking rather angrily at his racket face. And he is quite a twitchy, sort of jerky character, isn't he, Lorenzo? He's always in motion and sort of moving about.
He's Italian. You know, those Italian, they're always in motion. They speak with their hands, you know. That's the Italian way.
So, Lorenzo staring down at 1-3 in this third set, and I have to say, apart from that really good win in Winston-Salem coming in here, which has proved a very poor round, hasn't had a particularly good year. By contrast, Tommy Paul has picked up 2 titles, and I have to say he recovered very well from, I don't know if you remember this match, David and Sophie, 3rd round of the Australian Open, lost in 5 sets to Miomir Kecmanovic and had a match point in the 4th, and then lost the 5th, 6 love, and that could have crushed. Don't forget, he was defending a semi-final run from the 12 months previous. That was in the 3rd round. What does he do? He turns around and he wins Dallas the next week, the ATP 250. He makes the final of Del Rey, where he loses to Taylor Fritz, and then makes the semi-finals at Indian Wells, and actually was a set-up against Daniel Medvedev. I mean, that was a hell of a response from, I don't know what Brad Stein said to him or what he said to himself, but I think that just shows you the kind of character he is. And he's always seen as a little bit, you know, laid back maybe, but that took some steel, because that was a devastating loss.
And you know what I love about him is he can't play on every surfaces, and that's huge. If you want to be one of the best, you have to be able to adapt on every single surfaces, and he can do this.
And every player has their match, or a few matches that are nightmares that you'd like to forget. But he clearly showed his resilience after that Aussie Open, tough one, and went on to have a great month right afterwards. So definitely a sign of his character and his professionalism.
30-15 this game for the Italian. He also won at Queen's, actually beat Jack Draper, and Lorenzo Mazzetti and Corda. Actually, Draper and Corda he'd lost to earlier in the season as well. So that was good. That's a hell of a big trophy you get at Queen's as well. So that was great for his confidence. And then backed it up with a quarterfinal berth at Wimbledon, his first, before losing to Carlos Alcaraz. And it was Alcaraz that beat him in the last 8 of the Olympics as well. But he didn't turn around particularly well. Second round in Montreal, lost to Brandon Nakashima, who's been playing very well in 3 sets, and then lost, hopefully it wasn't an omen, lost in the first round of Cincinnati to the Italian Flavio Cobolli.
Well, I think it was exhausted.
Exactly, exactly. So
Sonego with a first serve there that almost landed beyond the baseline. I don't know if I've seen that.
I'm sure you've seen that before.
Well,
but
maybe not in professional tennis.
He's at 40-15. Oh, Tommy Paul going with a drop shot off the return cross-court. Couldn't have found a more acute angle, and that's a great illustration of just how unpredictable he can be. This shot was, well,
drop shot return.
Yeah.
That's what it was, and it was perfectly executed, but I'm surprised because Sonego had a chance to go around the post and hit that, and didn't go around the post, tried to go cross-court, and completely made a mess of it.
He needs to play some more pickleball.
I know, I was just
the idea would have appeared to him.
ATP, baby.
So here at 40-30,
and by the way, ATP around the post in pickleball. You didn't know that?
I did not.
The things you were thinking I was, talking about the Association of Professional Tennis, but no. Or Association of Tennis Professional. Anyway, ATP around the post.
Things I have learned sitting next to you in only 2 evenings. They're trading blows here from the baseline. Sonego just trying to rip forehands. He switches direction. Tommy Paul with the backhand line. And Sonego coming forward now, grunting heavily. And he finishes it off with a volley. That's an unbelievable way to hold a big fist pump. He is not out of this just yet. Great body language from the Italian, and just maybe there is another twist on Louis Armstrong. Like maybe we won't get away at a reasonable time, Gil. What do you think?
Maybe not. I still think Tommy Paul is the player in this match who has a lot more margin in his game. It feels like Sonego needs to come up with something great every single time to kind of stay in this. But talking about Tommy Paul's season, you look at all the highs he's had. The only other thing I want to mention is in Miami, first round against Martin Daum. He had a very scary looking injury. The first time I saw it, I thought he might have tore his Achilles because it was a non-contact injury, and he came off the court, hopping on one leg, didn't want to put weight on the one leg. It turned out to be, thankfully, not so bad. Comes back on the clay after missing a month, and his first tournament back was Madrid, but then right after that, he made the semis of Rome, which Sophie loves because it was on clay. So with all the great highs that Tommy has had in the season, he also didn't let that ankle injury derail him.
Yeah, well, that's, again, talking about his character, not getting down on his loss, 6-love in the 5th at the Australian Open, not getting down on himself with this, injury that could have been much worse, and really basically getting back on the horse and making a lot of damages on the tour.
I think also worth remembering, for quite a few years had a nasty elbow injury as well, and so wasn't able to serve full out and wasn't actually able to practice his serve that much, and that took quite a long time. That lingered for at least a season and a half, and that just checked his progress. Tommy Paul at 27 years of age, currently 14 in the world. It was a couple of spots higher towards the back end of last year, but looks as if he's coming into some of the best form of his career. Love 15 in this service game, 3-2. Third set has a comfortable lead in this best of 5, but looking to come forward as much as possible. Doesn't look too much at his camp. We had that. That was also part of our lengthy discussion before coming on air tonight. Just the odd look over. Seems quite an independent character out there, David.
Yeah, which shows strength of character to me. He's not relying on his box to try and get him over the line like the old school players. He can do it himself.
First serve wide to the Sonego forehand. Paul running round his backhand, just you can hear him skipping with those squeaky black and yellow shoes, and he's looking to find a way forward again. Really aggressive play from the American.
Aggressive footwork, wasn't it? As you said, you could hear those shoes squeaking, which is a great sign. He's one of the elite movers in the game, both defensively, but then that was offensive footwork, the little steps that you take so you can unload on the ball with precision.
Serving here at 30-15 in a very baggy sort of grey shirt with black shorts. Ooh, just leans back off that forehand. It sails over the baseline. It's frustrating. Doesn't want to let Sonego back in here.
Yeah, we haven't seen many enforced errors of the sort from Tommy Paul, but this one really backing off of that forehand and completely floating out.
If he has one little mini weakness, it's sometimes when he tries to generate his own pace on the forehand. It's not the thing he does the best, and in this game both errors have come from fairly relatively easy positions, but he tried to juice up the forehand, add his own pace to it, and missed them both long.
Second serve at 30-old Tommy Paul attacks a forehand inside out now. Oh, now just
that's a third one.
Yeah.
Of the forehand, but you know, he hits really the outside of the ball a lot more than through the ball, and you know, with that effect, it's hard to really put pace in the ball if you don't penetrate the ball with your racket head. And we're hearing the Italian coach of Sonego just at the end of it, forza. Sonego not able to break yet in this set. 0 for 6 in this match, should I say.
And that's now 0 for 7.
Ouch. And he knows it.
Oh. Gesturing to his camp.
Really good disguise from Tommy Paul. He was able to serve the ball up the tee, but with what we call a kick toss. It looked like it was going to be out to the backhand, but he disguised it and fooled Sonego.
Yeah, gets out of trouble with back-to-back perfect serves. This one right at the left hip of Sonego was a little bit of a linky, tall guy, so not easy to get around it.
Game point here for Paul. Gives you a hell of a lot of confidence, doesn't it, when you save break point after break point and really gets into the head of your opponent. Second serve, looking to kick it out to the backhand, doesn't get it quite right, but Paul onto his backhand, and he's lifted that as well, his ball spending a lot of time sailing over the baseline. Just needs to regroup here as we go back to juice.
Bit casual on that backhand, it seems. The footwork wasn't exactly there, right? We didn't hear the squeaking.
This game, 4 unforced errors. That one was on the backhand, but they're all been footwork mistakes, really. Just for a little moment in time here, he's a couple of shots. He's allowed the ball to come to him without going and getting it with his feet.
So back at juice. Paul goes up first serve wide. Sonego just stuns the return back into court, allows Paul to come back in, and just Sonego just drifts a backhand slice down the line, and Paul, I think, in two minds whether to take it or not, and ends up just dumping it in the net, and Sonego just bobbing and nodding his head there, and he's got another opportunity to get back on serve in this third set.
Yeah, you don't often see a slice backhand passing shot. This one was high in the air. I think that Tommy, you know, thought maybe that could have been out on the alley, but chose to take it and made a mess of it.
So another break point in this game. Tommy Paul serve and volley. It wasn't the cleanest forehand volley, but that was quite enough to just save the point. Sonego smiling in agony, really now.
He's smiling because he had a shot on it. I mean, the volley was not really punched. It was kind of like put there, cross court.
This one of the longest games of the contest so far, just going over 5 minutes. And Gil, you're seeing a change of tactics here.
Seems like Sonego is willing to take a little pace off of his ground strokes in this game, and it's actually drawing errors. Instead of everything being either full speed or a drop shot, which is how he's played most of the match.
Well, he's got a third break point in this game. Tommy Paul with the double fault now. That's hit his first one of this third set.
Gil, being fluent in Italian, has probably picked up the signals from the coaching box for Sonego to take pace off the ball.
It's a first serve. Tommy Paul with the serve and volley, backhand volley, and Sonego can't make him play a second one. Great volley into space there, and again that looked like another set play from the practice court. Kicker out wide to the Sonego backhand and drifting in behind it.
How many times is he going to serve and volley and save those break points, and Sonego not able to do anything about it? That's frustrating. 0 for 8 Sorry, 0 for 9.
I have a feeling that Gil might need to cover his ears, because I think there's going to be a few bad Italian words coming across the court. But tried to serve and volley again, and Sonego got it right at his feet, and there was absolutely nothing the American could do. And maybe it's fourth time lucky. Sonego just pulling up his socks. He's also wearing black trainers, but he's got like a green sole to them. Extraordinary outfits this year at the US Open, almost defying description. Here we go, break point. Tommy Paul comes in again, kicker out wide, and comes to the net. He's done that time and time again. Talk about going to the well as much as you possibly can, and now in almost a 7-minute game.
Well, until Sonego proves he can stop it, Tommy Paul will keep saving break points with the kicker out wide serve volley. I think Sonego tried to adjust and take the angle. He moved in a fraction more, but still couldn't execute the backhand return.
Oh, he's starting to try to return down the middle to the feet of Tommy Paul. It worked at 40-all. Now Tommy Paul on the second serve, staying back.
We're back at deuce in this game. Paul with a backhand cross court, Sonego with a drifting slice, and then he just leans on one to get it down the line. That can't have missed by more than a couple of millimeters support once again.
In the old days, they would have been remonstrating with the umpire about that being in. To see Johnny Mack being just incensed with that call, but these days, of course, the computer doesn't lie.
Johnny, no.
I can't wait to see what Tommy does here. Does he kick out wide on a game point?
No, he's got to go tee here.
Yeah, I have that feeling too.
Yep, right on the tee, but missed it long.
He's got such a elastic sort of flexibility, doesn't he, to his serve. Really does lean back on it. And a good second serve, actually. They're going backhand to backhand. Tommy Paul with the slice, changing direction. And Sonego goes inside in, gives Paul the forehand cross court.
That was close.
The American just going fractionally long. And as is this game, he's heading over to his towel box and just touches his cap.
You know how important this game is. I mean, it feels like it could be the set right here, to tell you the truth.
And then the match, if it goes Paul's way, who is the 14th seed.
But for either player, I think whoever gets this game could be easily going through this set.
Goes out wide with the forehand, finds his way towards the net. That's a really poor shot for Sonego. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. It was, I think, shaping up for a slice, but ended up as pretty much nothing.
Slice backhand cross-court pass. It's not going to happen. The opponent has too much time to get to it on the cross-court path.
Game point once again. Stein sitting next to Tommy's physio, who he convinced to take on board a couple of years ago, and hasn't paid off. And Tommy does go with the tee serve. Sonego can barely get a racket on it, and somewhat of a relief in the Paul camp as he breaks clear now in this third set.
Well, that was a great example of a player using good tactics to get out of trouble, and that's something that Brad Stein would have said to Tommy before the match. He said, when you need a point, get in on the Sonego backhand, either with a kick serve volley or a good approach shot, and that's what the top players do. They play high percentage points when the chips are down.
And Sonego cannot believe that he's 0 for 10 altogether in this match on break points opportunity. Oh boy, that hurts. Now Sonego serving at 2-4 down. Second serve here on this opening point. Good return down the line from the racket of Tommy Paul, exchanging blows from the baseline. Tommy Paul going for the inside out forehand, and then tried for the drop shot backhand, but missed right on the tape. And again, the variety of his shots is pretty incredible. Trying to play short, trying to play deep, trying to play with topspin, with shape, with slice, and now the drop shot. He's got a lot of artillery in his bag, doesn't he?
I just love the way he keeps his emotions under control. That would have been annoying to be in a position to get the first point of this 7th game, but it didn't work out, and he's just focusing on his breathing and resetting, getting on with the next point.
Very twitchy, Sonego. at 15 love in this game. And actually, his Italian opponent is someone that does seem to waste a hell of a lot of energy down that end, gesturing to his camp, sort of stomping about behind the baseline when things haven't gone quite his way, when he's missed another break point, another return. But he's on a second serve here. Paul really rather ambitious backhand return from way back behind his baseline. It's almost as if he's taking a little bit of a breather in this game. So Sonego at 30 love. Awkward customer, Lorenzo Sonego. Third tour meeting between the two. That was Paul who beat him on indoor hard in Rotterdam back in 2021. Sonego getting his revenge in Cincinnati a little later in the year. Actually first played off the tour at a Futures event when Tommy was still a junior, and actually had a good win over Sonego then, who was a couple of years older and already out there on the tour. But even those two matches in Rotterdam and Cincinnati, pretty close affairs, and that was an easy service game for Lorenzo, who sort of bangs the ball that he would have used for his second serve against the cement and trudges over to his towel box and looking most disconsolate and slightly, I don't know, slightly fed up out here with how things have gone. But we're going to take a short break, but we won't be too far away. Great to have your company on the second night session of this year's US Open, and it's the last match on court under the lights here at Flushing Meadow, and we are with Tommy Paul, the 14th seed, up against Lorenzo Sonego and the American. 2 sets to love up and a break, and looking to wrap up proceedings and move into the second round, where he will play the Aussie, if he does win here, Max Purcell, which could be quite a fun match. Sam Smith alongside Sophie Amiak and David McPherson. We'll just see if Tommy Paul can be with you right until the end of this match. Let's see if Tommy Paul can finish off here. Hard to see a way back now, isn't it, for Sonego? He had a really good go early on in this third set.
10 break points, certainly that'll frustrate you when you let 10 get away from you. And the tennis has been a little bit scratchy. It's not easy to play your best tennis after midnight. It's just your cycle is a little off, and I feel like these players are definitely not playing their absolute A game right now. But Tommy's just trying to keep it together, stay focused, and get this thing done.
You know, you're always going to have a few late nights. It's the US Open. It also happens in Australia and even at the French Open now. I mean, Wimbledon's the only one that sort of turns the lights out at 11 o'clock. So night tennis very much a part of the game these days, and plenty of fans here still on the Louis Armstrong Stadium.
Yeah, Jasmine Paolini got this thing started on Louis Armstrong. She electrified the crowd, and now Tommy Paul and Lorenzo Sonego are also keeping the fans entertained.
Yes, this Italian not quite so popular. And the grunting you can hear from Sonego He's the 7th best man from his country out on tour. They've got great strength in depth now. 29-year-old from Turin, which is in the northwestern part of the country. Loves his football, supports Torino FC.
Key point here, 30-all, 4-3 for Paul, serving.
Sonego crouches down. He's a tall figure at 6'3". There's not an ounce on him really. And Paul with the second serve. They go backhand to backhand. Paul running around it though, getting on the forehand, looking to open up the court, and Paul not looking terribly secure on that forehand side. When's he going to switch the play? Goes down the line. Sonego's more than up to it. He goes cross court, and now with a very aggressive drop shot, Tommy Paul up to it, slides it down the line, and Paul at the net, and he finishes it off in great style. A slam dunk volley from Paul, and he gets his player box on their feet. They just know how important it is to keep the Italian at bay. A 19-shot rally packed with adventure and improvisation.
Oh my goodness, Tommy's athleticism saved him there, as well as his hand skills. My goodness, he was in a horrible position for about 3 or 4 shots there, but his speed got him to the drop shot, and then he lunged and was able to survive a couple of volleys there.
Paul at 40-30, he loves that tee serve, but he's gone fractionally long, arches his back quite a long way actually. It's quite an expansive serve, so second serve he's going to kick it out to the backhand, of course he is. And then he gets another backhand. But Sonego being very aggressive with the forehand, and Paul can really just jab at it, and it drifts long. And Sonego still very dangerous out here in this third set, but 2 sets to love down.
I like that response from Sonego. Is just trying to be as aggressive as he can, and really, you know, sending a message. I am not going down. I am going to try everything I can, and you know, that's this way. That's the way you want to play against somebody when you're down 2 sets to love and 4-3.
So back at deuce, Tommy Paul in the black baseball cap with the black and white baseball cap, actually turned around the traditional way. And here we go again. Sonego with a fabulous return. Read the serve extremely well out wide to the forehand. Now it is 11th break point of the match for Sonego. Well, can he? Well, let's see what Tommy does here. And he goes tee with that first serve, gets onto the inside in forehand, and then once again Paul at net. He's wild with the high forehand volley, way past the tram lines, and something for Sonego. He gets his very first break on his 7th break point of this third set, and we are level. No one's going anywhere right now.
I just love the way that at the end of that point, when he finally broke on the 11th time and opportunity, he looked at his camp with like a very dry sense of humor. I said, wouldn't, you know, in his mind, would you believe it? I did it. Wow, 4-all. This is getting exciting here.
Sonego looking a little springier with that tall, lanky gait. He's won a lot of matches over the years on tour. Very good clay courter. Comes forward.
Frustrating for Tommy Paul. He made a critical backhand error to get himself in trouble on his own serve, and then that was a very makeable backhand pass by his standards, and it clipped the tape. So just a little bit of frustration that he's going to have to overcome here, Tommy, to finish this in straight.
Brad Gilbert watching courtside, chewing very hard on, well, I suspect is some gum. First serve just clips the tape. That is the voice of Maria Cicak in the chair. She's having a late one too. Sonego just bouncing the ball rather furiously against the court surface. Trying to find another first serve here, which he does, and it's right on the intersection out wide to the Tommy Paul background, to the Tommy Paul backhand, and there's certainly a feeling of a momentum switch in this third set. So 30 love in this game, 4-all, third set. Sonego has been down a break. Finds another first serve wide. And Paul just Tries to bunt a forehand return, but it nets, and Sonego dashes over to his tower. Is looking a lot brighter now, isn't he? Not quite so much chit-chat to his support camp. He's just getting on. He's quite frantic, actually, the way he sort of goes about his business. At 40 love here. Throws the ball up. First serve goes pretty long, actually, over the service line. A few more bounces. His shirt absolutely soaked in perspiration. Second serve. Paul has a lot of work to do here. Good return, though. Another extravagant shot from Sonego. Goes back to 40-15. Keeps blowing on his grip. I suspect it's slipping. He does look as if he
should be wearing some wristbands, really, because the sweat comes down into his hands, and you know, some players don't like to feel the wristbands, but that's probably the reason. But yeah, he's blowing on his hand, and this is an ace to conclude here and take the lead here in this third set. 5-4 for Sonego. Incredible. All of a sudden turnaround.
Yeah, a real dip there. For the last 10 or 15 minutes, Tommy just had a dip in his concentration, missing shots that really he rarely would miss, and he's got himself in a little bit of a pickle here. 5-4 down, still on serve, but he needs to gather his concentration and really finish strongly here and crash through the finish line.
Gil, I understand that you're pretty nifty with your Italian. Have you picked up any of the chatter from Sonego?
No, but not at all. But the chatter has existed. It is. He could be saying anything. He could be saying this sideline reporter is really annoying me. I would not know. I feel like Tommy, the entire set, has not been very sharp off the ground. And we saw a couple of service games early where him just getting forward, getting to the net, whether it be serve and volley or coming forward off of the +1, it was kind of bailing him out. It was hiding the fact that his ground game was off. But Sonego has been in so many return games because we've seen this become much more competitive from the baseline. I think Tommy will button things back up. It was impressive that he was able to kind of avoid getting broken despite the unforced errors off the ground, but it just couldn't last forever, and now it's 4-5.
The crowd just starting to thin out on the Louis Armstrong from where we were at the start of the match. Tommy Paul serving at 4-5 on serve in the third. And David, I just wonder, what is the... I mean, Sophie and I have only ever played best of 3. I don't think you've ever played best of 5, have you, Sophie? So tell us the mentality of playing a best of 5 match.
Well, it's keeping your concentration going for long stretches of times. And it's human to have a little bit of a dip here and there, but close to the finish line like Tommy was, upper break in the third, I mean, that is really frustrating for him. And it's going to test his mettle right now because Sonego's coming strong. He's starting to use his forehand and dictate points.
Paul doing well, love 15-15, all up against the Winston-Salem champion of last week. Tommy Paul really hasn't put too many results on the board since he made the quarterfinals of the Olympics in singles, bronze in the doubles. Goes long with his first serve, just bounces up and down on his toes before delivering the second, which goes over his left shoulder, and he finds a forehand after it. Lots of grunting from the Italian, who switches up the pace now and then switches again to the flat backhand. It looks as if he might be coming forward, but he didn't. But Paul netting with his backhand reply, and all of a sudden he's at 15-30, a couple of points away from being dragged into a fourth set as we come up to 1 o'clock local time. We'll have to put a few more coins in the meter to keep the lights on.
Some very uncharacteristic backhand misses here from Tommy Paul as well. Like he, right now he's not impacting the point very much. He's letting Sonego control the tempo.
Energy. The energy is down, and Sonego is the opposite. I think like Sonego is just pretty much throwing everything he's got, and he's telling himself, everything you've got right now.
It's been a big momentum switch, though. Tommy Paul's only won 6 of the last 21 points. Second serve hit, 30-all. Goes wide. Sonego lofts a forehand return, gets again on the forehand, just pulls it across his body. That was a scruffy kind of shot.
Very bad mistake from the racket of Sonego, and you know, comparing to the mistake of Paul, I guess they're evening out a little bit, but 30-all, 4-5, I mean, that's a chance to put a lot of pressure on Paul.
My word, and Tommy's first forehand was sitting there too. He really gave Sonego every opportunity to win that point.
Went forehand wide and came in and just picked a volley off his toes and did well from 15-30 and levels up in the third.
We need to see more of that if you're a Tommy Paul fan. Taking the ball a little bit earlier, using his feet like he normally does, and impacting Sonego with the penetration and velocity on his shot. He's played really passively for the last 20 minutes, and he's paid the price.
But he's got such great feel at the net. It's pretty incredible. He's 33 out of 41 points coming forward. He's winning 80% of the points coming forward. Hello, let's keep at it. I mean, and they have all those tablets there. I mean, they have all those stats that they can actually give to their player. And again, oh, he fell. He actually twisted his ankle. Sonego coming to the net himself, a bit like a fury. He came back. He came so fast to the net, Sonego, that I think he lost his footwork a little bit. Fell down, but won the point with a great volley.
It was a little ungainly, yes.
Yep.
He actually sort of ran round his backhand volley and tried to hit it with a forehand into the open court and completely lost his balance and toppled over. And at 6'3", he has quite a long way to go down.
We have to explain to him about gravity when you're 6'3", because he was pretty much completely almost parallel to the ground and lost it. But he's okay.
I think his camp can see the funny side. It's quite an extravagant way to get to 15-love in this game, 5-all, third set. David, I'm really interested in what you were talking about playing after midnight, as Sonego just fires a forehand for nothing and hits a winner. And if there's been some studies done on it, because it's a huge thing now in tennis, isn't it? Playing late at night and what it does to you physiologically.
That's the challenge. I really just feel like, you know, Tommy's concentration just lapsed there very uncharacteristically, and the lateness of the hour is probably a factor in why this is happening.
Sonego going really well, and Coco once again not really attacking the return, just opening the racket face and drifting out long, and this looks like another very easy service game for Lorenzo Sonego. Bounces the ball several times, does the Italian, and then goes up into the air, misses the first serve tee long. Now the second, the Italian perspiring very heavily, and that looked like a double fault actually, but Tommy Paul just fizzing a forehand wide of the tram lines, I think happy to get to the chair. And that's where they'll be for the next 90 seconds, as Tommy Paul will have to come out and serve to stay in this third set once again.
back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Gil Gross here inside Armstrong. Guys, I think the point that Lorenzo Sonego fell down after what was called the volley winner, I got to look at this on the replay monitor in front of me. I think there was a missed call there because the racket of Sonego was tossed into the net, and it was very, very close, but his racket hit the net before the ball bounced twice. That should not have been Sonego's point.
It's funny you just said that because David was saying the exact same thing, and I said that's a very good point. So you both called it very good eye there, and yep, it might have been one of those, but that we have to see in the replay.
And they could have video review on the score because it's here, and you get 3 incorrect ones a set, so the players can challenge it, but I think Tommy Paul didn't even notice it, and I have to say I didn't notice it either. And Paul at love 15 here. I have to say Sonego looks the more likely winner of this third set. He comes up and just finishes off at the net with a smash, and he sort of roars at his support camp. The ball heads out into the stands, and that will be a souvenir for one of the fans that rewarded for staying late here. But so aggressive, David, from the Italian.
And Tommy's made the mistake of hitting the ball a little bit too short and weakly into that C zone that we call where a right-hander is able to just slide to his left a little bit and use his forehand, and that is Sonego's best shot. So Tommy's really playing into his hands when he hits the ball in that region of the court.
So once again, another difficult service game he's got to extricate himself from at love 30 here. Second serve goes deep in the box. Sonego with a decent return again, really being very aggressive off that forehand. Now they switch to the backhand play. Sonego looking for that forehand inside in. He's got another one lined up as well, really attacking the pull forehand, and he does it again. He finds the space and he just stares at his camp, and he's got 3 set points to take us deep, deep into the early hours here at Flushing Meadow.
It's pretty impressive, you know, when we go back, and I was thinking that that game at 3-2 to a 4-2 lead, that he had so many chances to even out things and then break Paul, and I thought that game was going to be the set, and none of that. Sonego is like, I'm not going anywhere. So aggressive.
2 hours and 22 minutes the match time so far. Second serve here for Paul, who led 4-2 in this third set. Sonego lining up for a forehand. Actually ends up going between the legs of Paul. And, Sonego knew that was a chance. There wasn't an awful lot on that second serve. Still got a couple more opportunities, or can Paul drag this into a third set tiebreak? It's only been broken once in the contest. Has fended off so many break points. Goes with the first serve. Sonego just lashes a return and sprints to his chair. He is absolutely on fire now. He somehow has salvaged this third set, and we are going into a fourth. What a result from the Italian, who fancies his chances. 7-5, he takes the third set. hours here at Flushing Meadow as Lorenzo Sonego has extended the 14th seed Tommy Paul as we go into the 4th set, and Paul has just headed off the court for a breather here on the Louis Armstrong. The schedule is out for, we're already in day 3, and tonight on Ash, it'll be return of Coco Gauff, the defending champion. She takes on the tricky German player Tatiana Maria, one of the mums out there on tour, and that will be followed by D against D, Novak Djokovic against fellow Serb Laszlo Djere, the defending champion, back on Ash. Over on Armstrong, it'll be former multiple finalist here, Victoria Azarenka taking on Clara Burel, who had a big upset last night. That really wasn't on the cards against Sloane Stephens, a former champion, and that will be followed by what might be one of the matches of the night session. Taylor Fritz, the top-ranked American, taking on Matteo Berrettini of Italy. There are Americans everywhere, as there are Italians. But Sophie and David, let's take stock over what we've just seen in that 3rd set.
I'm taking stocks of what I'm seeing right now on the screen.
And what are you seeing?
A lot of women with like those bobs,
bucket hats,
bucket hats, dancing on the Rocky song, Eyes of the Tiger, and they have a lot of energy, I tell you. Anyway,
I think the challenge for Tommy Paul now, obviously, is to just regather his energy, his focus, his positivity, which is took a hit there by losing a 3rd set that he could have had. But the thing is that the conditions have changed. The later it gets at night, the heavier the air gets, the slower it plays. And what's happened is that Sonego has had more time in the slower conditions to impact the match with his forehand. He's done a lot of damage with his forehand. Tommy's footwork just slipped away a little bit at the end of the 3rd, so he wasn't really hurting Sonego as much as he was in the faster conditions. And I think that he's going to have to really put the onus on his footwork early in this 4th set. He's got to get to the ball, penetrate. He's got to be the dictator in the point. Otherwise, it could be trouble, because this is getting slower and slower as it gets later and later. And Sonego does have a big forehand, and if he's got time to unleash that forehand, he can really do some damage.
yeah, I think that he just, mentally kind of checked out a little bit and got tired. I felt like the energy level just completely was opposite on each side. Sonego was like, I don't have anything to lose. I'm going to go all full out, kitchen sink out, everything I've got, and that worked. And Paul felt the heat in such ways that he just, started to give a lot of points away and not being competitive. And the more he was going down as the energy going, the more energy on the other side was, it was very explosive, I think, from the Italian. And, he earned that set, and he earned the right to go into a 4th here.
Lorenzo opting to stay onto the court and just do his change of shirt there, which is certainly needed. It was absolutely soaked in perspiration by the end of the 3rd. Still a very warm early morning here at Flushing Meadow USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Paul jogging back onto court, and we'll see if he can get himself going. This the last of the men's 1st round matches. This a contest from the top half of the draw. A few big upsets today. So, start of the 4th. Sonego with the first serve, and very quickly gets onto his forehand, finds another forehand again. Looks like it's going to be very aggressive from the Italian. Stuns a volley. It's not enough on it, and Paul taking full advantage.
And these are big moments early in the 4th here. Tommy Paul needs a momentum shift right away. If he could get the first game of the 4th, then things could turn back in his favor clearly right again. So he's expressing a lot of energy now. He's bouncing on his toes, trying to will himself into a good start to this 4th set.
This is the late show on the Louis Armstrong Stadium. Match time 2.5 hours now. what has been a very busy day here at Flushing Meadow. Very deep second serve from Sonego again, once again looking for the forehand, but he gets a little carried away, and that was way wide of the singles tramp, and immediately he's in trouble. He did expend a lot of energy, didn't he, coming back from 4-2 in that third set.
And that was a really good second serve from Tommy Paul. He did stay deep, but he was able to hit the backhand with such force that Sonego wasn't able to unload on the forehand, and that was critical in Tommy controlling that point.
First serve for the Italian, short forehand. Cutting it awfully fine. I guess there's a tipping point here. He's being super aggressive, but it could just boil over.
Well, it could, but I think he needs to keep that energy up. I mean, that's the only way that he is going to be able to come back in this game, in this match. I mean, he already came back in such a way to push it to a 4 sets. He's got to keep that momentum going.
15:30 here, first game of the fourth. Again, he's also got quite a big back arch on his serve, gets lots of snap. Tommy right on his toes with those black shoes with yellow stripes. Sonego coming in, he's very easily picked off. That was quite a bluff. And immediately the Italian is in trouble.
Well, and tactically, you know, if you're going to serve and volley, you have to cover your line. If you're going to kick wide, you have to cover the down the line, give the cross court, because most of the time the player is going to be late to hit it. And the only shot they have is to go down the line. But he didn't do that at all. He came in right in the middle, completely passed by the shot of Tommy Paul, who has 2 breakpoint opportunity here in this 4th set, and on the second serve, mind you.
Sonego broken 4 times in the contest, and Paul converting 4 out of 5 breakpoints. He's been absolutely ruthless in that department, and as you said, so he has a second serve, and that's a messy game from Lorenzo Sonego, and how quickly tennis matches can change gear. And the ideal start for Tommy Paul, who has won an awful lot of matches this year. 35 wins, just 14 losses, lots of highs in a career that's just seemingly getting better and better. And maybe he's going to show his class here by running through this 4th set.
Well, he certainly showed some resilience there. You don't get to being ranked top 10 in the world like Tommy Paul has without being able to deal with adversity. So he took the break, the 5-minute break between the sets. He came out bouncing on his toes, determined to impact the set early, and he did. He capitalized on a very loose game from Lorenzo Sonego there. And now he's back in the driver's seat, serving at 1-love, needing to consolidate though.
See how it goes here. He's not quite made the top 10. He's nearly 12. That's actually quite a tough spot to be in psychologically, because Fritz has done it. Ben Shelton's very close as well, and he wants to be there. So he's been at 12, and that can. Taylor Fritz has done it. His great friend, and it. I heard a great story about Taylor Fritz at one point, how it was just getting in the way, and his coach Mike Russell said, well, aim for top 5, and would you know, a few weeks later he broke it. And I haven't really heard too much of Tommy Paul and Brad Stein saying that's a big thing, but it has to be there, isn't it, when you're so close? Because once you've been top 10, you can always say I was top 10 in the world. I mean, that you're in an elite bracket, aren't you?
Sam, you make a great point, because as happenstance, my career high doubles ranking was 11. So it's funny that you bring that up, but I can't honestly say that it ever bothered me. No. Okay.
Well, you're just a
I love 11.
a laid-back Tassie boy, aren't you? So. But when you're trying to break these thresholds, Sophie, you know, whether it's trying to break top 100 or you get close to it, it can become a thing.
Well, I mean, it's always, obviously, we always want to aim higher, that's the thing, but it gets much harder when you get to 20 and then above, and then 10 and above. It's like, I mean, we're talking major difficulty to get there. And a great approach shot with the depth from the racket to the forehand of Tommy Paul. Again, coming forward to the net. He's been so successful doing so. 81% of the point won. Coming forward. Hello again.
First serve's critical. Nice first serve, block, short return, setting up the opportunity to approach.
have to say, a lot of tennis balls are heading off into the stands this evening. They must be going through at the rate of knots. Tommy Paul with the second serve. Looks to be in a very good groove on his ground strokes. Sonego attacking again. He goes inside in and does find the line, but taking a lot of risk now, the Italian.
Well, he has to. I mean, he's back to the wall, and again, it's just going and afflicting so much pace into that ball, inside in. If you don't make it, you're opening the whole court. So it was a beautiful winner. Still a chance for a 2-love lead for Paul. Great serve and volley again, wide with a fabulous 124 miles per hour serve to the backhand of Sonego and finishing the volley. That was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, Tommy really reared back and brought his biggest stuff there. Really arched his back, big torso turn, and just put a lot of pop on that first serve, and then it was a relatively easy forehand volley with Sonego completely off the court. Yeah.
Flat serve, 124 wide on the outside. That's going very fast. We normally see those numbers going to the tee.
And after 1 o'clock in the morning local time, Tommy Paul really picking up his intensity out here, and he'd love another break. And he goes high into the night sky with the most perfect lob you could ever imagine. And this is a completely different Tommy Paul from the third set.
That's great defensive play, I tell you, because Sonego thought it was out, didn't even go for it, said, yeah, that's going to go out, and then was very, very upset.
Tommy Paul was so deep in the court there to hit a topspin lob on the line from his position in the court was quite remarkable.
Paul winning 10 of the last 15 points. A match of big momentum swings over the last hour. And if Sonego's not careful, he's sort of huffing and puffing now through these service games. He could go down a double break here, and it will be hard to see a way back for the Italian. Second serve. Arches his back, kicks it in down the tee, and that's a sloppy return from Paul. I think very aware how Sonego, he only needs a little door opening, doesn't he? And he'll be right back on it here.
Well, he certainly has a lot of trust in his forehand. So if he gets set up on his forehand, Sonego's feeling comfortable, and he'll go for any shot, any time, and believe he can make it.
Yeah, Lorenzo, one of those players that took a little longer to come through. I think in Italy they gave them plenty of time, but it wasn't really it was sort of 23, 24 before he really broke the top 100. Really, you know, learned his trade and earned his apprenticeship out on the Futures and Challenger Tour. A lot of it on clay, but a very good hard court player now as well. And someone I think that, you know, is outside the seeds, just ranked inside the world's top 50, that none of the top players would really want to see in a first-round match of a Grand Slam event.
Yeah, this was definitely one of the toughest first-round draws, the tastiest one of the tastier matchups in the first round.
A lot of balls flying out into the stands, a lot of net cords as well.
Tommy Paul adopting a really deep Medvedev-type return position. And he's done that on second serve as well, which is clearly, obviously, a tactic that he and Brad have discussed.
Yeah, Brad Stein, we should mention, as you were one of the top coaches out on the tour. Brad has been around for a very long time. He was originally a college coach at the age of 26, a very young college coach, and actually worked with the Junior Davis Cup team in the era of Chang and Sampras and Courier, and actually went on to coach Jim Courier for many years to Grand Slam success, but worked with Sebastian Grosjean, took
Kevin
Anderson to the final of Wimbledon.
Yes, how can I forget?
So
he beat John Isner in the semi-finals, 26-24 in the fifth. So that's not something I'll likely forget anytime soon.
And they also changed the final set setup because of it, because of that match. Now it's a tiebreak, match point tiebreak at 6-all. But yeah, a great pedigree in the coaching camp of Tommy Paul. And we're going to take a little breather, but don't worry, we're going to take you through all the way to the end of this match. We are in the closing stages of a very long first Tuesday here at Flushing Meadow, the Billie Jean King USTA National Tennis Centre, and there's been a couple of upsets here and there. Stefanos Tsitsipas in the men's draw going out against Thanasi Kokkinakis, but good wins for the top seed and former champion Iga Swiatek. Jannik Sinner through in 4 sets. Danielle Collins, the American, playing her last US Open, beaten by fellow American Caroline Dolhide, and a big win for Naomi Osaka against the 10th seed in the women's draw, Yelena Ostapenko. Also wins for Korda and Dimonor and Jack Draper on what has been a very busy day here. Tommy Paul at 2-1 with the early break in the 4th.
And another kick serve here. Oh, Tommy Paul coming in and hit the half volley with the backhand to finish the point. I mean, the kick serve wide has been really working tonight. 30 love, 2-1 in the 4th. 2-1 for the American.
And a sensational second serve, which just took Tommy Paul, took his opponent almost down into the first row of the seating, and then just goes in behind it, just making it look very easy. He's always had that kind of languid, laid-back kind of game, hasn't he?
Absolutely. He's always pretty to watch, but he's come out in this 4th set with a lot of renewed purpose. 3 wide serve volleys to get to 40 love, and now he's in the net again. Finishing all 4 points that game he held to love at the net. So he's taking control of the match again. He's being more proactive. He's not being passive. He's taking the game to Sonego right now in this current moment in time.
Yeah, coming to the net has been really the whole thing about this match for him. 5-5 in this 4 sets coming forward. He has not lost 1 point coming forward, as we saw here in this last 4 points. And 38 out of 46, I think that's enormous. 83% of the points won at the net for Tommy Paul. It's telling the story tonight that he needs to continue in that regard.
So Sonego 1-3, 4th set with the new balls here. But don't forget he was down a break 4-2 in the 3rd and came back. So Tommy Paul not taking anything for granted and finds the most amazing angle chip forehand return. Sonego going wide. Nothing the Italian could do. I have to say, both men charging the net now almost every single point. This is an absolutely spectacular return. Not too many players on the tour could find the angle right at the end of his range.
We would call that a power chip, a power forehand chip, because it didn't float. It's just seared through the air. Skimmed the tape and found the most exquisite angle.
We're getting a whole new vocabulary out here. Second serve for Sonego. Just leans back, and that was horrible.
Interestingly, Tommy Paul, for one of the few occasions in the match, came forward on the second serve return, got inside the baseline. I think Sonego may have sensed that out of the corner of his eye, and that perhaps drew the double fault.
Just his 4th of the evening as they're heading somewhere close to the 3-hour mark now. Match of some matches very long here on day 2 of this year's US Open. And again, Tommy Paul goes with the lob. So Sonego slaps at it, but Paul more than up to it, has to hit the reflex volley, and really starting to entertain the fans here, making a big move here at 3-1 up in the 4th set, and looks like he might be sprinting towards the finish line. Wonderful play from the American.
Tommy showing off the dexterity there. He was off balance, but with a continental grip, he was able to flip a little lob down the line over Sonego's backhand side, come forward and finish off with a really sharp volley.
Let's see if he can convert one of these 3 break points, and surely a double break here will be absolutely enough. Bouncing on his toes, swaying from side to side, closing in on that second serve. Very aggressive, but catches it a little behind it, and it sails way long over the baseline. But all of a sudden, the Italian's gone very quiet out here, hasn't it? It's all been about Tommy Paul.
Yeah, Tommy's taking charge right now. Quality second serve from Sonego to stave off that first break point, though. Very wide, powerful.
Missing an awful lot of first serves now, the Italian.
I so don't like his toss. The Italian is so much to the left on first and second and kicking, and it's very, very difficult to watch because he loses his balance so much. And forced error, return serve on the second break point.
Yeah, Tommy would not be happy with that. 2 second serve opportunities to really effectively close out the match. One he tried to take early, didn't quite control the down the line backhand. That one he stood far, far deeper and missed a forehand from a cross court. Just mistimed it badly.
Still break point, and what we've learnt, do not let the Italian back. That's a fabulous first serve, slapped out wide. It's Sonego on his forehand out again. The ball goes high up into the air. This time the lob does not find its mark off that backhand wing. And we are very quickly at deuce from Love 40. Seems to thrive in these kind of situations, does the 29-year-old Italian from Turin.
As Sophie said, falling badly off to his left on that first serve. Not the optimal ball toss.
Second serve hits the tape.
And the thing is, you know, once you see a player do this, you really have to tell your player to return towards this forehand, because he's falling left every time. So that means he's way away from the forehand side. So on the due side, cross court, and from the outside, go down the line, because he's going to have to cover a lot more court.
Second double in the game brings up a fourth break point for Paul, and Sonego goes T, and it can't have missed by very much. Second serve.
Tommy electing to play super deep again this second serve.
The ball toss all over the place to the left. Sonego gets himself in the point, but has some ground to cover. Great defensive forehand from the Italian. Now he's pushed into his backhand corner. He can't come out. And Tommy Paul races to the change of ends. 4-1 for the American in the fourth. Great to have your company on the Louis Armstrong Wear. I would say there's just a few thousand fans now here in the early hours of the morning, looking to try and see if they can see American Tommy Paul, the 14th seed, home against a very tricky and highly rated Italian in Lorenzo Sonego. 4-1 for Paul in the fourth. Looks as if he's just got to put the finishing touches on, and he's been absolutely superb, hasn't he? Responding brilliantly to dropping that third set. And there must have been some disappointment, because he was almost home and dry up a break 4-2 in the third.
And that is a really frustrating thing as a player, when you have a victory slip away, slip out of your grasp like that. But Tommy's really showed his class, shown his pedigree here, and up a double break now, 4-1. 15 all, attacking again. I feel like his footwork is just re-energized, which is adding weight to his shots. And he's been in control of the majority of the points in the fourth set.
The American who was raised for the early part of his life, and not too far away in Voorhees, New Jersey. Playing really quickly now, looking to shorten the points.
Nice job by Tommy Paul taking that backhand inside the court, got to the ball early, got some good penetration on it, got it into Sonego's backhand quickly, drew the error. That's the kind of offense that's subtle, but he's impacting the point, playing more positively than he did at the end of the third.
And still trying to really inject some power, Sonego, but this one again floating out the forehand. It's a chance for now a 5-1 lead for the American in this fourth set, up to set to 1.
And the serving's also been part of the key in this set. He's only lost 1 point behind his first serve, only a couple behind his second.
And as Sophie also mentioned many times, like he has attacked the net a lot in the fourth set. He's been proactive, he serve volleyed quite a lot. His success rate when he has come in has been really, really good.
Fault here, trying to go wide with the second serve. Still another chance at 40-30. His fifth double fault, evening out with Sonego in this match.
If he had to hit one, though, that's not the worst time to do it. And it looked a very aggressive second serve, as well as we're coming up to the 3-hour mark. Early hours of the morning here. Backhand kick out wide to Sonego, and he can't do anything about it as Tommy Paul just slips his backhand line, finds the space very easily.
I tell you, easily as we see it easily, but this is a very difficult thing to do. The ball was coming very fast off the return cross court of Sonego, and he was able to control that and redirect that ball down the line like it was just, you know, a little piece of cake. Why not?
Just a tiny little backswing, absorbing the pace.
Hits.
Beautiful technique.
It's frightening. It's not easy to do.
That time Tommy Paul took the second serve really early, power chip to forehand, just missed it wide. He's really trying to get this match wrapped up. He'd love to break right here and not even have to serve it out at 5-2.
Tommy Paul just spinning that racket in his hands.
When you think about it, but this is at least 4 a.m. in bed, at the earliest for both players, and especially for Tommy Paul. I don't know what Sonego is going to do if he loses that match, but I can tell you Tommy Paul is going to want to get his in recovery, probably have some food, get to the city or wherever he's staying, and get on the pillow.
Yeah, you forget it's going to be at least 45 minutes just travel back to the city without his...
forgot press.
Yeah. Without, I mean, it might end up being 5 o'clock. That's tough to recover from. They do have a day in between, but we shall see. It's going to go at 15 love in this 7th game of the 4th set. Hard to see a way back for the Italian now, who's never been beyond the second round here. Flushing Meadow has made a 4th round berth at the French Open.
Certainly played the first 2 points of this game very free, down 1-5. He's just cutting it loose right now and just going for his shots with success here in the first couple of points to get up 30 love.
Oh, big serve here down the tee, 121 miles per hour. He's smiling, thinking, yep, he's listening to what David is saying. Put everything you've got, because you're almost out of this tournament in singles.
But are the nets slightly higher this year? I've never heard of so many lets. You looked at me as I was being serious then, the pair of you. But I mean, I just feel we've had let constantly. I know they're not higher, but you know.
We have to check the stats.
But I might get the measuring stick out. Both men playing exhibition tennis, drop shot off, another drop shot. It was very much a free-flowing game from Lorenzo Sonego, who has a long way back here. And Tommy Paul will serve for his place in the second round.
Yeah, Sam, to your point, it's certainly not ideal to finish your first round match this late. So it's the tournament, whoever does win the match, the tournament will accommodate them and make sure they have a later match on the Thursday, so you get close to your 48 hours rest. But certainly, but that's just part of trying to win a Grand Slam. I mean, there's so many obstacles, so many challenges that come your way. You have to win 7 matches. And it sounds so simple. You just 7 matches and you're a Grand Slam champion. Well, Tommy Paul's on the verge of winning 1. And then he has to recover, get with his coach and figure out how he's going to win match number 2 40 hours from now, or whenever it is.
I guess it was something though the generations that played in the 40s, the 50s and 60s and even the early 70s didn't have to deal with, because first year of floodlights here was 1975 over at Forest Hills at the West Side Tennis Club, so that has changed it. But I guess they were playing singles and doubles and mixed, so they played all day, every day. You couldn't imagine that now. It's almost impossible, isn't it? With the length of the days, we've had a day, a night. Maybe this should be an extra. It should be an extra session, the early morning session.
Well, that's why you got to give credit where it's due to the players who are doing singles, doubles, and mixed, and going deep in tournaments.
Tommy Paul with the bounce smash now plays an absolute beauty cross court, and he's got another chance to knock one out the air, and he does so, serving for a place to go in the second round. Hard to see him tripping up here, up a double break in the decided lead by 2 sets to love. Sonego did a hell of a job to get back in that third from a breakdown, but you just feel not much left now from the Italian. I think he pretty much knows his fate, and it looks like it's going to be an early exit for him. Paul with a very good first serve at the body. He comes in once again. Lovely forehand volley, chips it away, and just overcooks the backhand.
15. Yeah, Tommy Paul, that's one of the few points he's lost at the net. He was certainly in great position there. He forced attempted a chip pass, a routine volley for Tommy Paul, but just overpowered it wide.
There's no histrionics though, are there, from him? He just goes back, picks up another couple of balls, gets on with it. Very little energy wasted out here under the lights on the Louis Armstrong Stadium.
And I love that about him.
Second serve, particularly deep in the box. Paul looking for his forehand and finds it. Playing down the line to the Sonego backhand, and the Italian slices. It is slice, slice, slice. Slammed tactics from both of them. And Paul looking to find a way in. Doesn't need to get there though, as the defensive forehand from Sonego drifts long over the baseline.
Again, a great attack from the racket of Tommy Paul. The depth was absolutely perfect in this point to force the error. 2 points away from the win.
Gets huge changes of pace though, don't you, from Tommy Paul? You never quite know when he's going to attack you. Match now just going into its 4th hour. Second serve for Paul, goes down the tee, and his first forehand after the serve just fades a little wide off the tram line. Sonego's camp still believe they're pumping their fists at him.
Still competing really well, Sonego here. Tommy definitely would love a first serve in a good spot.
Doesn't get it. Second serve, middle of the box.
Oh, thank you very much.
Very sloppy return, and Sonego just sits on his heels almost. Cannot believe it. Head in his hands after all he has tried to do to get back in this first round match. And after exactly 3 hours and a minute, Tommy Paul, who is the 14th seed here with great ambitions to go beyond the 4th round where he reached last year before losing, has a match point. Gets in the first serve, it comes in behind it, hits the volley, hits a second backhand volley, that's job done. Tommy Paul through to the second round. Very tricky opponent, which has taken him to the early hours of the morning to finish off. But a great result here for the American. He joins Taylor Fritz and Sebastian Korda and Ben Shelton and Brandon Nakashima as all those top Americans going through into the second round, and he wins in 4 sets, confirmation of the score, 6-4, 6-2, 5-7, 6-2. Job done as Lorenzo waves to the crowd. I think he knows that he was beaten by a very good Tommy Paul tonight, but it's a hell of a late one, and we'll see how Tommy recovers.
Yeah, hopefully he recovers very quickly, but you know what? I love the way he finished at the net. Again, winning the point with a fabulous volley, and that is showing what this match was all about. 78% of the point won at the net, 9 out of 13 in this last set, 42 out of 54 points when coming forward. Bravo.
Yeah, Tommy's a really versatile player, and that would have been Sonego's backhand pass isn't perhaps his best shot, so that would have been a big part of the game plan. Maximized the strategy there.
Let's hear what he's got to say here.
Tommy, 3 hours, you did it. How would you rate your performance today?
You know, better than I thought it was going to be. I came out and actually played some pretty comfortable tennis. Obviously, you know, I wish I would have closed it out in straights, but you know, that's how it goes sometimes, and I had to come back out and regroup for a 4th set, and thought I played well.
Well, that's it. You went for a clothing change. You came out a new man. What did you tell yourself during that quick break? How did you reset?
I don't know, my clothes were getting pretty heavy, so it was nice to switch those out. But, you know, I mean, just come back out, reset, try and make more first serves. That was the goal. I think that's what started lacking. Obviously, he started playing some serious tennis and started returning really well, so that made it tough. But, yeah, I mean, first serves was huge for me.
It's almost 2 a.m. right now, and look around you. Look at the fans in New York City still out to cheer you on. What is it about this vibe that makes you guys love playing at the U.S. Open?
I mean, the fact that you guys are here is insane. I'm tired myself, so I know you guys are tired of watching tennis, but hopefully we can have you guys out for my next match, and I love playing night session here, so thank you guys for staying out for me.
Tommy and Paul, thank you so much. Get some rest. We will see you in the second round. Ladies and gentlemen, one more round of applause for Tommy Paul. And Tommy's going to sign some.
Oh, so well tonight, and one of the loveliest characters out there on the men's tour. I think pretty relieved to get through in the end. Sophie and David, it's been great to have your company. I think we've got a bus to catch, haven't we? To get back to the hotel.
Is there a bus?
I think well, you've got a car. We might have to jump in the car. But that's a great way to finish, isn't it? On what has been a fabulous day here. I mean, day 2, and already so many good storylines and some wonderful tennis, some ridiculously long matches. We had one of the longest matches ever in US Open history, Dan Evans and Karen Khachanov. That was out on court 6. All sorts of crazy things happening around the grounds.
Just getting started. That was only day 2, folks.
That's right.
We and lots more to look forward to coming up tomorrow. Madison Keys will open up on Arthur Ashe, followed by Francis Tiafoe and Coco Gauff in the night session, as well as Novak Djokovic and Taylor Fritz and Vika Azarenka. It really has been a fabulous day too. We've only just begun here at the US Open. My thanks to Sophie Amek and David McPherson. I'm Sam Smith. Thanks so much for your company, and we'll be back on air at 10:30 local time for the start of the show for day 3.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.